眩晕天命吧，是金子在哪都能可以发光的。大家好，我是来自暴打的小恶魔。这个 ID 其实就是以前很小的时候啊，你看那个 ID 嘛，其实那个是我比较想取的 ID， 但是后来就因为那会儿的朋友就传到现在，就一直那么叫我的。就当时前100我冲到了20多名吧。 就有想做俱乐部的嘛，就私聊我，就看我一个人不顶平台啊，普遍我打职业。
多观众也是为成都积极而来。
成都积极应该是我们所有节杯里面他们决赛圈 KD 最高的。
在积极的时候刚18岁嘛，初生牛犊不怕虎，就是在积极的时候就比较自信吧，就那会儿觉得谁都打不过我。
这波米斯卡娅可能要跑到一个风波界外面的时候，快被秒掉了，稍微先到。米斯卡娅在外面的要挟支援了队友，但是利奥这边也要被带走了，踢淘汰了。成都积极化身了拦路虎。
去狼队之后，有点天下无敌的那种感觉啊。
小恶魔拿过了接力棒，全场唯一的大佛，出手就有，先抓一个，而且是晚风。 要不能这
决赛圈的话，当时就已经感觉自己要夺冠了嘛，因为当时击败数很多。
先活了，不要了，牛逼！
就激动都破音了。
恭喜 G Cup 3盘冠军成都狼队。
从狼队离开之后嘛，刚进暴打的话，其实我觉得一开始打得不好，可能是我的一些问题吧。
暴打39.8分 ，SR 44.7分。
我可能就是没有经历过太低谷吧，职业生涯。就因为在积极跟狼队的时候就比较顺嘛。春季赛我们比较中游嘛，就是像什么锦鲤杯啊、沙特杯都是压线进的。春季赛我自己也打得不是很好。
小恶魔这边也被夺到，这一波很有可能张起灵要一命呜呼了。
紫甲，小恶魔是紫甲，你有没有想爆装备啊？但是被震了。
YDG 打了暴打一个奥义方面的一个开命叉，关了你摊了，你想开第2个，但是你第2个没有开出来。
但是夏季赛之后，可能我自己也是成长了很多吧。第1周没打好，主要是一个半年没打，一个是2个世界冠军做队友嘛，比较紧张。就第2双周之后，我们其实就银河战队有点启动的那种感觉了。
有一个
小魔，
有几个？
再争一争，
好像够了。 46.3、47.8，小恶魔不声不响，暴风燃烧，给兄弟们全炸懵了。
第3周开始就是小鬼生病这个东西嘛，就这个东西也没办法嘛。李念跟小木的话，其实我觉得就是经验吧。就2位选手的话，其实我觉得他们天赋还是有的，然后也比较努力，但就是确实是缺少了一些比赛经验。
黄俊贤被留到了暗云当中，直接被秒到。
就我们队伍磨合速度挺快的。 只是在沙特的时候，我们拿了个季军嘛，当时就已经其实蛮有自信了，但是我们确实差一点就冠军了，就是这个给我们挺大自信的吧。就现在感觉冲击个节杯冠军并没有太难。
谭旭杰还在收割，这波拿下对面酷酷2的淘汰分数，
就要做到。
跟谭旭杰相比，我觉得优势的话，谭旭杰的话就是那种经验老道的指挥吧，就是按剧本走那种。其实我觉得电子竞技这个东西就是有比较很正常。 这个东西你说到底谁强谁弱吧，只能说看成绩吧。等哪天我成绩好了，你可以说我强。这次节杯我觉得我们机会还是蛮大的，可能是因为秋决吧，因为一开始秋决没有抱有太大希望去夺冠嘛，因为2个新人才刚来半个多月。
暴打在不知道的一个角落已经拿下了对面这3轮淘汰分。
到了，
小恶魔还在，但这个分差已经拉大。
但是我们确实差一点就夺冠了，这个是让我们就是信心很多吧。 对那氛围的话，就是教练也好啊，队友也好，其实不太会给我有什么压力，就是可能即便我失误了，他们也相信我嘛。本身我们这个队伍就比较晚嘛，不管是磨合还是经验都比别人少，所以大家平时的努力真的要付出比别人很多，压力也很大。所以我更多的是去研究一些新阵容啊，就是契合我们队伍的一些打法，专门的一些战术啊什么的。所以说这次节杯，我觉得就是要拿冠军。 这是我们证明自己的最好机会，你们加油吧！
我听着药啊！你不认传的信。
时空里来的就去吧的，导演我成了。 做错事情就要受罚。我成了，这回我真成了。
People are going to be furious when I say this, at least my teammates, but not last.
I am Zenit Zay, and this year I'll be coaching Lexan at Jacob.
Hello guys, I'm Zenit Lexan and I am going to compete in Jacob this year.
So for me, I found it through Twitch when it was still in beta test. I was just scrolling Twitch and I saw this game and it looked really interesting, so that's how I found it.
As for me, I saw the trailer even before the game released and I was playing since day 1 beta.
Locked in.
So in 2023, we were looking for a trios teammate with Brandoro, and then we saw Zay, who was already competing in Jacob, and we thought he would be an excellent fit because he played so good already.
Ah, thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's the same. Like they just approached me and they said, yeah, do you want to compete in trios? And I already competed in both solos and trios in Jacob the previous year because I was double qualified. And at first I wanted to fully focus on solos actually. But yeah, then this opportunity came and I was like, why not? And it was good because that year we actually got first place. So we competed in Jacob then again as a team. So that was pretty nice. Yeah. Well, yeah, so why I became a coach is because I also participated in the qualification. But you need to get top 2 to become a player. And I got rank 3, he got rank 2. So yeah, that's why. Otherwise I would play, but yeah, now I'm coaching it.
So in Europe, I don't think there is a division between coaches and players. Everyone is studying the game the same way. Whoever is good is studying. And it's more like an agreement that as long as you're capable to give information to your teammate, you can be taken as a coach. And the same way, they can also give me information. I was before taken by him for the same reason, to have him prepare for the games, analyze a lot for him, analyze other Chinese players to give him an advantage.
Yeah, just to give some more context to that, it was during the EWC, the Esports World Cup, where he was my coach. So now we're reversing the roles.
Yes, so obviously I focus more on mechanical things. I need to improve significantly because the Chinese server is just so much ahead. Up until now, as long as I was the coach, I was focused more on analyzing gameplay and strategies, and right now I'm more focused on execution. The difference between European and Chinese players was a lot bigger, and I was really afraid that it's still going to be the case this year. I still say that Chinese players are extremely strong. However, I do feel like that we also have improved a lot, and I can see an angle where it can work out and we can do good in the competition. Obviously, I was always fascinated how good Chinese players play, so the GOATs, Mike, Spider, even T225, I would love to play versus them, but someone who really caught my eye this year was JLHM, and it is because his playstyle is something I think I could replicate if I improved a little bit, and it was just a great inspiration to learn from his videos and recordings.
Yeah, for sure. I think for the Chinese Kung Fu you need to be very disciplined. And I think that reflects nicely in the game because there you also need to be very disciplined and patient. So yeah, and also sometimes during the games when I get nervous, I learned from the Kung Fu and the Tai Chi to control my breathing to become less nervous, so that also helps a lot.
So people are going to be furious when I say this, at least my teammates, but not last. To be honest, I never have great expectations for myself, but I am a lot of times full of surprises. So the same way I made it to Jacob, I think I can also make a surprise here by showing up and performing good. I think I can do it, but as long as I'm not last, I'm already quite satisfied.
Yeah, I think Lexa needs to believe more though, because I truly think he can make it to the finals, but he also needs to believe it himself. But we're gonna work on that the coming days.
I think NARAKA taught me a lot of things when it comes to life. You should never give up and try my best to win. My name is Rostivis from Team BBE and I will play Jacob this year for NARAKA. My life before becoming a professional player was basically just studying all day and doing homeworks. At first, a friend of mine introduced me to this game, and the moment I played it, I instantly fell in love with the game and I can't stop playing it. My life, if I weren't a professional player, is, I'm not too sure, but maybe I will be doing a normal job. I think it would be a pretty boring life, and that's why I try to do this. I think NARAKA taught me a lot of things when it comes to life. You have to keep practicing and you should never give up. I'm just keep practicing and try my best to win. I feel like me as a person, I like to be challenged because if I don't, I would likely get bored. I try to go to the toughest region, which is China, and try to challenge everyone else and see if I can compete. When I first came to NBPL, of course the skill level is not comparable to other regions. So this is the toughest competition there is. And probably I can say that this is where I belong. When I first came to China, I can't really speak any Chinese or know any words. They like to trick me to saying either some bad things or maybe some funny things like husband in Chinese and make me say it without me knowing it. And for some other players, they also like to teach me a lot of. I wouldn't say it's frustrating. It's mainly that maybe awkward and some embarrassing moments because I can't talk to the other person. But overall, I don't really feel like it's a major problem. As long as I find some way to express myself, it's not a big problem. If I don't have this support from my fans, it might be a lot tougher. And because I have this support, I feel like I can keep going and try my best.
板边直接跳 A， 最后一丝预判对面交大，小龙过来，那这个几百分他可能要拿2个，不交大肯定是给了，因为中学快到时间了，没必要。
给了。
这个位置有抢戏离火势，上来再一发球，一个水脸结束了。
骁龙44.2分的一个成绩，高居榜首，但只能位居第2。
I feel like the key reason to that performance is hard work. During that time, I was practicing all the time and even watching all the time and taking notes. That is what I'm currently doing as well. For this year J-Cup, I feel like recently I've been playing and practicing every day, and I'm very close to the highest rank in Immortal War. And once I reach that, I feel like it would give me a pretty big confidence. Every year, I'm always excited to fight Mike and Spider, but I feel like Verse this year is a very tough opponent, and maybe I can meet him and hopefully also beat him. My expectations or goals, first of all, is of course to qualify to the finals. And once I get to the finals, I will just try my best to win.
Anything that you have to earn in life, it's always going to be difficult. There's nothing that comes easy, and if it does come easy, it's purely by luck. Hi, my name is Tryhard. My real name is Jared. I play NARAKA professionally, and this is my 5th time attending the J-Cup. When I chose Tryhard as my name, I guess the inspiration for it was behind a popular player from another game, and it was always a name that I admired and someone that I watched. I feel like it reflects my style as an individual because I really like to put in as much effort as possible into the things that I do, and I think my name reflects that. One of the ways that I found out about NARAKA originally was through a friend. She had told me that, hey, NARAKA just came out, I think it would be a really good game for you, and I think you would really like it. And at the time, I was in my junior year of high school, and once I started playing, it was a feeling that I'd never felt before about any game. I felt very attached to NARAKA, and I kind of felt like it was the exact type of game that I was looking for, and ever since then, I've been playing for a very long time. I think my mindset during the first J-Cup that I ever attended for solos in 2022, it was definitely like a culture shock for me, just being in a different place and also having the opportunity to play in a solo competition. In 2021, I was only playing for trios, I didn't play for solos, so this is the first time that I was by myself, I didn't have any teammates or anything like that. And it was also the first time that I met a lot of my friends back at home as well. And I think back then, one of my main focuses was just getting that experience. Even if I didn't perform well, I knew that if I ended up coming again, that it would be a very important experience for me. Especially the first year definitely helped me expand further as a player and also in other aspects of life as well. Based on my performance so far, the legacy I want to leave, at least in NA for the most part, is that I would hope to be recognized as the best player from there. I think I've done the most in North America. I think I've won enough. There was almost 3 years where I don't think I ever lost a tournament back at home. But I never felt like that was good enough for me, even though I feel like that is the legacy I've left behind. I've always wanted to do well on the global stage, but I feel like if you look at everything in total, I think you can probably reliably say that I'm the best North American player. I think one of the biggest things, even though I've been here 5 times, which is always kind of crazy for me to think about, one of the biggest things that I've always tried to work on every single year is just my mindset. I've always felt like I have the skill to do well, but the one thing that has held me back a lot is just the way I perceive myself and the lack of confidence, and I feel like working on that every single year has been a goal of mine. I think the personal value of always trying to put my best foot forward or my best effort, it's just like a state of mind for me. If I'm not constantly putting in my best effort, it just doesn't feel right. I feel like if you're going to do something, you should do it 100%, because if not, it's just a waste of time. I think if I could do everything over again, especially when I was choosing my school and at that time where I was really put in a position whether to choose my academics or gaming, I don't think I would do anything differently. 4 or 5 years ago, I never thought my life would be where it is now, where I have this opportunity to play overseas and play in the J-Cup. I really never thought that my life would take this turn, and I would absolutely do everything the same if I had the opportunity to. I don't know about genius, but I think that if I were to pick something to be remembered by, I would definitely want to be remembered as someone who is incredibly hardworking. That's very important to me.
How many more cuts must I carve away before I'm through this endless snow? The wind is strong on the lake. And up there, oh, that's bad news for sure. bright the moon, too tall the tower. I should not be here drinking alone. But this wine, it feeds my sorrow.
You should have never come here. The moment you set foot here, everything changed.
You're right. I shouldn't have. But if I hadn't come, how could I ever have peace?
You have disturbed the moon.
This road burned away carefully.
I wished to stop your tears, yet ended up staining your face with my own. Now you're here beneath the blossoms. You can finally smile with the whispering wind.
You should have never come here. The moment you set foot here, everything changed.
You're right. I shouldn't have. But if I hadn't come, how could I ever have peace?
nights are long, trying to understand a life of words unspoken. How all of her hopes, all of her plans, told so much of what I meant to be. How some should stand, but I'm broken. Your love will help me so near. Never left enough space to hear how it tore me up inside. I've never been prepared to take the key to your kingdom's gate. The dreams wanted I'd never share. NARAKA calls to me with no turns back. The end of your king is back. Deep down I know how you care. Only wish I had shoes your fears. In the flames I feel alive, the burden in my hands. I'm climbing up to the heavens gates, defy the fates to show you who I am.
How many more cuts must I carve away before I'm through this endless snow? The wind is strong on the lake. And up there, oh, that's bad news for sure. Too bright the moon, too tall the tower. I should not be here drinking alone. But this wine, it feeds my sorrow.
You should have never come here. The moment you set foot here, everything changed.
You're right. I should shouldn't have. But if I hadn't come, how could I ever have peace?
You have disturbed the moment.
This road burned away carefully.
I wished to stop your tears, yet ended up staining your face with my own. Now you're here beneath the blossoms. You can finally smile with the whispering wind.
欢迎来到 J Cup。您现在正在收看的是2025永劫无间世界冠军赛小组赛的首日的比赛。那么，经过了紧张激烈的预选赛，最终来自5大赛区的顶尖豪强齐聚一堂，向今年的捷杯总冠军发起冲击。2025年有很多新人诞生，同样对于之前的冠军也将会带来很大的冲击。究竟谁可以率先取得进入到捷杯深圳的门票？让我们拭目以待。接下来，首先有请3排战队登场。
First, let's welcome the 2025 J Cup Trios players to the stage.
中国大
For
陆
the
赛区
CN region,
AML
Alliance.
欧
For
洲
the
赛区
EU region,
HYG
HYG.
A 队
Playing for Alliance,
将
Jiang Jiang, GP, Yuma. And for HYG, Lang, Chile, God7, and Taliska.
接下来有
For
请
the
中
CN
国大
region,
陆赛区
SS1.
SS1 欧
And
洲
for
赛区
EU, X,
HEX。
HEX. Playing for SS1, Luoye, Juan, and Yuan. For Hex, Sachiko, Uli, Korn, Squeaky.
接下来有请
For the
中国
CN
大陆
region,
赛区
Chengdu
成都积极
GG.
北美赛区
And for NA,
RL
RL. Playing for
成都积
Chengdu
极战队李
GG,
新淼
Alex
陈
M,
江生
CJS,
330
and 330.
RL
And for RL,
XY
XY Babe,
CAT
Cat,
告
Go By, and
Plan
Plan
B
B.
接下来欢
For
迎
the
中
CN
国大
region,
陆赛
please
区
welcome
YCG
YCG.
北美赛区
And for NA, ARS. For YZG, CXE, QGG, ZXL, and Fu. For ARS, Yizhao, Miss You, and AJ.
接下来有请
For
中
the
国大
CN
陆赛区
region, Team OA.
亚
And
服
for
赛区
AS,
Luigi
ARS Luigi.
OA 战
For
队
OA,
酷酷
Cuckoo,
图图
Tutic,
萌
and AB.
Luigi
For Luigi,
康
Kai
淼
Mao,
小
Zhao
陈
Chen,
小葵
QQQ,
玉
and you.
接下来有请
For the
中国大
CN
陆赛
region,
区
please welcome OUG.
东南亚
And for
赛区
SEA,
STG
STG. Playing for OUG, Jin Yu, Baby Yu, SS, and SXJ. And for STG, Yin, Akame, Cloud, and Unique.
东南亚赛区
For the SEA
VN521
region, please welcome VN521 and BBE. For 521, Fat Milk, Pampy, and Iben. For BBE, Asbon, Roy Hee Hee, and Dofu. For the CN region, Baoda. And for the SEA region, TWSS. Playing for Bauda, Lin, XEM, NY7, and XXMU. For TWSS, L189, Simpson, Snack, Refan. Finally, for the CN region, teams JL and SR. Playing for JL, Wanfeng, TXJ, and June X. And for SR, Zhao, 17S, and Rico. Welcome all Trios players. May every one of you achieve satisfying results at this J-Cup. Next up, let's welcome the 2025 J-Cup solo players to the stage. For the NA region, ARS, Miss You. For the CN region, JL's HM. And for the EUG region, Zen's Lexen. For the NA region, Suns Tryhard. For the CN region, TE's Wu Fong. And for the EUG region, BWG Bajin. For the CN region, YZG, T225. For the SEA region, STG's Cloud. And for the CN region, WZ's Arano. For the SEA region, VN521's Lipo. For the CN region, CDGG's Chen. And for the SEA region, SYN Mines. For the SEA region, BBE Frostivus. For the CN region, ASE's Xuan Yuan. And for the AS region, OWN Zeldingt. Finally, let's welcome the 2022 J Cup champion, SR Spider, the 2023 and 2024 J Cup defending champion, OUG Mike, and the 2025 MBPL Spring and Autumn double champion, BJWBG Verse. Our warriors gather, and the stars shine bright. Let's witness who will win them all. Swords out, the battle begins now.
为阵而战，2025永劫无间世界冠军赛现在开始。
时间奔涌，万物皆流，黄浦江水潮起潮落，有人引入尘烟，空留青史几行；有人屹立不倒，镇江河日月。世人称他们为绝代双骄。
Describe Mike and Spider's potential as players. I think it's pretty much unlimited. Both of them are incredibly good.
I feel like in those years, Mike and Spider is always the two strongest people. Not one challenger survived Spider and Mike's reign.
折戟沉沙后，是空留余恨。
回顾前几年的节杯，双骄一直是我跨不去的坎。225的魔咒也一语成谶。
还是百炼成钢，重铸锋芒。
如果说那些失败是命的定数，那接下来该书写新的故事了。
นี่เป็นครั้งที่5แล้วที่ได้มาแข่งเจครับผมจะพยายามให้มากที่สุด
I'm not here just for fun. I'm here to show the world what I got.
过去几年，我错过了很多，今年会是我证明自己的一年。
3载春秋，千帆过境，在节杯的舞台上，依然没有人能取代双骄。
距离我上次赢下节杯冠军，已经过去了3年。3年里，我学会了很多，怎么输，怎么赢。这次我会赢回所有。
我知道很多人都在期待我的失败，但是我会向他们证明，为什么我是永劫最高的山。
但大江终会东去，双骄也难抵挡新潮。
我会彻底结束双骄的统治。
去年我说过，赢下我们才能创造新的时代。你能做到吗？
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. That video, woo-hoo-hoo! Ah, that had me excited. I hope you're all just as excited as we are here in China. We're back once again. I am Dunkin' Donuts, joined by the lovely Moxie. We have the pleasure of opening up the first day of J-Cup group stage, and we're starting it off with solos. How are you feeling, Moxie?
I'm so excited. I'm so excited. We have so much to talk about, right? Because we have new hero. We've got not so much a new weapon. We've already seen the whip sword in action, both in MBPL when we went into the second stage of Fall, as well as getting to see it in action of the mainland qualifiers. But do you know what else I'm super excited for? It's to get to see all the wonderful events that accompany the J-Cups, as we get to see. And yet again, we're going to be doing it once more. Scan the QR code all the way in the bottom of that screen. Dunk is able to reach it. I'm a little bit too far away, but that will immediately be able to take you over to go into our official NARAKA BLADEPOINT Discord, where you'll be able to connect with people who play the game, but you'll also be able to participate within our 2025 J-Cup comment collection event.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to be able to get your hands on those goodies. It's always lovely. And I'm assuming we're going to be covering those Twitch drops relatively soon as well. But, oh, no, right here, we're going to be kicking it off with the comment. May this year's J-Cup be exciting and full of epic duels amongst pros. Never forget about the underdogs. Very true. Very true. Very based. Never forget the underdogs. And I think this year, you know, we've talked about it plenty of times in the previous years. I think this year there's even more of a chance.
I mean, yeah, the tide is moving away from Spider and Mike. Mike has not actually picked up one title this entire year, which is absolutely wild. And do you know what? Speaking about Mike, we've summoned him. Show says, you know, Mike about to hit his favorite voice line, Mike Yo Waymo. And I mean, he hasn't been able to pick up those MBPL titles, but he has been able to pick up the back-to-back J-Cup grab for both 2023 and 2024. Can he be the first player in both solos and trios history to be able to pick up the triple? We'll have to see.
Yeah, well, it's only time will tell, Moxie. But this is something new that we've never done before. A little competition. Who is the ultimate? Oh my goodness, the picture. Oh, wow. I love it. During the 2025 J-Cup, casters will compete. Answer one daily question correctly to earn a flower. The final winner will claim the prestigious Ultimate Caster title and score an amazing lucky grand prize. We don't know what that is. But yes, very exciting indeed. We've never done this, and they've brought that competition to us as the casters. I'm loving it. And it looks as though here is the question.
Oh, okay. Which two SEA region players will earn higher points on solo day one? So I guess we have to choose between Frostivus and Cloud. And you know what? I'm going to kick things off immediately by saying A. For me, I'm going to go with Frostivus on that one. How about yourself, Dunk?
I have to agree, simply because, I mean, Frostivus is a good friend to both of us, you know. But even then, you know, Frostivus has, you know, had quite a lot more experience in the past. So, you know, both ways. You can look at it either way, and it's a safe bet. But regardless, here it is, ladies and gentlemen, what I mentioned before. The Twitch drops once again. If you don't have your NARAKA account linked to your Twitch account, make sure to do so, at the very least for the Grand Finals. If you don't manage to get it done for the group stage, the Grand Finals is where you're going to get the most drops, the juiciest of the drops.
Speaking of which, we actually get to see these are the Grand Finals exclusive drops. We've got the Karumi Can't Look bubble, and we've also got that J-Cup Mighty Quake avatar icon, which is animated. It's very shiny, it's very flashy, and it's absolutely bragging rights when you go into your lobbies and manage to pull off some of those eliminations.
Absolutely. And speaking of going into the lobbies and pulling off some eliminations, we're nearing ever closer to the start of our first game. But here we are, taking a quick look at the group's overview if you didn't catch it beforehand, these are our solo player groups, groups A, B, and C, and they're all pretty stacked, I would say. They're all pretty ugly, and it's also nice to be able to see everybody's face. If you didn't see what they all looked like before, you do now. Looking at you, Mr. Gene, down there.
I mean, Group 8, Mike and Verse in the same group. That's gonna, and I'm gonna borrow here from the Dunkin' Donuts and Raven PLZ lingo, that's gonna get oogly real quickly, because as we were talking about, right, there's always been this sort of tug of war, so as to speak, between Mike and Spider, and then Verse just inserted himself in the conversation at the beginning when he was able to take the spring MVPL finals, and then he came back for the fall split and was able to do it all over again. So he's very much that up-and-coming presence at the very height of the NARAKA esports team, but that's not to say that Spider and Mike, you know, are done. Spider was able to walk away with the EWC title, and also when we had the Chinese mainland qualifiers, Spider was top dog, came in with first place position, moving on through from those matches.
Oh, absolutely. But here we are with the one bands, the matchups for the day. Ooh. I'm so excited. We're kicking it off with Verse up against Mines. Then Group 2, it's going left to right. Frostivus versus Zelding. Then Cloud versus Zhuanyuan. T225 versus Lexan. Arano versus Mike. Then Miss You versus Wu Fong. And here we have today's schedule. And we're going to be kicking it off with Perdoria Midnight. And this is our, you know, hasn't switched it up for, this is the map rotation we've had for a little while. And I think that's definitely nice to have, especially for the players. You know, they don't
Starting on Fireflies,
change things around.
Starting on Fireflies, you immediately have to go in and start getting as many points as you possibly can. And you want to pick up as many points as you possibly can for a whole separate reason this time around, because the rules have changed coming into the 2025 J-Cup. You might be used to a pre-finals day where we would have our finalists go in, play 6 games, and then a set amount of percentage of the total points that they picked up within that one day would be carried over into the grand finals and leave them one step closer to that match point threshold. 2025 pre-finals, they're gone. You know what's going to be taking their place instead, Dunk? 20% of points picked up for the entirety of the group stage performance for each of these players are going to be the amount of points that they're able to walk forward through into those grand finals with, for a match point threshold that we don't yet know. No. It's a surprise.
It's not been revealed just yet, but we're not there just yet. It's gonna be an exciting one. But here we are, just you know, quick reminder for us for our little competition between us. Yes, BBE Frostivus, I will say, is probably going to be.
We're both in agreement
I think we're
on
both,
that one.
Yeah.
BBE's Frostivus. I mean, he's, like you said, had so much more experience. He's moved over to the MBPL after his insane performances at the J-Cups before he's earned the respect of the CN players. And he always has a really good read on the meta too. Like 2025 J-Cup is very similar to the Hadi meta J-Cup, where a lot of people were really trying to come to grips quite quickly with the latest hero, and we'll be talking about Shen Huan in a little bit, because oh boy has he rocketed immediately to the top of meta picks.
He certainly has. He is rather good. He's definitely, you know, made a bit of a splash. He has been nerfed a little bit.
Yes.
You know, he's received some nerfs. And hey, I said it. I called it, ladies and gentlemen, F1. The sort of the Sky Run F ability is the seemingly more popular choice, especially after the nerfs to the other one, having its duration of its effect, of its passive effect, reduced from 8 to 7 seconds, I believe, and then its cooldown increased. And F1 providing you with a very solid mobility tool, you know, combo starting potential, a soft combo breaking potential, so much. It's so good. It's so good.
He's so good. I mean, duration ultimates as well. And then when you're a professional player, anything that's tied to perfect timing something, whether it's an attack, whether it's a dodge, which is the case for Xuan Huan, it's going to be incredibly strong in the hands of a professional player because they have those timings already.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, I'm interested to see if there's
something we haven't seen with him yet. Because, you know, it's also reasonably it's a possibility we may see V2, you know, the ultimate where he reactivates his ult and then he's able to sort of charge up a sword throwing move. It's not seen in solos, or at least I haven't. V1's definitely the better choice seemingly, but only time will tell. We will see if anybody's looking to rock the boat today, and I'm very excited.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really got to see all that much of him because the only times that we've got to see him in play has actually been when players have been scrimming, and obviously you're not going to want to reveal everything in a scrim, especially when it's a new hero, because everyone is going to be trying very quickly to adapt into how to play him, and as we talked about, he's going to be very impactful. He's got a lot of mobility. You can use the F1, like you said, to either go into a combo starter for that uppercut connection, or you can use it as a disengagement option. And you know, that's going to be something that's taking into account a lot too, positioning, spacing in each of these fights to make sure that you're as safe as possible and not getting punished, especially if it is in a multi-way situation over something like a Spirit Well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Multi-way is one of the most important things to master in this environment, on this prestigious stage, the top of the mountain. Or, you know, I have to say, Mike, that line that he said during that opening video, actually so... he's the GOAT for a reason, ladies and gentlemen. I can't wait to just get in there and see what all of these players have been working on. You know, I've had a chat with all the international players, obviously. I can't have a chat with all the Chinese players, unfortunately, since I don't speak any Chinese. And but only time will tell. Who do you have any predictions for the moment? Do you think Xinhuan's going to be the first pick for the day?
Yeah, I would assume that Xinhuan would be the first pick. That or Syra, I think. And Syra's had an interesting position in the NARAKA esports scene. She's been nerfed a whole lot, both in solos and trios, but she's still an absolute monster. I think the biggest impact was the lockout on the light orb. When she's casting her ultimate, now you only get a maximum of 3 of them, as opposed to spamming and forcing the person that you're up against inside a realm of Yang to just burn their entire stamina bar and have to frame perfect wave roll almost every single one of them. Because if you messed up and got hit by one stun dazzle, you were just cooked immediately. But now that she can only throw out 3 and there's a 2-second lockout as well, so she can't spam them back to back to back, it's a little bit easier for players to be able to counter into her, but she's still an absolute monster, especially in multi-way fights, where if you're trying to control something like Spirit Well, the prospect of a Syra getting 2 casts of a V1, which still in solos goes for 17 seconds duration, is just not something that a lot of these players want to risk, especially with the stuns that are associated with the Syra ultimate, where if you try and pressure her and force her to pop that ultimate defensively, she's going to be taking you down with her.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right about that. The Spirit Well as well. Do you remember originally how we heard that she was going to receive this nerf to have those, to make it so that she only had those 3 orb charges, and we thought, Syra, bye-bye. But no, she stuck around, and I think it was largely due to the simultaneous changes made to the rule system for character picks and such, and also the introduction of the later game Spirit Wells, the Spirit line, the Yang Spirit Well, being so impactful. It just, Syra is very good at Spirit Well.
Yeah.
Very, very good indeed. And that's also one of the reasons why we've seen Lani fade out of the meta to some extent. Liam as well, not having multiple Liams, multiple Lanis. It's very hard for them to achieve the same results that they once could. But
yeah, I mean, to the point that we even actually saw some players in MBPL fall actually go back to a V1 Liam.
Yeah.
Can you believe it? We actually got to see it. It was on Holoroth, and I believe it was Verse, actually, who was experimenting to see whether or not the V1 on the Liam would find more impact than the V2, which was popularized by Arana all the way back in, my goodness, it would have been about 1.5 years ago now. Yeah. How time flies. The NARAKA esports meta just continues moving along. Sometimes we see the same thing from previous metas pop back up, but a lot of the time that's because of the situation that you're forced into, right? As you talked about when it comes to those hero point situations. And Mike, it seems, has found a new meta. We've moved away from the heat pads because it's pretty warm here today in Shanghai at the studio, and it looks like we're going for a new hairstyle instead.
Yes, we're going for those rather pink hair clips. Very fashionable, Mike. I'm loving it. He is the mountain to climb, and he's showing that confidence with that fashion choice. Respect. But if any of you were paying attention as well, as we panned over to the stage, we got to take a glimpse at a very dapper-looking Zay on the right-hand side of the stage, standing behind Lexan there, and I'm assuming we'll get to take a look at their POV in a moment. We're doing the rounds. Wufong, one of the GOATs, one of the OGs at this point. You know, he was a newcomer a while ago, but he's cemented his presence. He came in, dueling background, happy to take those fights against the big dogs. And speaking of big dogs, Verse, he's grown up, hasn't he?
Oh yeah, Verse able to walk away with the back-to-back win in our spring split and our fall split. And I think a huge part of it was helped by the fact that he plays these out of pocket, out of full like immediate meta picks when it comes to going a little bit further down the phasing, because obviously the better you do on a grand finals day, the later your hero selection is going to be able to come on through. So being able to consistently keep up those high points, even when you're having to run things like the Volda or the Wu Chen, can really give you a huge boon, because we see a lot of the time Verse is able to hit that match point threshold very, very quickly, sometimes even on game 3, but goes all the way to game number 8. In fact, you were the one who were actually casting the full grand final split with those 8 games where Verse got knocked out. He wasn't even part of the 2 final players. It was just that he had so many points picked up throughout the day that he was still able to hold on to that first place position and walk away with the trophy left.
Yeah, he did indeed, and I wouldn't be surprised if he gave T225 a massive hug after that game at the very end. I remember it. Thank you, bro. Thank you. After we got to see, you know, as he walked on stage, then he gave a little shout out to T225, who was still sat in his chair, who seemed very happy. You know, he was all smiles, and I know he got the MVP in the end. He's definitely, I think his mentality has shifted. I think that's one big thing that has helped him as time has gone on. T225 before, you could see he cares so much.
Yeah.
He's been very emotional publicly before. No shame in it at all. It just shows you care. If you don't care enough to feel those feelings, you know, why are you here?
I mean, it even showed in the VT, right? He addressed it, the 225 curse. If you're wondering, if you're new to the NARAKA esports scene, what exactly he was referring to, it's that T225 has always come second. In every single tournament, there have been 2 J-Cups where he's been heartbreakingly close to being able to walk away with it, but his game tag is actually his birthday date, so he can't change it, unfortunately. So he has accepted it, and he does seem to be in a better place to be able to keep on going, because, I mean, those kinds of losses where you come so close but don't manage to go all the way, they can really take it out of you a lot more than if you place last sometimes, as we're going to be getting ready to head into our martial artist solo 1v1 duels. F abilities are going to be allowed, ultimates however not. Both of these players going to be starting out with the Liam mirror, and it's the full mirror, Fistblade versus Fistblade.
It is indeed. There we see Verse kicking off and creating that advantage for himself at the very beginning. Oh, there we go. Got that combo started. Crouch LMD, very nice. Oh, Mines just getting cooked on the reads. A little bit of the nerves showing, perhaps. It's, you know, the pressure from that focus attack from Fistblades. It does a lot of damage. He goes for the jump parry a few too many times there.
Flying knives now versus nunchucks coming on through from those Sirens, already being able to come on through looking for those nunchucks. Does not have enough bar bolts up to be able to hit into the horizontal block just yet, but can keep up the pressure, getting to play into the pocket. Syra combo breaker going to already be invested. First coming on through, just facing out. However, the RMV coming on through from from those fly knives, keeping up the pressure and chipping first when he's a little bit too far away for the nunchucks to be able to find the hit. So we get a risky connection of the charge to LMB from the nunchucks to start evening up some of the damage dealt, so that Verse can keep himself in the game. He's got enough fighting fury stacks to look for a block that gets full parried out, and now gets to be able to come on through with his own counter into that full one hit of damage from the follow through. But the flying knives, the chip, and the range that is afforded are just able to overtake the nunchucks damage.
Big from Mines. He was a bit nervous in the first one, but pulls it back in the second. And now we have the ACOS versus Valda. Mines now going for those nunchucks, and Valda Verse going for the stuff. Oh, wait a minute. We could have kept that one going. The pre-input, the input buffer on that grapple cancel sends one fully unleashed. Wait a second. Verse is going for a ride, the 2-on-1. The S-dodge 2-on-1. He has F as well. This is over.
Yeah, it's over. Oh my goodness. That was like that one fight that Mines was able to take, and then immediately just those nunchucks coming on through the ACOS F2 as well, with the raw connection, able to force out that stagger, and then putting the pressure on the Valda, as now we get to move into Zelding coming on now up against Frostivus. Liam versus ACOS, Knives versus Fistblades, manages to dodge out the spacing of that ACOS F2, goes for the side dodge, will be able to avoid that stagger, but now does not have his combo breaker available to get out of the grapple extension into jump LMB connection chase down, coming on through from those Fistblades, and still doesn't have the combo breaker to be able to escape the 1-2-3 that Frostivus just full sends.
That was very tasty. That combo, I've never seen that Fistblade combo. Frostivus, I like it. I like what I'm seeing. And now, into the second round, Frostivus with that 1-0 lead is going to be pulling out Li Junhuan. Junhuan, the new character, with that F1.
F1, yeah.
Zelding on the ACOS with the nunchucks as well.
Keeping up the pressure. We get a little bit of pillar play. The first time that we're properly getting to see it come into this spacing coming on through from those 1v1s. Frostivus does have the F1, but it's not a full combo breaker, so he does have to be careful about when he invests it. Now he gets to come on through, putting up that pressure, looking for the wind step into the uppercut combo extension. We get the ACOS F2. Frostivus has no way of dodging out of the follow-up RMB connection coming on through from this nunchucks. Goes down to half HP and could potentially go down and hit the uppercut extension into the grapple kick coming on through. Invests the F1, looking for the turnaround. Has to put this absolutely perfectly. Can't afford to even take one chip of light stagger coming on through, but the ACOS F2 is the nail in the coffin. It came close. It was probably a little bit hairier than Zelding was expecting, but he's able to come out ahead at the end.
He is indeed. Frost with the miss input, unfortunately not able to get the combo, take advantage of the opportunity he created. And now, straight off the bat, the first read, Zelding is able to find the parry, forcing out the combo breaker from Frostivus on that Tumult. Both of these players staffed. Zelding did actually have that fan equip, but stole the staff from Frostivus. Frost has not thrown out that Sand Wisp just yet, trying to find the opening with that Wisp perhaps. Gonna try and combo it with the staff. Zelding in advantage.
He's got the F2 rather than the F1. We got to see it there, so he does have those windows when he activates it to commit to the follow-up. But Frostivus lets the LMB from the fan through, crouches under it to be able to catch the parry coming on around as it sweeps on back. Zell's able to find a parry of his own, though, leading up into the RMB follow-through. However, Frostivus does manage to dodge half of that damage coming on through with the combo breaker coming out from the Temi into the re-wisp on the stand to be able to catch the RMB, gets the uppercut extension into another full send of the charged RMB, and Frostivus, he might just be looking to time this out now, using those pillars, keeping his distance so that he has the better damage and is able to win it out.
That was close. Also, I wanted to note, I'm sure all of you at home have noticed, we've got some heart rate monitors on the cameras, on the POVs right there, and oh my goodness, Zelding 150 I think he was on. But now, going into this third phase, what new one with the double parries back to back. Cloud
This is so risky though, because Shenyuan's on Temi, which means if he goes for his combo breaker startup, he could get punished by the tracking coming on through from those knives, but he's just been able to keep Clyde constantly on the ropes right now. Comes on through with the charged RMB from that staff, comes out with the pitter-patter of the charged LMB connection. It's just full sending these at the moment. We get the crouch horizontal coming on through from those flying knives. The combo break is going to be infested as well from that Liam to try and keep up this pressure because he's so incredibly low. The overhold, the slap attempt, the clank coming out of the light, and that is Shenyuan able to walk out with the win.
That was very nicely done by Zhuan Yuan. Now going into that second round. Cloud on the tumult with the stun. Zhuan Yuan with the flying knives on the Liam. Goes for the cross parry, doesn't find it. Gets redirected. Cloud threatening with the horizontal. Catches the jump with the RMB into the LMB. Focus release does connect. Oh! Getting clipped by the end frame, by that star, but AI, he's had enough. Get out of here, stop it, stop it.
He was looking for those parries. He was looking to perfectly space and then potentially look for a parry, just trying to read whether or not the commitment would come on through from his opponent before he managed to find the connection of that jump parry. And on the Liam, you can kind of risk it, right? Because you've got the combo breaker. If you do full send your focus attacks, you're not going to lose your weapon. You're also not going to take some of that damage, and you can just continue applying that pressure.
Very nicely done by Zhuan Yuan, one of the Ooglers. And now we've got T225 up against Lexan. Lexan opening up with that focus release, finds the F2. Very nice. T225 going to respond with his own flying knives versus fist blades. Dodging out, gets the clank. T225. The tab dodge back, safe. Lexan going to find the way in. Nice little overhold. Punishing T225, looking to try and space out a little bit. Oh my goodness.
The Echoes F2s and then the parry. T225 dodging the slap as well on the wake up, goes for the grapple kick into the full fry. Doesn't manage to find that last hit though. It's just looking to keep up the damage coming on through with the range afforded to those flying knives, as we can see Lexan just trying to have to hide around those pillars to be able to dodge it. Out comes the Echoes F2, looking for that last hit of damage needed to be able to confirm this elimination, but both miss. And it is just going to be a scale rush connection coming on through from T225 to be able to clean up that kill. And we go into the next matchup as we get the Liam versus Temi. Liam though with those flying knives, which does mean that the Temi has to be very careful about how he commits his F ability. As T225 finds the parry, out comes the Liam combo breaker to be able to dodge it. Now comes on through with those flying knives, just looking for the full damage. T225 continuing to apply the pressure with the jump parries, just holding his position right on top of the Liam. Knows that the combo breaker isn't there, finds the uppercut extension into the charged RMB and looks to catch the wake up, as we get to see now T225 utilizing his combo breaker, doesn't get fried by the vertical tracking of those knives, but does get hit by the parry and doesn't have the combo breaker to avoid it.
Oh my goodness, it's so unbelievably close. He catches him with the jump LMB right there at the final moment. And we go to round 3, ladies and gentlemen. The heart rate from T225 skyrocketed towards the end there.
Syra versus Liam. On already, the Syra's been forced into utilizing that combo breaker. Even if Lexan's able to find the heal, the damage is still going to be tracked for the overall amount done in the 1 versus 1, and now he doesn't have it to be able to dodge out of all of this pressure. Has to just full burn the stamina bar, trying to kite over to one of those pillars, looking for an option selection with that scale rush potential. Out comes the Liam combo breaker. Lexan has been able to kite long enough for his own combo breaker to cycle back through, but he just took so much damage trying to disengage into the continuous pressure, checking the distance with those fist blades.
That was PTSD for Lexan right there. Bajine's done that to all of us. But anyway, moving on now into Mike versus Arano. And Mike, the first Yoto we've seen so far today in these 1-bans. Mike, opening up, does have an advantage right here. Going to be cancelling that purple focus at the end of the double charge horizontal. Catching it again, Arano. Fighting back, showing some signs of life right here.
Oh, the overhaul comes on through, commits the RMB. does have the F2 back for Mike, so he does manage to come on through, looks at the jump. LMB now utilizes that F2, blocking out his opponent, being able to kite over to that pillar, also get one of those Qs on. Now we get to see the LMB attempt coming on through from Arano, as Mike keeps applying those pressures, perfectly spacing the dodges to be able to avoid some of those damages, but we get to see the LMB into crouch LMB follow-up, just keeping up the pressure on Mike. He doesn't have his F2! Oh my goodness! The chase of the RMB from Arano to catch Mike, who was looking to just hold the spacing with the focus to be able to circle back into another cast of the F2. What a read!
That was very nicely done right there, but now into our second round. Arano, Mike, both on Liam as well, and both on Flying Knights. We have the full mirror coming through. Mike has lost a bit of that armor. Oh, and a little bit more. Oh, he's lost almost all of it.
Oh, okay, my goodness. How many LMVs are we going to commit? Arano, the uppercut into the RMV. Okay, and then, yeah, that's just... The B-boy styling on top was unnecessary, but I mean, it's style points, no?
That was clean. Mike did not expect that one. Not many would. And is that... Miss you, you oogler! Oh, he catches. Wait a second. He's channeling Berserk right now. Miss you. He's got the F2 as well. No combo breaker.
Oh no. Yeah, no combo breaker. That's unfortunate. Already the full combo extension coming on out. Looks for the setup with his F. Doesn't manage to find the extension though with the combo breaker coming on through from the Liams. And Mitsu's actually the first player to use the whip sword here too. Keeps up the pressure with the charged R&B coming on out. We get the slap offs from both of these players. Mitsu tries to kite behind the pillar. Will be able to find a heal. Goes for the charged R&B as well to keep putting the pressure on his opponent. Manages to get his F cycling back again, but so too does Liam have his own, and his is a combo breaker, which means that he can now look for the uppercut full extension into the Flying Knight combo wheel, and there's nothing that Missy can do to avoid it. Oh, the jump R&B as well to catch the wake up. Missy gets the toothpick into the uppercut, into the grapple kick, and it's against the invisible wall, which means that he can go for the full carousel and gets the 1, 2, 3 full send, and Miss You, probably with the highest heart rate per moment we've seen of the day, is able to find the turnaround win with the UA10.
Absolutely massive coming out from Miss You. And now we've got the Tumult Mirror, but we've got Longsword. Oh no, not Longsword, sorry. Chainsword, Whip Sword versus Spear, interestingly, coming out from Miss You. Catches that LMB. Only one connects if they are above you, though, unfortunately. Gets caught on the cross. Miss You. Gonna eat that jump LMB damage. Wake up slap. Ooh. On the turn. On the turn away hold dodges. Insanity. Beautiful. What is his sense?
Oh, he got the Dragon Slayers! He forces out the combo breaker from the Temi, tries to find a catch with a Wisp of his own. Both of them going for the full Wisp throw so they can get that combo breaker back. Misty sends out the LMB, finds the 2 hits this time now, but doesn't have his combo breaker to escape out of the grapple kick, and you can see that we're getting an attempt coming on through from Wufong, trying to kite Misty closer to the invisible wall so he can do exactly what Misty did against him in that previous fight.
Oh, that was cheeky coming out from Miss You. He tries to fake that Dragon Slayer release into the grapple cancel, but doesn't manage to get any reaction. Unfortunately, now Wufong, wait a second. The jump LB. Oh, and he's cooked him. Miss You with the Yushan into the Tumult Spear.
Yeah.
Miss You, you're a Chad.
Oh, he's smiling. He's happy. Oh my goodness, what health was he when he won that UA fight? I don't think I've ever seen a health bar in a martial arts solo 1v1 so low when he was able to pull out that win.
That was majestic. Beautiful gameplay all around, across the board. We saw some very, very nice dueling, a precursor to what we're going to be witnessing later today as we go into our first solo game of the day, ladies and gentlemen, groups A and B.
Oh, and the reason why you wanted to do well as well in those 1v1s is because it influences the phase order, right? So if you do well in your duel, you're going to be able to pick a better hero sooner. And that means that you're going to be able to start off a game on Fireflies, which means that you're going to be getting more ult cycles in a better position. Especially when we see so many sought-after heroes, right? We've got our latest hero, we've got Syra, we've still got Liam, but we also have a lot of the heroes who were sort of the personality picks starting to creep their way slowly up and walk away with more and more MVPs. And as we get to see more heroes released that are stronger into the solos meta, or we get old heroes who'd fallen a little bit out of favor, Yodo, get their reworks, they get to come back into the meta, and it means that for the first time, really, we see so much flexibility and versatility. It's not an immediate death sentence. If you're lost in the phase selection, you're still going to be able to potentially walk away with an MVP, because all of the solo hero characters at the moment are so incredibly strong.
That is very true. I will say, it's not a death sentence, you're absolutely right, but it is still pretty... It's a little sussy. It's a little bit sussy. It's a struggle, you know. You're left with certain characters that you just don't really, you know, you can play them, but you don't really want to, you know, sometimes. But you're absolutely right. The amount of variety that we now have within the meta, due to the rule changes, largely, I would say, because of a lot of changes that have been made to characters, as you mentioned as well, Yoto. She's become much more prevalent, much more playable, especially compared to how she was before. You know, she didn't really exist before. But yeah, I want to see what those 12 phase picks are going to be. I've heard a little bit. You know, I've asked around. I've asked, I think it was Tryhard and Frost. I said, what's the percentage chance you're going to play Taka in solos? They said, without a hesitation, 0% instantaneously.
I mean, Shenyuan might have your back there. He's been playing a little bit of Taka. He even MVP'd one.
Yeah, Xuanyuan, I reckon, very likely to potentially pull it out. As well, Miss You, I think he mentioned to me, he might play Taka. We'll see. I'm so excited. We've got the highlights up on screen, ladies and gentlemen. If you only just got here of that one band of the martial arts, and Miss You.
The toothpick into uppercut, and then it's against the Invisible, which means that he gets the full combo off into the jump L and B, and it's just done. And now we get to see that 1v1 with the mind games coming on through from this phase. Temmie versus Temmie. Missy looking for the parry, clanks against the focus too, gets the stagger into the jump L and B catch, and it is going to be your results coming on through here. These are the players who are able to walk away with their wins, and now they get the pick, right? They get to see which hero they want to take first, which means that I'm sure we're going to be seeing Syra getting locked out very, very quickly. I'm sure we're getting our latest hero getting locked out very, very quickly. What I wanted to ask you, Dunk, was where do you think Wu Chen is going to fall? Because Wu Chen, he's had trades off, right? His medium blades in his ultimate blade storm, they don't stagger now. In fact, they've been shrunk. They're now going to be smaller blades. But the trade-off comes, he's got 3 combo breakers now.
True. Wu Chen is a lot better than he was before. You know, we've seen him creep back in somewhat, but now with the changes, he's definitely very solid. I don't reckon. I mean, it's hard to say because there's the amount of time that they've had to really practice it. You know, we have seen Wu Chen get picked up by quite a few players in the past as that last resort pick.
Yeah, it was Wu Chen of Feria was like the constant battle to see who you would go for last, because both of them are really good or decent, but in very particular scenarios, right? Feria is much stronger for the end game because she can hop into her mech and she can cannon blast people out of the zone entirely. Wu Chen, however, if she's in those end game zones, she's going to get targeted by everyone because they understand this, right? They don't want to have her go all the way through into those end zone collapses. Wu Chen, however, gets disengagement mobility with the teleport swap if you go for the F2, and also has really good pressure with the ultimate, where he's able to just go for those blade storms and put the pressure on a player if he's able to land it as well. The stagger that you get bounced in between, and as we said, that's taken out of the game now. There is counterplay. It's not just a hands off of the keyboard while you wait for the V2 to run its course. but he's still stronger in the 1v1 fighting.
Yeah, so it's yes and no. They did rework it a little bit so that it's not as obnoxious, but now with that, you know, the transformed F ability during the ultimate, if you hit one of those blades, it is true into an ult activation, meaning that they are going to get hit by that if you hit the blade. So it's definitely a lot better. I reckon we'll probably, well actually no, we will certainly see him today.
Yes.
The question is, at what point? Yeah.
What is it going to be? Because I mean, it used to be at the beginning of the full split, Liam. It was like Lanny was the first lock, and then Liam would be the second, and then Liam started struggling, and Lonnie started struggling, and we saw them go from first and second phase selection every single game to sometimes making it all the way down to fifth pick coming on through, because players, they said it themselves in so many interviews, it was just the multi-wave fighting. Like Liam, even with the V2, like what's he going to do if you're having to contest multiple players for control of something like a spirit line? He just has to pick one target and try and make that one specific target count. You're not worried about a Liam getting 2 cycles off an ultimate. You're going to be able to contest him on those really important late game parts of the map where positioning is so key, and having those buffs as well to be able to avoid getting the Yang depletion, which forces you to aggressively have to take fights.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why as well we saw the V1 Liam make an appearance, because it is just a little bit better in the multi-way situation. So, you know, testing it, see what was possible, whether or not you could get away with it. Not really, because it wasn't great to begin with. I mean, it was all right when there were 3 charges, but then as soon as they reverted it back down to 2, as it originally released with 2, then got buffed to 3, then nerfed to 2, it's just not enough. It's not enough. So we'll see. We'll see if Liam makes an appearance. He's definitely gone down, as you said. I reckon probably maybe middle of the pack. It's also going to be a little bit more of a personality pick. It's funny to say that at this point with Liam's history and his prowess in the past. It's odd to say that he is one of those personality picks perhaps now. But there you had that phasing up on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to be jumping in to that ban pick phasing very, very soon. And I am not sure. Syra or Li Shunhuan? First pick.
I think Jihuan. I think you go for him, and then it is risky, right? Because letting first have Syra is risky, because that was one of his strategies. He would do well in the mirror match, and then he would pick Syra and be able to play it and just hit match point so incredibly quickly off of all of the eliminations that he was able to find on this hero. But no, mine's just going to snap up the Syra, and our latest hero is entirely absent from first and second phase. We get the Lani coming on through from first, meaning that Frostvus could go for Li Xuanwan if he decides to go for it. And indeed, there we go. Frostvus is going to be locking that one, meaning that we still have to see where Liam falls.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we see him get picked up by Zeldinct. It's possible. You know, Zeldinct has also been one to show off some personality picks in the past. I remember back in the day when he'd play Zai, when Zai was just not getting picked. Yeah. But it looks as though Liam's the one for him for this one. There you have it. First 4 picks.
Temi? Are we getting the Shen Yuan Temi?
Game 1?
No, Kylan coming on through for Zhan Yuan. So Cloud has options here. We've still got Temi, we've still got Yoto, we've still got the Wu Chan, although as we said, we're probably not going to be seeing him until a little bit later alongside something like the Farrier, where you're forced into having to take them. As now the rule for the solos is that if the hero is picked once, it's locked out for everybody else in the lobby, and Justina is going to be the hero that Cloud decides to opt for. What's Team 5's line of thinking here? Does he go the Yodo, or does he go for the Enor? Something that he was actually double picking all the way back in the full split. He was the first player as well to get to MVP, and ooh, okay, a little bit of a debate initially locked the Sheol before moving over to the ACOS, another one of our heroes who actually had his rework, now only having both the V1 and the V2.
Yeah, very, very solid character at the moment. ACOS, very good indeed. And we were talking, you mentioned Eno being T225's, you know, one of his favorite picks leading up to Jacob. And Lexon is going to be pulling out instead on that 8th pick in the phasing. Now moving over to 9th and 10th, we have Arano and Mike. Arano to pick first. What has he decided upon? We have Feria, we have Wuchen, we have Yoto, Sheol, and it looks like
Temmie.
Yoto's going to be the one.
Surely Mike goes Temmie here.
Yeah.
Like, Temmie is better than the Volda in every situation. Oh! No. Oh, Sheol. I was about to say, I thought, no, we didn't have a Sheol because T25 changed it last minute. Very interesting that Sheol actually made it all the way down here, especially because pros really like picking her up very, very early on in the phasing, ever since we saw the change to her ultimate, where you now get to bank the shield throw. You don't have to part with it immediately after getting staggered, which just made it so much easier for these players to be able to perfectly space and anticipate the dodge. And now we get to see Misyu getting his hands on the Temmie instead, which means that Wufeng here is probably going to go Volda, or, and this could be a very good insight into the strength of a Wu Chen, if he decides to go for the Wu Chen over the Volda.
Yeah, it definitely could get picked up here, but no. Valda is going to be locked in, ladies and gentlemen. So there you have it, Moxie. Wu Chen didn't get picked at all in game number 1. I mean, it's possible that we want to save him. You know, we want to save him for a daytime map, or perhaps we just don't really like playing him on Perdoria. It's all, yeah, it's very possible. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Zhuan Yuan taking a quick nap, quick power nap, charging up, getting ready to go into the first game of the day. Or perhaps it's just, you know, I'm just relaxed. It's just another day in the office. You know, I'm just, okay, it's time to clock in. Let me sit up a little bit. Nope, I'm gonna take a sip real quick.
We'll be able to see when we go into game and we have his player count, the heart rate count.
True.
Whether or not it's just him being in that Zen state. Because, I mean, for these players, you have to start and you have to start quickly and you have to do well. Like, hot drop fights on Firefly maps are cutthroat. Especially on Perdoria, because Perdoria, so much changes based on how you fight around where you drop on the map, right? Like, you have to think about, do you want to go into Imperium and risk someone being able to get too many kills and summon the Extreme Longsword? Do you want to go to Arcadia and have to fight it out for control of those Thunder Coins to be able to get your hands on Volpine Essence, which is a huge boon, right? The 1000 heal that you're able to pick up, as well as the damage reduction coming on through when it pops, being able to avoid a lethal hit and having it so early on before you even go into that first realm of Yang can be the difference maker between being able to walk away with those wins. As we can have a look and see what ability loadouts, is there anything a little bit interesting and different from the norm? Frostbus will be playing the F1 and the V2 version of the new hero, so we don't get the F2, especially like you said with that nerf coming on through. And other than that, I can't really see anything that we wouldn't, you know, normally see.
I think I spotted one thing. Misyu is running V1 to Mulk.
Oh!
Not the Rewisp.
Not Rewisp.
Interesting. I think we did start to see that, you know, make its presence known in trios leading up to J-Cup, as the extra couple seconds were just that valuable, seemingly, and also the fact that Viper and Syra V2 were so prevalent, meaning that with Tumulk's F being able to iframe it, you don't want to be put in a situation where you've accidentally given yourself Sand Wisps and you can't use your combo breaker. So,
yeah.
But here in solos, V1 has not been picked.
No, I mean, it's always been the V2 where you look for the TODs with the Rewisp, especially in Realm of Gang, where you use it to just cut off so much of the space and like cut directly through a pillar as well, so they can't even try and use a pillar to be able to scale rush out or try and get a heal off with the spacing that it creates. And then you look for the Rewisp, you've got the chip game coming on through with the ranged. It's always been incredibly strong. I mean, Shen Yuan, the strongest Temmie in the league, he always runs V2. I really cannot remember the last time that we got to see the V1.
No, I don't think I actually don't think it's ever been picked in solos. I actually don't think it's ever been picked.
Maybe that's the thing though, maybe it's the surprise factor. Like MissU did well in the 1v1s with the surprise factor of running things that you wouldn't normally see in a 1v1, catching these players off guard. And speaking about catching, we've already got an Akos F2 forcing out the Kylan's combo breaker as well, as both of these players are going to be investing those cooldowns and losing the great armor that they now spawn with. So no eliminations, and it is going to be both these players backing on off and just going to loot through some of the resources, as well as buy the time for those combo breakers to come back up before they go for that 1v1 rematch. So we can have a look and see Wufong, who's already been able to get his hands on a purple staff and get a significant lead in terms of the damage potential against Zelding. Balder F2 going to be invested so that he manages to dodge out of the uppercut extension coming on through from that Hongsword LMB. And that purple staff just doing so much damage early on means that Wufong's able to find the elimination and start getting some of those points.
First Blood as well. One of the changes, one of the differences between Immortal War and normal Herald's Trial is that First Blood, or kills in general, give you more money, give you money on its own, but also First Blood gives you that little bit extra, and then it looks as though our Second Blood and Third Blood are also taking place in the kill feed. Mike taking down SCG Cloud, and then T225 taking down Zhuan Yuan with that Akos F. And now heading over, we've got the Verse, Mines, and Wufong perspective right here. Mines seems as though he's getting focused, having lost his armor, the optimal target, and not having the resources to really heal up, kite away. He's now being forced to use that ultimate. Has used a couple of those orbs, has used all of them, and now coming out of the ultimate, he's going to be able to get out scot-free for some reason.
I mean, it looked like he was actually able to get the stun onto Verse, which meant that Wufong's attention was entirely turned against the other player, allowing Mike to just space on out and get a full kill. And Mines is indeed able to come on through with the elimination with how quickly those charged RMBs come through from those fist blades. Wufong even investing the Valda V2, looking for the spear connections to lock this player up, knew that he didn't have his ultimate, and just burns the V2 entirely for the cost of nothing.
That was sussy, Moxie. That was rather sus G. The target selection into losing out on the kill. Not ideal, but now heading on over to Frostivus up against Mike. Mike getting cooked on the cross right there. Follow-up from the Knife King, self-proclaimed. Both ultimates are out. He does get the juggle, but the terrain is going to prevent the follow-up for Frostivus. Unfortunately, Mike does find that white armor swap. He's going to be able to disengage, but the error, the misinput, not going to be able to take advantage of that opening, but he's going to be able to create another. Clank comes through, now equalizing that effective health. Mike and Frostivus going to take a moment, take a breather, heal for a moment. The Frostivus has advanced heal, is going to be taking away. Potentially is going to be the difference maker. Mike goes for that combo. The terrain is going to scuff it up, though.
He went for the weapon swap too. He got the uppercut into the pole sword, follow on through. Oh! Went for the sword up, looking to land the RMB, but Frostivus is able to come through the elimination. Now has to win the third party fight though, as we get Mine showing up, but Frostivus was able to pick up the soul and could have come through with the ultimate. Doesn't manage to get the opportunity to use it, and Mine is able to shark out the elimination against Frostivus and keep a hold as well of the Syra V1, which is absolutely huge. If another player rolls up onto that crime scene, as we can see Arano looking to keep the pressure, comes on through with that Yodo ultimate, looking to try and come through with the Demon Blade connections before Clyde can fully disengage into an armor swap. Out comes that Justina F2, however the maximum duration has been nerfed by half a second, which means that Clyde is just not able to pull off the full reset that he was looking for, and Zell is able to take him out. Arano putting the pressure onto Zell, potentially forcing him onto stepping on one of those trap clips too, which could be that last little bit of damage needed to take one of these players down, as we get a third party coming on out. Arano actually casting, is that F1 Yodo?
It is, Moxie.
But it worked. It kind of worked out for him, where he was able to teleport out as a disengagement tool. He is still too low HP to be able to get a full reset. But oh my goodness, Yoda without a combo break? That's wild.
That is, I mean, it technically does have a combo break, but it's only on its follow-up, so you can't press it and then use it as like
it's
raw
soft
combo break. No, but if you're being staggered at the time, and if you've already thrown out the blade, if you're under stagger, you can press it as a combo breaker, and it does a short range thing. But then the initial activation is in the combo breaker, which makes it sussy. It's interesting. I have heard, though, that there is a goated Yoto player in CN in Immortal War who just destroys everyone with F1. Whoa. But speaking of destruction, Xuan Yuan getting cooked by T225. Ladies and gentlemen, taking him down. And that's 3 players fully eliminated from the lobby in game number 1 for our J-Cup Solos group stage, ladies and gentlemen.
Spear parry is so punishing with the Dragon Slayers into Nez's follow-up, and if you don't have Combo Breaker, there's nothing you can really do about it, as we get Mike going for the hold to be able to not get hit by that last Valda Spear coming out from the V2. Does get hit by one of those bubbles, has the Combo Breaker, has to invest it, Scale Rushes away. Just goes up, hits that bell, wants to have more information of whether or not there's a player around, given the fact that both of these players invested their ultimate, needed to know if there was going to be a third-party opportunity before looking for the reset, get some of the heal off of the armor powder on that blue armor. There's a lot of those shreds that have also been picked clean, which means not a whole lot of chance for an armor reset, something that Mike is known for. He will only take fights in places that he knows he can kite to pick up those fast resets off of the resources on the ground, as we get Mishu investing that Temi V1, but as we said, it's not that full infinite re-wisp, which means that he can't keep up the pressure on the player caught within.
Yeah, indeed, and now we do have Mike managing to make it over to that Realm of Yang entrance, securing the Yang pass, and making it in there, and the fight continues inside the Realm of Yang with Mike and Wufong going head-to-head once again. Unfortunately, Mike has no armor powders, so he's gonna have to make some good reads right off the rip if he hopes to come out on top here. He's not really gonna have any reset potential. Does get that thrusting attack right there with the staff, forcing out the combo breaker from Wufong. The Valda F is out, has his own, ready to go. Trying to create the space, trying to find an opening with that staff. Oh, there it is. Beautifully done.
Yeah, manages to read the skill rush for the gap closer, catches with the staff RMB. Wufong now uses his own combo breaker, still hasn't invested the Valda V2, now it comes on out. However, Mike has the lead in terms of those ultimates, gets to use it, dodges that first Valda Spear, 2 more to go. Get the jump parry attempt, but Mike doesn't play into it, does get hit by the Valda Spear this time around, but there's no follow-up damage. Instead, he's going to use it to find a little bit of health reset coming on out of that V2, so that when he comes back into this fight, he might be able to have a lead. 46 seconds, still no risk of timeout. But speaking about timeout, Mike's ultimate is about to be over with. Has the F1, has the combo breaker, looks for the jumps that he can start picking up the weapon as well. That was left on the ground, gets the parry, and swaps to the repeater crossbow to be able to catch him when he's stuck on the ground. Wow, what a play from Mike. I've never seen a player do that.
That's crazy. I think there was a little bit of they were both certainly heated by the end there, as I'm pretty sure they've been fighting for about 8 minutes or so. So anyone at home, you've had that. It's happened. You know, you've just been fighting for an eternity, and at the end you just hate the person with every fiber of your being. But moving on, you know, we're now in a situation with 9 players alive in total. Technically, we have 2 players in stall form now. One just resurrected themselves, and it looks as though Lexon was able to win his Realm of Yang. Verse is also a Realm of Yang victor alongside T225.
I mean, surely buff players don't fight each other, though. Oh, never mind! Mitchie and T25 both going to be having T25 come on through. It looks like he has a bounty on the head of Misyu at the moment. Once the elimination as well as the read of where this player is going to be. Has the full nunchuck bar as well, so he can be as aggressive as he wants to. Coming on out, looking for the jump parry. Comes on out now with the Akos new V1. One Tiger Pounce will be able to send Misyu as well off of that terrain fully into the zone damage. Stamina going to be sapped entirely by the Temmie's V1, utilizes Tiger Pounce, but still manages to get caught on that wind wall into the dagger. RMB drop down coming on through, and T25 now actually has to push Misyu back with the Akos F2 so he can create more distance between himself and his opponent to be able to start healing on through, even in the zone, because this early on, that corruption tick damage is going to be doing so little in comparison to what those Vitalia are going to be able to come on out with, as, well, not a little, but a lot of damage coming on through from Mines with the triple charge beam from that Cyrus guild for the purple rarity of the weapon, but now he doesn't have his ultimate, and this is a very risky position for Osiris to be in. 1 versus 2, both of those players know that the V1 is not going to be up, and they want the Syra out of the lobby so they don't have to worry about her when it comes to controlling the Spirit Well situation, and that's exactly what they're going to be able to bag. WBG first finds the elimination, and Mines is out of the lobby.
That was very unfortunate for Mines there. It looked as though he had lost the Realm of Yang. He did have Yang depletion, so he needed the Soul Blue. He was able to pick it up, but unfortunately get that multi-way happening, multiple people coming over and catching him where he didn't have that ultimate. It was rather cooked, to say the least. Both of these players fully committing their cooldown to try and secure it. Mike is in a bit of a... Ooh, okay, no, he's chilling. He's all right. He's happy. You know, he tried. He tried to get some value out of that buff, but unfortunately not all that much. But there you have it. He's going to be resurrecting elsewhere. However, on the offhand, Burst, 5 kills, looking good. No, Mines as well. You have to give him props. He did have 3 kills. He got 2 early, and then he got 1 off of Lexin there. Very, very solid play coming out from Mines.
Now we're going to have a look at a replay. This is Lexin. We know that he wins his Realm of Yang coming on through here up against Missy. Oh, and Graven. Oh boy! Okay, that explains the longsword over the whipsword and the jump parry as well into the jump LMVs into the follow-up F to catch the damage. Both the initial hit and the drop down manages to roll as well. The grapple bump extension attempt on the wake up into the full health reset off of the ultimate. And oh my goodness, Thunderlord Lexin able to walk away with the win and try and find this elimination now against T25.
The sound effects on this character are just so bassy. You know, you just hear extremely cool, extremely churred. But unfortunately, Lexin's ultimate has now expired. Oh, cheeky, threatening the horizontal hold there. Into the jump cancel for the engraving. Mike does get forced to use his combo breaker and is going to disengage. T25 may be able to pick up the chase if he catches sight of Lexin, but Lexin, no, he's going to be able to break away. Wait a second, armor swap. There we go, very nice indeed. Lexin, I'll take that, very nice.
Swaps over to the fist blades too, and then back into longsword. Oh, the pressure. Oh, we've got Flames Breath on the cannon. Oh no, any heal that he does, if he's affected by that fire tick, is going to be cut by 50% efficiency. Engraving comes on out. He's just being stuck potentially in a multi-way fight as well, coming on through. Having to use that longsword to try and climb over to those rocks to be able to scale rush out. But the stagger from Mike, the Flames Breath, the flying knives to finish, and T25 is able to walk away with the elimination. Lexin is sent out of the lobby, but in the meantime, those two players, they were looking at Lexin. No one else was looking at a Realm of Yang. We get Verse up against Arano, two of the biggest duelers in the MVPL scene going head-to-head.
Yeah, there we go, the Yoto F1. Oh! Beautiful catch right there onto Verse. Verse trying to fade it away, not able to do so. Force use combo breaker. And now Arano in advantage state. Nice little grapple cancel. Trading blows with the pistols. Arano going to be popping that ultimate very early, trying to keep that tempo going. Verse throwing out one of the balls. Going to be disengaging, teleporting over, does throw it out. catching Arano, doing a little bit of damage through the pillar. One of the very fun and interactive aspects of Yoto's new ultimate, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, the heal! Oh, Verse is able to dodge it. Verse is able to dodge that last hit. Comes on through with the meted up connection too. Remember, Arano doesn't have that combo breaker unless he used it in the window before, and he was able to break away from the meted up with the second stage activation. Oh.
Yoto Gaming, ladies and gentlemen.
Somewhere in the chat, Brandoro is popping off.
So is Dooney.
We've waited so long for Yoto F1. The one time that we would only get to see Yoto F1 being used was Trios, and it was JL. They had a strategy around Yoto F1. They were the only team that would use it. And Arano, do you know what? He's setting the meta. He set the meta with the Liam F2, or rather V2. Now do we get to see him set a meta with the Yoto F1, as we can have a look and see Frostabus, who didn't go into that realm of Yang, trying to hide on out so he doesn't get spotted by a player with a buff, or with Yang depletion, forced into taking an aggressive fight so they can look for that cleanse. The 1v1 comes on through, the charged R&B connects from that whip sword, but Verse invests the combo breaker to be able to dodge out of it and keep up the pressure before Frostabus can slip away, and even invest the Lonnie ultimate too, looking to try and cut off the disengagement, as we can see that Frostabus could actually just look to Scourge fully away with the pulse hold swap.
Oh my goodness, this is so sad for Frost. He has no ultimate. The pistol shots just chipping away at his health. He's... Oh, hide behind the rock! Rock, save me! Rock, no!
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Verse is able to come on through with the pistol elimination, and Frostabus is sent out. And just as we saw an MVPL dunk, I don't think we're going to see the zone fully closed. This lobby has been incredibly aggressive, and it's only going to get more aggressive when we see the Yang Alliance Spirit fight come on through.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right there. T225 and Arano scrapping it out right now. Neither, you know, we've got Arano with that buff, T225 without Yang depletion. He's vibing. Arano does have advantage, and he's trying to do something with that buff, get a little bit of value. But after chasing T225 up and down that cliffside, he decided, you know what? I'm not going to waste more time doing this. I'm going to do a little bit of shopping. He's got a bit of money in his wallet. Exactly. He's just, you know, you're right, T225. Yeah, I see you. It's okay. I'll get you later. I'll get you later. But let's take a look at the scoreboard, as Verse is currently king of the castle, top of the mountain with 6 eliminations. T225 on 4. Mines, unfortunately, having been eliminated, even though he had 3. Mike on 2, Arano on 2, Frostabus with 1 eliminated, Missy with 1, still alive. Wufong, Lex, and Zeldinct all with 1, and then Xuan Yuan and Cloud, unfortunately, with 0.
I mean, this is what Verse is known for, right? When he played in MVPL, he was able to very, very quickly pick up eliminations in the first and second game, so that he was able to hit those match point thresholds incredibly quickly, both on bi-weekly final days and also on the grand final days. So no surprise that he's currently leading the tally, as he's a player who heats up incredibly quickly, though does slow down a little bit when we head into the mid to late stages of the day, as we can have a look and see whether or not some of these players are going to want to take these fights, or if it's just going to be a matter of positioning. One of them does have a bounty currently on their head. Syra has been knocked out of the lobby as well. And that's another thing that all of these players are going to be looking for, right? They're going to want to know which heroes are left, to understand target priority focus when it comes to the multi-way. They know that the Syra's gone because they get to see it in the kill feed, but they don't know some of those other heroes that are going to be left in the lobby, because it's literally the first day of the competition. Potentially someone comes on through here with a hero pick that no one expects.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It could be, you know, just pick something very random early on. You know, if they got picked, you know, if they picked their character, you know, before or after, it's you can definitely throw a spanner into the works. You know, you can definitely mix things up and catch people off guard, like Miss You showcased quite effectively in that Marshall one.
That's cheeky, Verse. Arano is just trying to get some tuna off. Verse comes on for the Palm Lightning.
Rude. I was actually a bit curious as to why he picked up the white flying knives and then didn't drop them after having realized it's because he has palm lightning.
Yeah.
And nobody can tell unless they get hit by this.
What rarity the weapon actually is. So just having that Soul Jade in the back pocket, he's going to be able to sort of like puff himself up. It's a very defensive mechanism where when we do have the contest of those Yang lines coming on through, palm lightning a lot of the time is just enough pressure that these players take a very wide berth of the player in control of it because they just don't want the hassle of having to deal with it. As poor Mike, unfortunately, down all of his armor, having to invest the ultimate and just booking it out of there, skirting off of the cliff top. He is going to be given a disengagement window, given the fact that all of these players are going to be looking to control those positions so they can pick themselves up the buff and avoid getting hit by the Yang depletion. As we can see that Verus has been able to get his hands on one of them with the White Tiger's Prowess, as Arano was also able to come on through with that Yoto and the ultimate plus the F1, putting the pressure now onto the Temi because he knows that the ultimate was already invested, and Misyu has no way of punishing the over-aggression coming on through from these players.
Oh, Misyu, this is so sad for him. He's not able... Oh, wait a second. As I say it, a little bit of a grief coming out from Verse. Oh, pistol shot.
Oh, the armor swap! He gets the back-to-back parry?
No!
Oh, the flame breath. He was stuck in the animation follow-up from the parry.
It was already dead, unfortunately. As soon as he got that parry, his death was assured. Highly unfortunate. But there we go, another one that bites the dust, goes down. Mike at T225 still have Yang depletion. Mike does have his ultimate back online, is not able to get any resets off, unfortunately. Getting peppered down, the stagger comes through. He has he has two charges on the shield throw. Catches one, confirmation onto Verse, but the...
Oh, the flames grab.
My god.
Oh, the cannon pressure. Oh, the knives in the back. Oh, Arano gets the eliminations. I mean, that's just the spot coming on through from Arano, but the Moonbane! Arano sends out the F1, needs to have that combo breaker opportunity available to him. Now doesn't have the F. Does manage to come on through though with the armor swap off of the ground from the buff picked up before, and still has this ultimate going as well to keep up the pressure, trying to force some of these players, these two remaining players that he's up against, into having to kite into Moonbane to be able to disengage that Yodo. Out comes the last hit of the Demon Blade, and Arano isn't able to find the connection, but he's still in a much better position because he's on the outside fully of this fight. The Akos F2 finds the connection onto Verse, who's currently stuck in the middle, and that means that Arano, you can literally see him. He's so far out of this fight, he has the opportunity to go into the rest mode to keep up the tuna, get the full reset, and drop down. And was that the golden nunchuck that he literally just ran by and grabbed?
I think he got the parry and then didn't actually do the reactivation. I think he wanted to keep the weapon that he parried off of him, but it may have cost him now. Verse, no effect, no armor, is in that ultimate. T225 does not have his ult just yet. 54% and counting, trying to kite away with these fist blades. It is a pretty fast scale rush. It is going to give him a decent amount of distance. No, the delay, the hesitation is going to cost him, and T225 goes down. Verse is going to be able to grab the Soul Bloom. Arano, full advantage.
Yodo versus Lani, who's going to be able to find it, the uppercut into charged RMB coming on through from Arano, who's got full meter dump as well, and he's able to cut the disengagement off before we see the kite over to potentially a great armor swap on the ground. And Arano continues getting to show why we talk about this guy, determining new meta and new playstyles of hero. Yoto, the last hero standing, but not the overall MVP. That will be taken by our back-to-back MVPL defending champion of every MVPL tournament for 2025. WBG's Verse comes on through with the MVP win.
What a game! What a way to kick it off for the day. Verse MVP. Cooking on the Lani, and Lani, one of the characters we thought wasn't really in the best spot after the changes made to the rules, her kit being nerfed overall, it was interesting, to say the least, that she got picked up so early, but still able to do extremely well. You can say it's the player, you can say it's the character, whatever you like, he's still coming out with the most points off of the first game of the day.
Oh, we had some surprises though. We did have some surprises. No surprise that the Syra was just immediately targeted, because that's just one of the characters that you simply cannot allow to be able to control those positions, because I mean, Syra, she gets greedy, right? Especially when we see those late game positions put so close sometimes that she's able to control one and then still be able to move over to the second and just chase every single player out of it so that they don't manage to control one of them, which means that they don't get access to any of the loot until it gets unlocked for everybody in the lobby to be able to kite over to and pick it up off of the ground. Because if you didn't know, when you pick up those buffs, the loot that drops is only available for you to be able to pick it up, as we're going to be having a look at our answer for treasure, a tradition if you follow the NARAKA esports scene. And this question, this is going to go out to everybody who's been following the NARAKA esports scene since the beginning. What number is the 2025 J-Cup? How many J-Cups have we had? Is this A, the 3rd? Is this B, the 4th? Is this C, the 5th? Or is this D, the 6th?
Have you been paying attention? Have you been around? Are you an OG? But regardless, I'm sure you could copy off your neighbor perhaps in the Twitch chat. But make sure to get your answer in the Twitch chat, and one lucky winner will be chosen amongst those who answer correctly, added and whispered, so that you can claim your prize. But back to the game that we just had, and the games that we're going to have for the rest of the day. That was just the first one.
That was the first one. Oh, and it was so aggressive too. I mean, we've gotten used to it by now, right? With the Yang depletion that gets forced at the very end of the game, it forces a lot of aggression. And we get to see so rarely now solo matches go all the way to the very end of the game, to the point where it goes to zone collapses entirely, corruption tick damage gets applied to everybody, it goes to a potential heal-off situation. Remember the days when Valda was like a huge pick because the V2 would give you such a lead in being able to win out the heal-off situation, so you got the kill score multiplier by being the last player standing? Those days are gone. Now if you go for something like Valda with the V2, you just paint a target on your back because people are worried about Valda's potential in the multi-wave fight, where if you're not ready to expect it, something like a Syra or a Sheol or a Valda can just immediately fry your chances of being able to win those fights. And it becomes much more about weapon selection too, as we got to see those cannons absolutely frying players left, right and center from afar, as Flame's Breath continues to be just one of the most menaces in both the solos and trios lobbies.
Yeah, cannon, pretty good. And Flame Breath, Rupture Gale. We've made Phantom Step Gold. Might be time to go back to the old drawing board and maybe make Rupture Gale, Flame Breath a Gold Jade as well. And
or
maybe
separate them.
Yeah, or separate them. You know, having them combined together is really, really good. You know, it's a little
bigger AoE, fire tick damage, explosion in the center, and a poor player, like, we got to see it, right? Players did everything perfectly in the 1v1s. They were able to find the parries on 2 players who were up against them, but because you're locked into that animation when you find a parry, a player with a cannon from like 20 meters away could just absolutely barbecue you down.
Yeah, a nice roasted little Sheol. Mike, he got roasted. He really did, and to be honest with you, I'm very surprised that he decided to engage upon a Tamulk after the last time that he was playing Sheol in a multi-way fight, and he decided to engage on a Tamulk and then literally just exploded within 3 seconds. It took him a little longer to die, but he did eventually die because of what happened earlier on, I believe, because he just sort of made it so he couldn't actually contest the Spirit Well. He tried to get the Tamulk lobbied, but ended up getting himself lobbied. He was able to disengage first and not get focused down afterwards, but, you know, it's still put him in a worse spot than he could have
It
been.
cost him everything. He had to burn his ultimate to be able to disengage.
Yeah.
Like, I think maybe that was why he knew it was ticking down, so he wanted to be able to take a fight when the ultimate was still relevant and could potentially be turned, especially if multiple players did decide to turn it onto the Cheryl, because those block counters can catch multiple players if they're stacked close together, and we did actually get to see multiple times the Cheryl ultimate being able to catch with the multi-wave fight. But like you said, it could have been better to simply just cool the aggression and walk away, allow the rest of the players to punish the Temi, because everybody saw that the Temi had invested that ultimate, and everybody is likely going to be turning to look at the Temi too, because you can't let a Temi go all the way through into those endgame multi-wave fights as well, especially if you don't know whether it's going to be the V1 or the V2. If you're expecting the V2, you have to be thinking about the possibility of having to hold the focus to be able to dodge out of those wisp connections, because otherwise you're going to be you're going to be hoisted in the air, and then you're going to be put in the ground afterwards.
Yeah, you don't want to be put in that sandy blender. You are... sandpaper's not nice on the skin. Regardless, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at the scoreboard. Verse with 9 points to kick off the day. Arano 7.8, T225 6.5, Mines with 3.5. Pretty solid start for that top 5 right there. But now we're going to be taking a look at some highlights off the back of our first game of the day, MVP'd by WBG's Verse, and brought to you by China Unicom.
Oh, Mike just getting the full uppercut punishment. After that, Justina burns the F2, and then, yeah, just gets the jump LMB. Now we get to see the Liam coming on through the spear connection. Into now the fight over on the Sky Gaze as we get T25 on that Akos looking for the chase, and the jump parry, anticipating as well the LMB, getting the hit on the first so that he can't even get the opportunity to turn the second stage of the LMB to avoid that parry. And there's nothing you can do if you don't have the combo breaker up and you're that low. You get hit by a parry from a spit.
Yeah, you are. It is the highest damaging parry in the entire game, especially if you, I mean, you can animation cancel halfway through, go for the uppercut into the combo. So, it does a lot of damage. Now, taking a look here, we saw the tail end of this fight with Mines and Lexan. Lexan went for a ride, lost all of his armor, and then got Sired. Unfortunately.
Yeah, that is indeed the classic get sired. Stun, dazzle, triple charge beam. There's the multi-way shackle coming on through from the Siren ultimate. However, Mike isn't able to find the elimination off of it, as the charged RMV hit from that nunchuck just comes through so incredibly quickly. Arano getting the uppercut extension into that full RMV as well, coming on through, just getting one light attack into the jump so that he can manage to find that catch and find the full elimination before any drop down and armor swap can come on through. As these players, if you don't find that elimination immediately, they can get out with a sliver of HP and get a full reset off so easily.
Yeah, you have to close out those kills, otherwise it's could potentially even get stolen away from you as well. I mean, not in that situation, but you know what I'm saying. You know what we're talking about.
Moonbane might be able to
it's true, Moonbane. Yeah. Regardless, MVP Verse coming through with 18.4 thousand damage, the majority of which being done by the Nunchucks, 8.4 thousand with the Soul Jays, Palm Lightning, Starfall, Twin Shot and Bounce Shell, Advanced Heal, Sky Punch and Engraving. Nothing too crazy, but it's only the beginning of the day, ladies and gentlemen. 7 kills though, 7. Massive showing from Verse. He's here to play. You know the challenge from Mike. You know, can you overtake us? I am the mountain of NARAKA.
Well, the thing about playing Lani into mountains is that you get a lot of verticality with your ultimate. So you can just, you know, throw the trick ball and then teleport all the way above it to skip all the steps of actually scaling the mountain.
Like how we doubled down right there. Yes.
I mean, he's still got a Syra game too. Like, versus Syra is
True.
just one of the best, if not the best. He's so good at getting 7, 8 eliminations, even getting to the point of almost, you know, breaking the record amount of kills that we have in solo lobbies ever since we saw the diminishment of the solo lobbies. It used to be 16, and it's now been downsized to 12. So that did affect how many kills we could actually see from these players in one total game. So the record set is still not being surpassed. It's still sitting at 12, but players have gotten very, very close with matches of 10 kills and 11 even logged in this year.
Yeah, it's getting 12 is. That'd be pretty crazy. Not because there's 12 people in the lobby, including you. I mean, that means that you'd have to kill somebody twice.
Yes.
Or kill 6 people twice. At least one twice. Thanks.
We don't do maths live on broadcast.
I got that right. It's okay.
We normally let that one get left over to the coaches and analysts who are going to be doing so much work in their notebooks to be able to prepare these players for the J Cup, because as we said, like, every single one of these games matters. If you get 0 points in one of these rounds, it's going to be felt not only in your chances of being able to get into the grand finals and being within the top 12 scoring players of everyone who enters, but it's also going to impact your chances of the grand finals, because you take 20% of your points picked up from the 12 games that you play into those grand finals. So if you score 0, 20% of 0 is still 0.
Yeah. And speaking of getting 0 points, I'm rather surprised that Zhuan Yuan didn't have the best first game. I mean, he's, you know, we considered his demeanor leading into that first game as, you know, like,
no, there's no Tian Hai here. That's for tomorrow.
Just having a little recharge. Yes, I'm
Do the
going to
tuna.
destroy everybody. But no, perhaps it really was just... Perhaps he really was having a nap and he was a little sleepy. He might need to wake up, because 0 points is not ideal. And, I mean, you know, the only other player who I believe got 0 points was Cloud. And Cloud doesn't have that much experience in NBPL on the highest level of NARAKA, at the tip of the summit. You know, Zhuan Yuan does. So we shall see whether or not he's able to recover. Mentality, super important, especially when it comes to the biggest stage of the year.
Yeah, I mean, there's a huge difference between having a rough game and being able to recover so that you pull enough points to make up for it, and having a rough game at the beginning of the day and letting that slide and impact the 5 games that you play after it. And that's really risky, right? When you're in these high-octane lobbies, when everyone is just super aggressive, making some of those mistakes, going for a little bit of misjudgment because of the pressure that you feel getting to you, that can be the make or break for a lot of these players. That's why when we talk about, you know, NBPL players, we know that they've got the mechanics. We know that they're just like that elevated level, that they're going to be able to hit these insane skill ceilings, but it's always about consistency and mentality. Can you manage to get those high peaks of play all the way through the day, or is it just so inconsistent that you're not able to pull through those insane moments to a full title win?
Yeah, it's certainly tough. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, into our second game. The music has been cranked up a notch. We can feel the dense air floating above the stage. Frostivus is getting ready with his enormous mouse pad that takes up 2 desks. But it really does. In the practice room, you know, just I couldn't sit next to him and play there because his mouse pad took up the whole desk. So I had to go and sit on the other desk. Moving on. Arano, is he rocking the tape? He might be. You know, he might be rocking the tape. I think he's probably rocking the tape, considering how well he did in that first game of the day. Also, perhaps this Yoto Hime, who's been dominating Chinese Immortal War with F1, is actually just Arano undercover. Perhaps that's what he's been doing leading up to today. Who knows, ladies and gentlemen? Zeldingt, you know, he did get a couple kills. Or he got killed too, I believe. But he did go out relatively early. He was put in a bit of a rough spot. But definitely showing signs that he belongs to be here. You know, it's not like he was just getting rolled. I don't think anybody seemed as though they were outclassed, at least not from what I could see. Zhuan Yuan, looking a bit more awake now. What did you say, Moxie?
I mean,
his eyes are open.
It's not the worst situation because it wasn't his Temmie game. I think it would have been much worse if it was his Temmie game because, as we said, that's his staple character, right? We talk about, you know, Mike having ACOS, Genuine. He's got his Temmie. Everybody knows about his Temmie. Everyone knows the prowess that he has. Being able to play that character, get the combos that he does. He does things on that character that no one really believes possible until they actually get to see him pull it off in those 1v1 situations. As we get ready to head into game number 2, it's going to be moving over to Holoroth, and it is going to be sunny weather, so no increased Firefly spawn. It's just going to be the regular amount of insects on the map, but we do still have all of our staples of Holoroth, including Salvation Podium. Is anyone going to be gutsy enough to go for the hot drop on Salvation Podium to be able to duke it out for control of a legendary weapon right off of the rip? And when you look at so many of our heroes whose ultimate damage is scaled off of the rarity of weapon equipped when they pop those ultimates, the stakes for control of Salvation Podium go up even higher.
They certainly do, and to answer your question, or at least to give my take, I think there will be plenty of players, you know, with the stones to go and contest that podium, contest that puzzle, and secure that legendary weapon. But we shall see. Zhuan Yuan, his eyes are open, he has ascended, he's back on track. What is he going to be pulling out for game number 2? Are we going to see Junhuan come out for first pick this game, or is it going to continue to be Syra? That would make more sense. I mean, to be honest, even though Li Junhuan is still very solid, you know, he's very good, I think Syra still has that, you know, that little bit extra oomph. And Frostivus is going to be locking it in. Zeldinct, second pick. What do you reckon?
Lanny. Do you know what? I can just let 2 seconds pass and then get to answer.
Aha, I see what you did there, Moxie.
No, I would expect we're probably going to be seeing Shenyuan picking up a new hero. Or we're going to get reworked ACOS incredibly early on, which is actually going to be able to block Mike from picking that one up early as well. Because Cloud Knight gets the opportunity. Is this when Shenhuan is going to be getting played? Or are we going to be seeing our latest hero fall even further down that pick order? And indeed, he is. It could be that it's just still too new, that a lot of these players are still trying to work out what exactly the best situation is. I know there's been a lot of debate over whether or not the F1 or the F2 is going to be the better option for these players to take, and there's TW5 picking up his staple Eno pick coming on through from here. What does Lexin decide to opt with here? Is it going to be Temmie, Justina maybe? We got to see come through. Yoto still up for grabs as well, and I highly doubt that Arano is going to be invested in the Yoto to the point of double picking it early on. Ooh, again, a debate. Kylan, or is it going to be Shenhuan? And it is going to be Shenhuan locked in for Lexin this time.
This character is insanely good. It is so strong. I'm surprised it's getting picked 6th, to be honest. But now moving over to 7th pick, we have Arano locking in the Kailin Zhang, followed with Mike locking in the Yoto.
Not Temmie.
Well, not locked just yet. Wait a second.
Oh.
Let's not jump the gun.
Okay, there we go.
There we go.
Is it the F1?
Like how we said, we looked at each other and said it exactly the same time.
Yeah, but you have the eyebrows. What does Missy decide to go for here? Shiola's going to be picked up. Wufong is likely going to be grabbing the Temmie then, or maybe the Valda? Verse is going to be getting last pick, which is rather unfortunate for him, but he still has some very decent options open to him. Temmie is going to be grabbed from Wufong. Mine's now Valda. Do you know what's surprising? Justina hasn't been picked yet.
Justina, Ferrier as well.
Yeah, but I would expect Justina before Ferrier.
Chen.
Surely this is Valda Justina.
You would think.
Or like Justina Volda. Like, in either of those orders, those would be the heroes that I would expect to see, but okay, no, there we go. That is a statement piece.
It certainly is, and Verse, he's got quite a few things open. It really does go to show how, you know, varied and how, you know, like, different the meta has become. You know, we've got so many options now. Originally, when we first swapped over to the 12 individual characters, it was a bit, you know, what do I choose? Viper, Karumi,
Matari,
Tessa,
Taka sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Taka. Oh my god.
I mean, I suspect you'll see more of that in Grand Finals if we do go the full 8 games distance, because you can only double pick a hero once. So in these games, in these regular days of play for your qualifiers, you do have to play 5 different heroes, a minimum of. It's not the same minimum of 7 that we see of a potential for those Grand Finals. I wonder as well whether Mines went for the Wu Chen to block Verse from being able to pick it up, although leaving Verse with Volder is still a very good option for Verse, given the fact that he's really liked playing Volder. He's found a lot of success with Volder. In fact, he played Volder in game number 8 of the full Grand Finals, though didn't win with it. He's still been incredibly clean at getting combos with the V2 usage.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you are right, though. Wu Chen was a pretty, you know, he wasn't Verse of playing it. You know, he didn't not like it. You know, he actually played it quite a bit. You know, we've seen him play it in MVP games as well. When he's reached MVP first, he's picked up Wu Chen because he's been left with you know,
Yoda.
What was left, and Wu Chen seemed to be his choice. So perhaps Mines is just a Wu Chen enjoyer. You know, he has been buffed. He is a lot better than he once was. So there's definitely value there. But Mike, yeah, F2.
I feel it's the safer option, right? Having the immediate combo breaker. It is definitely. Hold on a minute. Wufong 118.
Mike 122.
I mean, there's a lot riding on this for Mike.
Yeah.
There's a lot riding on this for Mike, because before you could like come into Jacob and say, okay, Mike has been playing for a very long time, right? He's been seeing a lot of these Jacobs, and he's picked 100 heroes, which is absolutely insane. He's played 100 matches.
That is, I mean, he's the GOAT for a reason, ladies and gentlemen. He truly is. He's been around. He's been he is the mountain of NARAKA. I am the mountain. I love it. It's so fun. It's so alpha. It's so Chad.
Yeah, but he also carries the most weight. Is the thing. Like you said, he's been around the longest, right? In terms of all of these players here at Jacob. But there's also the highest expectation on him, because when you're the highest up, you're also the most amount of distance to be able to fall all the way from top to the bottom. And for Mike, there's a lot riding on this, because he doesn't have a defense this year of saying, well, I won the title for this tournament, because he's been denied. It's been Spider, it's been Verse. Even when we were in the bi-weekly finals, Mike was still not able to find the wins. It was Spider being able to walk away with 3 of them in full, which was absolutely insane. As we get to have a look at our first 1v1, Verse immediately opening up with the parry. The charged LMB max distance from those flying knives just immediately parried on out. Verse at least isn't close enough to be able to swap over to the pole sword and get that huge chunk of damage to punish with that parry coming on through. So it's not just an immediate cleanup attempt coming on through from the Volder.
Bong, patient. Oh, but Verse is more patient. This is It's a little spooky for everybody. If Verse is just gonna roll the every game today, you know, we need to slow this man down, guys. Lock in, Wufong. You can tell he's a little nervous. You know, the high blood pressure, you know, the beats per minute going crazy. But now moving over to another player who had 120 beats per minute. He is not going to be able to secure the kill for himself. Trying to jump in there with a third party. Unfortunately for Mike, but fortunately for Lexan, he's going to be able to snipe away the elimination with the cannon shot. Now forced to disengage. He does get the heal off. Mine's trying to stop him, trying to slow him down. He has a disadvantage as having just used his combo breaker. Mine's trying to take advantage, but not able to clean it up. Lexan now under pressure. No F. Almost has ult.
Oh, his
not
Verse.
full HP.
Oh, Verse is coming in from the sidelines though. Lexan having to try and back away. We get to see Cloud coming through with the RMB connection. Actually, full sends it. Mine's able to pick up Lexan coming on through with that whip sword. As we get Mike with another cycle of the F2. Out comes the Wu Chen V2. And here we go. It is following on to Mines. And we get Mike now getting that pressure. Those blades, they no longer stagger, so Mike does still have an opportunity of adapting, and Verse is able to shark out the elimination with the last hit. That's a very early pickup of Palm Lightning coming on through, and Verse is taking absolutely no chances. Mike coming on through with the activation of the Yoda ultimate, able to frame focus through the Boulder Spade, and then perfectly dodge anticipates the second connection of Verse's ultimate. Looks for the punishment, reading the Boulder's position within the building as Yoto's ultimate goes through the terrain and gets to keep up the pressure and make sure that Verse, even through the Boulder V2, doesn't get an opportunity for health restart.
Yeah, Cloud, I think he got a little lost there. He took a wrong turn at some point, but Mike, he's on track. He's able to keep up right here, denying that reset for Verse. Find the armor swap. Mines, can we stop trolling? Oh, not Mines. Mines? I'm sorry, Mines. Just bought a stray because I'm just confused. Not Mines. Cloud? Buddy, what are we doing? Okay. Are we locked? Can we lock him down? Are we going? Are we getting? Are we killing? No, unfortunately not. Cloud not able to secure that orb onto Verse. Is going to be able to find this one though. Is going to be enough damage? It certainly is. No Soul Bloom though, unfortunately for Mr. Cloud. Mike does have the rage advantage. Is going to be able to find the parry. Combo breaker does get utilized. Cloud trying to play that in the pocket. Neutral not able to catch Mike though. Mike dodging, weaving in and out all around, and he takes him down. Cloud, that was my revenge, says Mike, for greeting me. It was a little sussy, but we got the kill in the end. Now moving on over to TDD5 and Zelding scrapping it out very close to this ballista.
Oh, TDD5 out of the ultimate, gets hit by the full stagger of that Lani trick ball connecting. Is so low, doesn't have the F. Oh, gets parried as well, and Zell is able to take TDD5 out. TDD5 will be able to remain in the lobby and head over to alter form. But for a lot of these players, especially if you're a Transformer unit, you want to be able to keep holding on to that loot because it means that you're going to be in a better position to try and take those fights inside the realm of Yang. As we can see, Frostivus on that side, we're also going to be looking to hold on to that loot because he has that damage scaled with his ultimate. So we can have a look and see maybe a little bit of shopping coming on through from Zell. Frostivus not wanting to take a fight, doesn't have his ultimate. And we can see from the map where those Realm of Yangs are going to spawn and who potentially is going to be trying to position to get their hands on those Yang passes. As Mike puts the pressure, forcing out the teleport swap coming on through from the Wu Chen. F2 here being used not to set up for a combo extension, but to purely disengage a fight that he doesn't feel confident taking, allowing Mike to fully space on out and start looking to rotate over to this Realm of Yangs, or if he doesn't want to go for a Realm of Yang fight, potentially open up one of those caves instead.
Yeah, the caves are very, very good. You know, even though, you know, the Realm of Yang, you get that elimination, you get the buff, you get the loot, it's very, very worth it. You know, there's a big risk for that Yang depletion still, so risk versus reward. And then you have the caves. There is obviously risk though, going for the cave, because you could potentially get contested if they've simply got better, better gear, more ult charge, whatever it might be, and they're in a better position to contest the cave. Then you can lose out on the goodies that are inside, and you get 3, very high tier Jades. And getting high tier Jades is not easy in Immortal War. And then obviously that purple armor upgrade, the purple weapon upgrade, and money potentially, whatever's in the cave. So definitely cave is a very solid choice instead of going into the realm of Yang sometimes. Looks as though Cloud is going to be contested right here for the realm of Yang. Forced to use the ultimate in danger. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
There was 16 seconds. There was 16 seconds on the realm of Yang opening, and him being able to teleport on through versus being able to catch 2 spears. And with nunchucks as well, so he gets that immediate chunk of damage, because Volda, the CEC, it's not like Temi. The moment that you hit one person with one little bit of damage, even if it's not from the Volda herself, breaks the spear immediately. So she goes hand in hand perfectly with something like nunchucks, but with the charged RMB, it's literally one hit of damage, and it does so much, even though it's blue rarity. It gets him so incredibly low, and then even with the V2 connection, Volda's still able to find the spear into the pistol shot to be able to find the elimination. So that Verse is going to be able to pick up that elimination as well as the Yang portal pass and go into Realm of Yang with a refresh V2.
Yeah, one thing I'd like to add there, Frostivus getting very confident, getting very oogly, being the first to go into the Realm of Yang, and he's playing with confidence right now. Gets the parry, has huge advantage. He's on the Syra as well. He does get forced to use his combo breaker just now. Yuan under a lot of pressure, forced to use the combo breaker that is his ultimate. But where you going there? That is goes out with a whimper, unfortunately, microwaved into oblivion by the Syra. Indeed, and Frostivus winning out his Realm of Yang very quickly, now heading on over to Mike. And Miss You going head to head.
No more 9 lives for the ACOS, but 1 life for that Yoda versus Shaol. Mike able to get the invisible kite. And just the way that we see it with the longsword, Whipsword can do it too. The 1, 2, 3, when you're just stuck there because the invisible just interfering with the physics of players dropping and allowing them to be held in the air so much longer to be able to get the full 1, 2, 3 without having to worry about being parried once the combo breaker has been baited out. Looking for that elimination, and Frostivus already looking for another elimination. He picks himself up a Million Birds Point and is immediately hunting onto Lex and finds the elimination and is able to walk away with the kill credit, even though Arano came very close to jump LMB. Cavalry Bloom is going to be revealed, as is Martial Arts coming on through from those dual blades, and Frostivus, without a combo breaker, getting hit by both of those Soul Jades back to back would just take him out immediately.
It certainly will. That's a lot of damage right there coming out from those dual blades. The surprise factor from the Cavalry Bloom and the Octus and the Octus Slash, insane. Now heading on over to Mines and Yuan with that Yang depletion still, I believe, yes. Mines, no Yang depletion for him. Is going to get parried though, massive parry for Yuan, but unfortunately, combo breaker does come on through. He is going to be able to get that Tiger Grab, going to be able to do a little bit, heal a little bit. Wait a second, oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage. No combo breaker though for Mines. He is going for a ride. Can he get the... I was so scared for him for a second because they changed the RMB 1, 2, 3 for Flying Knives. That could have not hit, and he could have missed out and got taken out for it. But Yuan survives, claims the elimination. Mines goes down. Now heading over to this multi-way, we've got Mike, Verse, Miss You, and I believe there's a couple others in the cave over there as well.
Yeah, Miss You's got a whole lot of charge too, because Mike drove by with the LMV to carry his movement on that grapple, allowing the Shaol to bank one of those charges. Out comes the Volda F2, Mike coming on for the Yoto ultimate, immediately trying to look for the elimination, gets the damage in, but doesn't manage to get that last hit, and Miss You is able to steal the elimination away. Mike knows his ultimate's about to run out, has to try and close up the distance and keep up the pressure onto Missy, who uses the Dragon Slayers actually to keep himself out of Mike's position as we get the attempted third and fourth and fifth party. It's an absolute ballroom blitz, and one unfortunately Missy does not have an invite for. Mike shows him the door, but this Yoda without an ultimate might be the next to get sent out of the lobby. The overhaul of the LMV! Mike's able to find the parry on the run back, but yet again, Arana with the Grief Cavalry Bloom takes Mike down. Vermilion Birdsmite was still in play for the Yoda at least, so he's not out of the lobby for good. And the interest instead turns on the rest of the players. T225 getting hit with Assault Smolder and Palm Lightning from the flank. Can do absolutely nothing as the Thunderlord is learning that Lightning is just a little bit too high damage to control.
Oh no, Juan, you want? Run! Hop, skip, and jump away, my friend. He's trying. Can he get out? Does he? Oh no! Arano got every kill! What is going on? He's got 4! That's insane!
It's not even with pistol either, it's dual blades.
He's just running in. He's just cavalry. He's on the lawnmower. Just he's got a drink. He's
pulling the red cord.
Yeah, it's time to go.
You know what? It's a sunny day in Holleroff. It makes sense. We don't quite have the grass to cut as it is the desert, but that calf bloom it does work if you don't have the anticipation for that soul jade and it just clips into you when you're least expecting it. It's not a lot you can really do.
Yeah.
As Cavalry Bloom, it's so funny that it's purple because it's kind of what Overcomer wishes that it was.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just one of the first jades, you know, one of the biggest offenders, I would say, of being epic rarity and yet doing, you know, legendary rarity.
Yeah, jabbing Cav Bloom, Flames Breath Rupture Gale.
Yeah.
I think now that Sap has gone into the legendary state, that it should always have been, as has Phantom Step, which, again, 100% deservedly so needed to be bumped up a level, given that you could literally Phantom Step and dodge an ultimate cast.
Yeah.
With just the cost of 1 stamina bar for a dodge.
Yeah, it was far too strong, and I'm glad that it did finally get put up into that legendary rarity tier.
Not free.
Yeah. Frost again. Very confident, just sending it, going into the realm of Yang first, and awaiting his challenger, and his challenger is going to be OUG's Mike. On the Yota Hime with that golden fan. Frost going up to the sky, looking for the drop down, threatening that release. Swapping over to that pistol, going for a little bit of chip damage, not all that much is going to come through. Frost, grapple captain. Taking a lot of damage right now. This is not ideal. Mike forcing out the combo breaker. Dazzled. Oh! That could have been parried.
Yeah, the charge RMB, it forces out the F2 coming on from the Yoda at least, which means that Mike is going to look for the aerial scar rush off of that pillar, trying to find the connection, waits for the RMB pressure from that whipsaw to run out. Now has to dodge it around the Syra, but this is what Mike has been doing every single time he faces Syra, even when the light orbs weren't forced to a maximum of 3, and he just perfectly dodges every single one of them. Doesn't manage to dodge that last stun coming on through, so it does a little bit of uptime from his ultimate. As we get, oh my goodness, the charge RMB forcing Mike back into eating the stun coming on through from the light orb. Cosmos with the wake up with that slap, but the Yoda ultimate is still going on through. And Mike is still getting the lifesteal off of it as a result, keeping up both the pressure as well as his health bar as he takes out Frostivus and forces the Syra into a position of Yang depletion, something that every player in this lobby is going to know because they don't see the hero, the player names, they see the hero that they're playing in the kill feed instead. So if you're smart and you time when an elimination comes on through to correspond with Realm of Yangmin, you immediately know the heroes who are going to have Yang depletion so that you can scout out which heroes you have to stay clear of.
Yeah, absolutely. And looks as though Arano was able to slow down Verse. Finally, somebody has, you know, stopped him in his tracks. And it looks as though Frost and Verse have spotted each other out. Are we going to be fighting each other? It looks as though we are. We're very happy to take this one. We recognize that we're both on Yang depletion. Frost is going to get parried right off the rip using that combo breaker. Verse not going to be able to get all that much damage. Getting overheld. Frostivus a little bit, a little spicy. Slap, wake up, slap option select. Verse. Oh no, it's over. Frostivus is going down, and Verse. No ults for either of them.
He's just opening up with parries.
Yeah.
Like, Verse, that's the third time now we've followed those 1v1s and we've seen him just open up immediately with a parry to put the pressure on his opponent. Is this how we lost yet Cavalry Bloom into Octaslash? We've got Valda V2, but are we about to lose it all to deal late damage? Arano doesn't manage to dodge the first Valda's big connection, but just gets another connection off the Cavalry Bloom, and we get Phantom Step coming into play as well. Just really playing havoc with where the Kylan is positioned before coming out with that V1 and keeping up the pressure onto Verse out of that V2. Didn't get the opportunity to go for a heal either, which means that he's so incredibly low that the Ren Slashes will be able to take him down. And that was how Arano has been an absolute menace with these dual blades from the beginning of the game up until now. Cavalry Bloom yet again being that underlying threat. So we can have a look and see Mike potentially trying to chase onto Verse here. Oh, we've got Blazing Cyclone attached to our Whip Sword, which means that charged RMV is going to be able to apply Fire Tick debuff too.
We love the fire, don't we? Wait a second. Verse? Where did he get that gold armor? Did he buy it? I think he bought it. He bought that. Very nicely done. Buys the golden armor. Did get put under a lot of pressure, but is able to alleviate it somewhat for the moment. He's trying to kite up and down all around. He's doing the curlier, the Kelly kiting with the pulse sword. I respect it. I like it. He is going to get caught. Forced to use that combo breaker. Get stuck on the wall here. Gonna be able to scale rush over the top again.
Wait, Zell on the blister.
Ooh.
Oh!
Targeted.
Direct hit, but Mike gets the elimination. Oh my goodness, the direct hit though. Arano might go down for this too.
He's got Kylan. He's got the Kylan guard for the moment. He's
yeah,
still
but
alive.
Mike's pressuring him.
Oh, he got him.
Yeah. Kylan guard runs out. Mike's not able to find the elimination, and hold on a minute, Zell walks away with 2. Oh my goodness, it's every time. It's the ballista and that exact tiny little hallway space, and Zell is still on the ballista. Mike goes back and takes another direct hit, and another, which means that he just loses all of the armor powder that he'd burned. Wufong, I'm so surprised he's not trying to put the pressure onto Mike right now, but he might be so worried that if he goes against Mike now, he walks into the ballista damage himself too.
Yeah, I think being cautious when there's a ballista in play is, it's fair. That's fair enough. If you get just like hit right in the head, right in the skull with a ballista hit, is going to do a lot of damage. Is going to do a lot of damage, as Arano can attest to, along with Verse, as they both went down to it just then.
I think that's a Mortal Defiance in Mike's.
Yes, it is. He got it from the realm of Yang. Actually, that was extremely lucky from him, and
it didn't pop. I'm surprised that the ballista didn't pop that. But that's going to be huge for him, especially when it comes to controlling these fights for this buff, as we can already see Zell getting into position. Whipsword 2 is so good for controlling those spaces, especially with Blazing Cyclone. As who picked up Cav Bloom? I would imagine it's Mike with Cav Bloom and Octaslash, as he's just running around with legendary dual blades, aura farming with his own cosmetic skin, but unfortunately for him, you can't aura farm if you're stuck in a TOD with the Temi V2. Is this gonna be the full TOD? No, Mike is able to survive the onslaught with the legendary armor that he had equipped into the Yodo F2, but now he doesn't have the F2, and he's getting hit into execution stance by the Enel, into the charged RMV follow-up, back-to-back on Wake Up from that whip sword, and Mike is able, with the damage hit, to build into another Yoda ultimate and start chaining some of this damage together to get the help reset. That Mortal Defiance coming in absolutely huge to make sure that he survives all of the focus, but unfortunately for him, it only pops once, and T225 knocks Mike out of the lobby, and we've got 3 players left on Holoroth.
That's so... You saw how fun that was for him. He really got to play the game. he was juggled for about 8 seconds.
Yeah.
That's insane. He was what? Unfortunately, Mike, yeah, he just didn't get to play. He got to play a little bit at the end, but didn't have very much health to work with, unfortunately. And now, heading over to Zelding.
Wait, Wufong's getting buffed?
T225, I think he saw this, he sensed weakness, because he essentially just gave over the Spirit Well to Wufong.
Yeah.
I think it was largely to do with the fact that Zelding was, he judged him. He judged him to be, engageable right here. I'm gonna send it, because I reckon I can close out this kill.
Oh no, Zal. Oh, he's stuck in the wind wall. Oh, Blazing Cyclone as well. He's making a play to try and get the flag so that he doesn't have to get an elimination and have his hand forced with the Yank depletion, but unfortunately for him, he's out of ultimate, he's out of combo break. He's at least been able to kite over to Ballista Tower. Does he have a Fanal Dagger in the back pocket? Yes, he does. He swaps to the blue fan so he can get the skill rushes off faster, because he has to keep ahead not just of players, but of the Blazing Cyclone, which is going to continue applying pressure. He drops down from 1, almost goes into the charged RMV from the player below him, and unfortunately it's just an unwinnable situation because of the position that he finds himself in, and we go into a 1 versus 1. T225 still has the ultimate as well. Surely he's able to find the win, dodges the tone connection coming on through. Wufong looking to kite over to try and grab some of this loot from that well left on the ground. Just doesn't get the opportunity at the moment as T225 just continues applying pressure with the F.
What is happening? What on God's green earth was that grapple LMB? It's RMB uppercut. That was illegal, T225. Oh my goodness. But it's kind of illegal how well both of them are playing right now. The neutral game is impeccable. The dodges, the weaves. Combo breaker is going to be coming out now. T225, unfortunately, a little bit of a whiff there on the grapple is not going to be able to catch him. Wufong going to be committing the ultimate, trying to get out of that very dangerous spot. But T225 waiting to pull the trigger on the ultimate, and there it is. You have it. The Thunder Lord, the Lightning Man himself. Wufong makes it through the window, trying to disengage. Can he make it to the next building? He can! Scale rushing through, out the small window at ground level. Combo breaker does get utilized. T225 now coming out of the ultimate, but he does have a lot of health to work with. Wufong does get stuck on that little gazebo, on the little thing, on the little rooftop ceiling.
Wait, armor swap. He got a blue armor swap.
He did, but is it going to be enough?
I mean, he does get his combo, well, he does get an actual combo breaker, is the thing. So T225 here might be going for a little bit of a ride, as he doesn't have a combo breaker. He comes on through with the 1-2, has got Phantom Step, kites over to the awning, will be able to get a skill to close up the distance, forces the combo breaker out from the Temi. We still have to see the Wisp Pro though, so that the combo breaker can come back a little bit faster, as we can see that the zone has moved away from all of that loot left over, but these players can still potentially kite over to pick up the armor reset on the ground left behind. T225 with the overhaul now finds the hit, and will be able to walk away with the win. Yet again, T225 with the Enor pick walks away with the MVP.
He's just the GOAT at Enor, guys. It's just, he's him. He's him on Enor. He's able to consistently do astronomically well with this character. I don't think anybody else has been able to match him on Enor.
No.
And nobody's been able to match his consistency as well. Consistently doing well. You know, some of the players in NBPL have been able to do well with him.
Yeah.
You know, score good, score well. You know, get some MVPs here and there. But T225 consistently able to put the numbers on the board. And that's exactly what you want.
Yeah.
Going into this tournament, into the group stage, you want to get out, you know, have a good day one. Good day one, super important.
I mean, it was really important for T2-5 too to be able to find a hero where he would be able to look to have the most amount of points picked up, because if you think about T2-5's history in both J-Cup and the League, the two heroes that he would always do incredibly well and pick up a whole lot of points with are unfortunately almost entirely out of the meta. Takeda, Feria. Those are the two heroes that he was sort of known for being able to pop off and claim those MVPs. And from time to time we do still see, you know, Feria pick up a couple of eliminations here and there, but it's nowhere near the consistent level that the Takeda meta used to be, where we literally had 16 Takedas on Holoruff, all going at it, and T2-5 was one of the best Takedas in terms of taking the Takeda 1v1 mirror. But he's been able to land on his feet with the E0 pick, as we can have our next answer for treasure. Which region does SYN Mines represent? Is it ANA? Is it BEU? Is it CSEA? Or is it DAS? This is a little easier one for everybody out here, given the fact that for the opening ceremony for the walkouts, I literally read the answer out. So there you go. That's your Moxie hint of the day.
Yeah, it's always nice to have a Moxie hint there. You guys can figure it out. But yeah, what? That game 2. We're already through it. What's gonna happen next? Because things, you know, I mean, T2-5 getting a solid E0 game, you know, that was, to be honest, quite expected, because he's kind of the GOAT at E0 at this point. Verse doing so astronomically well in game number 1, putting himself right there at the very top. Very, very solid. Arano with that Cavalry Bloom, Octaslash, huge. But Zeldinct, I have to say, that was I didn't expect 2 people to die to the Ballista there. But
it's always there though. It happened in MBPL too. It happened in MBPL. There was like 5 players fighting in the space between the rock face and the building. And just, boom, everyone just, I call it murder goggling. Well, like, you're just so locked into the fight, because normally Ballista, right, it has one dead giveaway, in that you see the icon move.
Yeah.
If a player is on Ballista, the icon literally moves on the minimap. So these players, they can see that icon moving. They know, okay, someone's on Ballista. Time to position safely away from Ballista. But if you're so locked in to that fight happening in front of you, you miss it. You miss that icon moving in the corner of your eye, and it can cost you entirely, because those damages, the fire tick as well, that Ballista can apply to you, it's devastating.
It really is, and it can headshot. You know, it can, if the Ballista, you know, I mean, some will say, yeah, I can hit headshots with Ballista. No, you can't, mate. You know, come on. You know, being able to hit that, it's more luck than anything else, I have to say. You know, if they're very far away as well. So, but it does a lot of it does like almost 2,000 damage in one hit. So with the fire damage, as you mentioned, devastating. But yeah, you're absolutely right. The tunnel vision, you know, you're locked in on the fight, especially on a big stage where it's, you know, it's all on the line. It's the end of the year. It's what we've been working for. You know, it's very easily to go tunnel vision and just miss the Ballista moving in that mini-map at the top right of your screen. But here we have our scoreboard off the back of game number 2. T2-5 MVP with 7.8 points. Mike with 6.5 and 5 eliminations. And 5 eliminations for Arano and Verse as well. Both of them on 6 each. Frostivus with 3.5, Zeldin with 3.5, 3 for Wufong, Zhuan Yuan on 1.5, Miss Yuan 1.5, and then Mines, Lexington, and Cloud all with 1.
No 0 points.
No zeros.
No zeros is big. It's really big. It shows that these players are very quickly recovering from, you know, maybe having a little bit of a stumble on game number 1. And as we talked about, right, you can't afford one bad game to spiral into just an entire bad day.
Yeah.
You really can't, especially because a lot of these players, they're going to be trying to work out, you know, what is the meta in terms of hero matchups, in terms of weapon matchups. The whip sword, that charged RMB is proving absolutely devastating at tech chasing. Like, these players, they're trying to disengage and space out, and that charge RMB is catching so many players off guard.
Yeah, it can also, with the knock-up as well, it's it does a lot. You can usually, you know, get a bow shot. If you're close enough, you can potentially get a jump horizontal, or if you got the right terrain, you can, you know, chase it down the hill potentially. But here are our standings off the back of Game 1 and Game 2 combined, and Verse, even though he wasn't able to get the MVP for Game number 2, is still going to be in that #1 spot with 15 points in total. T225 though, in second with 14.3, looking good. And let's take a look now at the highlights off the back of Game number 2, MVP'd by T225 and brought to you by China Unicom.
There's that Liam V2 that we are all so familiar with. Mike getting to find a parry, dodging as well, the combo breaker getting forced from Cloud, getting to find that full punishment. This was the moment where we were both on the edge of our seat. What a parry coming on through from Shen Yuan to be able to set it up. Tiger Pound as well taking full advantage of the lack of stagger attached to those small blades from the Wu Chen V2 into the ACOS F2, taking into account as well the changes made to the RMB of those flying knives, so he can full send the combo extension and find the elimination.
Yeah, Mike looking very happy right there. I'm not sure what he was yelling about, but he was having a good time. And right here, speaking of having a good time, Zelding shooting fish in the barrel.
Was that through the window?
Maybe.
I think that was looked like it was the two-story building, and then you know how on the second story of those buildings you can literally, like, there's no actual wall. I think it went through that space and connected to the player who was outside of the building on the other side.
Yeah, he's weaved it for sure. Maybe he's, you know, he's just a sniping. He's just got that aim labs locked in. Ballista aim labs, ladies and gentlemen. Can we get the preset for that one? But and here the final moments. T225, the conditioning built up there. He definitely shown off that he had Octaslash in his inventory, and Wufong right there, he was like, oh, he's gonna send it. He flips the parry in the final moment. T225 goes for the safe one. That goes for that jump horizontal into the vertical and finishing him off at the very end. There's just a little bit of damage was needed, and oh my goodness, how cool is that?
We don't often get to see the you know, MVP animation, but when we do, it's normally this player that's attached to it. T225 coming on through with skills and ultimate damage. Done 8,110, so the majority of that damage coming on through in that Thunder Lord form with the execution stance. And that Thunder Lord form was buffed recently too, where it's a little bit tankier, it got more health, as well as making it easier to go for those execution stance follow-up attacks.
Yeah, I don't know if he really needs it, to be honest with you. He's pretty strong, you know, I think he was pretty strong to begin with. But who knows? I think I don't know. Enor is the kind of character that it's a struggle to potentially, you know, to buff and nerf him, because he can potentially just become just completely useless. But regardless, we're gonna be going into a short break, ladies and gentlemen, before our third game of the day. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Never give up and try my best to win. My name is Rostivis from Team BBE, and I will play Jacob this year for NARAKA. I think NARAKA taught me a lot of things. My life before becoming a professional player was basically just studying all day and doing homeworks. At first, a friend of mine introduced me to this game, and the moment I played it, I instantly fell in love with the game, and I can't stop playing it. My life, if I weren't a professional player, is, I'm not too sure, but maybe I will be doing a normal job. I think it would be a pretty boring life, and that's why I try to do this. I think NARAKA taught me a lot of things when it comes to life. You have to keep practicing, and you should never give up. I'm just keep practicing and try my best to win. I feel like me as a person, I like to be challenged because if I don't, I would likely get bored. I try to go to the toughest region, which is China, and try to challenge everyone else and see if I can compete. When I first came to NBPL, of course the skill level is not comparable to other regions, so this is the toughest competition there is, and probably I can say that this is where I belong. When I first came to China, I can't really speak any Chinese or know any words. They like to trick me to saying either some bad things or maybe some funny things like husband in Chinese and make me say it without me knowing it. And for some other players, they also like to teach me a lot of. I wouldn't say it's frustrating. It's mainly that maybe awkward and some embarrassing moments because I can't talk to the other person. But overall, I don't really feel like it's a major problem. As long as I find some way to express myself, it's not a big problem. If I don't have this support from my fans, it might be a lot tougher. And because I have this support, I feel like I can keep going and try my best.
板边直接跳 A， 最后一丝预判对面交大，小龙过来，那这个几百分他可能要拿2个，不交大肯定是给了，因为朱雀快到时间了，没必要。
给了。
这个位置有强袭离火势，上来再一发球，一个水脸结束了。
骁龙44.2分的一个成绩，高居榜首，但只能位居第2。
I feel like the key reason to that performance is hard work. During that time, I was practicing all the time and even watching all the time and taking notes. That is what I'm currently doing as well. For this year J-Cup, I feel like recently I've been playing and practicing every day, and I'm very close to the highest rank in Immortal War. And once I reach that, I feel like it would give me a pretty big confidence. Every year, I'm always excited to fight Mike and Spider, but I feel like Verse this year is a very tough opponent, and maybe I can meet him and hopefully also beat him. My expectations or goals, first of all, is of course to qualify to the finals. And once I get to the finals, I will just try my best to win. I think NARAKA taught me a lot of things
coming
when it comes
on
to life.
with
You should
that
never give up.
interview. As he's definitely been giving it his best. We've been seeing him like really practice very, very hard in both the player practice room and also looking through all of those VODs. And he talked about wanting to be able to take those fights and beat Mike and Spider. Well, he's already been able to beat one of them. He took fights against Mike and was able to win those hot drop situations when we looked over at Midoriya. So we'll have to wait and see whether or not that will continue throughout the day.
Yeah, and then again, Mike's fighting back too. He won the Realm of Yang. Frostivus got taken down by Mike's Yoto there. The Syra versus Yoto. So it's definitely a bit of back and forth there. And to be expected, you know, Frostivus is definitely good enough to take down these titans of the scene, because I'd say he's one of them at this point. You know, he's been here for a very, very long time. He's been able to practice and fine-tune his gameplay on the the best and biggest stage of the game on the planet. So, I think he's definitely earned the respect he's seemingly being given, and I'm very glad because he certainly deserves it. Absolutely. But, Moxie, it's time. Game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be diving in very soon. And what is this band pick phasing going to be bringing to our screens? What do you reckon? Is it another Syra? Probably!
I feel like it's going to be another Syra. That or one of these players is going to step up and like try to be the staple. Shen Huan coming on out.
I want to be different.
I mean, maybe they don't want to, is the thing. Because do you remember last year's J-Cup where Spider went through the entirety of group stage playing Wu Chen against Syra because he would use the V2 to be able to keep up the pressure on Syra, and then didn't use it once in Grand Finals. He used it instead to try and condition people into expecting Wu Chen would be a good pick into Syra, and that if they saw Wu Chen in the lobby, it would be Spider. And it also meant that a lot of players tried to replicate Spider's success with Wu Chen. So because we get to see so many of these players like look for those strategies and try and just download them, even if it's on first day of the tournament, these players are so good that they can pick up those strategies so very, very quickly. You don't want to show that winning strategy. You don't want to show what is going to be strongest now, because there's enough of a buffer. Like group stages, we play them out all in one go, right? The Grand Finals, there's time. There's a lot of time. There's downtime. There's scrim time between group stages and Grand Finals itself. So you want to hide the best strategies. Like you want to qualify for sure, but you don't want to reveal the winning strategy until you're actually on the Grand Final stage.
Yeah, the sandbagging, the gatekeeping, it happens every year. It happens just across the board, you know, and it makes sense. You're here to win. You're here to do as best as you can. If you've got something up your sleeve, you're gonna, you know, keep it close to the chest. So we shall see. That may change, however. There could be a player or two who is, you know, keeping something hidden, but then day 2 rolls around, they didn't do too well on their first day.
And they're pressured into revealing it early.
They have to send it. They have to go. And that could end up being, you know, something that happens, but for now, since it's day 1, I think most of those hidden strategies, if there are any, are going to be kept hidden. As the entirety of the other group that's not playing, because we've got Group A and Group B today. Group C, you know that they're home watching very, very intensely at their screen with the notebook out, you know, writing out everything that they spot that they can use to their advantage. And
that was almost Lani.
It was, wasn't it? It was.
That was almost Lani. I think that as well speaks volumes about the unsureness of players when it comes to what heroes they want to play, because for the first time really we've actually seen players show a hero and then not commit to locking it and go with something else entirely. So you can see like there's a lot of back and forth between what a player thinks, what their coach thinks as well, what potentially they're advising, and they go, oh wait a minute, maybe it would be better to go with this instead. So that's the first time that we're really getting to see it, and it's very interesting that Shenyuan thought about going for the Lani, decided to go with the Syra, something that you and I were expecting, and then Cloud bulked the Lani pick and went for the Liam over him.
Interesting. I'm not too surprised that Akos is getting picked up by Lexan here. One, because he's already played, you know, some of the characters, but 2, because Akos is very, very good, and I think he's certainly, you know, he warrants being in that top 4. Now moving over to that 5th pick, we have Arano locking it in as well. Very, you know, he was ready. He was ready for that one. If they're gonna give me Justina, I'm going to take it. He locks it in.
Oh.
Mike?
Oh,
decisive. Oh, am I playing this? Oh, no. Kylan it is. Is that more hair clips? I think he put another one in.
Just adding.
2 wasn't enough. It's game 3. We're putting in a 3rd one. Send it.
There were games where he would have like 5 heat packs. He would have like...
Yeah. He'd have them like stuck to his jacket.
All in the inside of the hoodie, and then players would like actually penguin huddle around him so they could try and gain some of the warmth that Mike would exude with them. But we're gonna get the Kylan coming in through from Mike, and then the Eno that he was debating about picking up is gonna go over to Misty instead. Wukong is gonna be locking our latest hero of Shenhuan Li, coming on out for us in this 8th phase, which means that Temi is still up for grabs, Wu Chen potentially, Volda as well, all still coming on for here. Justina was a little bit early. Do you know what's very interesting that we haven't seen? Yoto. Yoto hasn't been picked, and indeed, there we go. Mines is going to be snapping that one up now.
The classic, we haven't seen this. Oh, okay, there we go. The classic happens every time. You know what we haven't seen? We haven't seen Valde yet. No. Oh, no. Of course I had to say it. Oh, yes. Another casting classic, isn't it, Moxie? Yes. When I try and make something happen, nothing does not happen. Excellent.
Okay, so
now you gotta do another one.
Reverse psychology, right? We're not going to see Ataka.
No, he's...
No, there's no way we see a
0%.
NARAKA. It's Temmie. Temmie or Volder. One or the other. Or maybe Wu Chen. Volder, there we go. Temmie, I would expect. Right? Surely you go Temmie here.
Is he going to bring out his tried and true Zai from back in the day? Do you reckon? No, probably not.
I would be very surprised if we see a Zai, especially because everybody knows, right? Zell is the Zai guy. If you see a Zai, you know it's him. Wu Chen, okay. Temmie, not. But what?
Thank you, universe! Thank you! Thank you!
1-1.
Vindication! Yeah!
Oh my goodness, we're gonna be seeing Zai. I mean, I would expect this is gonna be the F1 combo break Zai, unlike the Comet Hurtle that we get in trios with the Siphon composition, where you get to play off of the Matari, getting a reset on the Zai's ability, so even if it's not a combo breaker, you still get the opportunity to apply Fire Tick and disengage or engage. Surely this has to be F1.
I would say so. I think F2 is too sussy. I fought an F2 Zai in solo Immortal War yesterday. They didn't live very long. It is sussy. You need a combo breaker.
Yes.
You know, the fact that the ultimate refreshes the F's cooldown as well gives you so much potential value. It makes so much sense in multiple ways. So yeah, combo breaker. And combo breaker, just the concept, the mechanic, having that utility under your belt, or in your belt, is invaluable in solos. In solos, it's not just about, you know, oops, I got parried, or oops, I did something wrong. It's about having the utility available to you and then leveraging that fact to give yourself, you know, opportunities to do things that could be risky.
Yodo F1.
You're absolutely right. Are we okay, guys? I know he did really well, but he's also, you know, he's also verse.
Yeah.
So, well, he's also a wait, no. Well, it was Arano. Sorry,
it was Arano.
It was Arano.
Yeah.
He's also Arano.
We also have a Shenhuan F2 instead of F1.
Interesting. Let's take a look at the heart rates.
Bell's 120 right now. Mike 117. Oh boy, we're gonna be seeing some very fast fights off of the rip. This also isn't Fireflies.
No, it's not.
This is like very aggressive drop locations. Sunwings is gonna be seeing YZG and ASZ going head to head. As a Money Squad, I would imagine, is also going to be very hotly contested once the initial hot drop has worn enough and you can rotate on over to those free warehouses to be able to break all of the destructible boxes, crates, and weapon racks to be able to pick yourself up a whole amount of resources, but also of money, and money in Immortal War is such a huge resource that we really do have to talk about, because Soul Jades, they're expensive in Immortal War, as are Purple Armor, and those resources, they're not infinite. There are a select few. Once they're gone, they are gone. So the earlier you can get your hands on those coins, the better.
Yeah, the Immortal War, you know, Darktide Rift Dealer is very different. You're able to buy all sorts of different things, and going for money, getting those Darktide coins early on is a pretty solid strategy. But now we're on the ground, boots on the ground, ladies and gentlemen, on Morris Isle, the OG map, Mike versus Zelding. What in the interesting weapon swap was that? The nunchucks into staff. Mike with the dual halberds, trying to find the cross. Zeldin gets fried. About equal effective health. There goes the combo breaker. Mike has his ready to go, ready and waiting. Zeldin trying to find an armor swap perhaps. Mike goes to the top, goes to the rooftop.
Oh, he didn't
spots the blue armor.
Yeah.
There we go.
And then Mike cuts it off too, so that he grabs it, which means if Zell tries to go for the armor that was left behind, it's already going to be broken. That is a rough one for the Zai. Goes for the skirmish engagement, still doesn't have his combo breaker. Goes for the lunge into the follow-up and gets full parried out of it. Mike does actually land directly on the Zai, which means that Zhao is able to come on through with the F1 into armor swap, into that new blue armor. And we get to see the Zai kite turn around, sees that Mike was potentially looking for that grapple, thought about full sending the R&B, decides not to commit it, as we get one horizontal block going to be invested, doesn't have the F1, which means that Mike is going to be able to keep applying that pressure. Zhao potentially goes for the turn, cancels into the light attack instead, gets the F1 refresh with the activation now of that V2, and applies the damage and burn onto Mike, forcing him to have to space on out. There's the F1 refresh coming on out from the alt cast into the V2 turnaround, looking for those chain sides to be able to connect, but the Kylan ultimate is still up for Mike, and he'll be able to find the elimination onto Zai. Unfortunately for Zai, the gold focus of the ultimate just does very little in terms of being able to help to sustain it with the lack of damage.
That was spicy. That was very, very close. But let's take a look here, because that's Frostivus' second kill, and Wu Feng also on 2 eliminations. Zhuan Yuan has picked up 1. And that's all.
Yeah, that was 2 for the price of 1, by the way. The bodies are so close because Frostivus got the eliminations at the same time with the same hit of Flying Knives.
Very nice indeed. Now, oh, wait a minute. Lexen forces out the combo breaker from Murano. Oh, wait a minute. Nice half charge coming out from Murano. Able to force out this combo break ult from Lexen. Goes for the grapple, gets frozen. Wait a minute. Murano almost whiffs it, almost makes a terrible error. Oh, and Frostivus, you sneaky boy. Sneaky old Frostivus. Wait a sec. Oh, no.
The dash? Murano uses the dash. He uses it aggressively against Frostivus instead of using it to disengage. He might not pay for this. Does manage to go for the hold of the focus to be able to dodge the Valda Spear. And Frostivus is still in the V2, which means that he doesn't get access to the F2, which means that Arana has taken out all of that armor and still has his F2 combo breaker up as well. Now gets hit by that Valda F2, looks for the horizontal into uppercut confirm, and will be able to find the elimination. Great play coming on through from Arana. That was a very big risk, investing the dash aggressively on the Valda instead of disengaging, but it pays off for him, as now he has to kite away from Verse, who shows up a little bit late to the scene, doesn't manage to find an opportunity to take a fight against Jacina when the Frostivus fight is still going on, which means that Arano is able to get a full reset off and make away with all of the money that he was able to pick up from those eliminations too.
Arano. I can just hear the boys watching this. It's going, oh shoot! That was dirty! Arano, I see you, buddy. I see the gamer tape. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna talk to him. I'm gonna get me some of that tape, because oh my goodness! That was insanely clean! That was beautiful, Naraka. Arano, he gets his kill stolen. He does, make an error, but the way he navigated that fight afterwards was impeccable. Now, heading on over. I'm done complimenting Arano. We're over here with Mike and Zhuan Yuan. Zhuan Yuan, unfortunately, forced to use his ultimate very early. Mike not having his own, but having that terrain, having the building to kite around and avoid the beam, avoid the Syra pressure.
Yeah, but he did get hit by 1 stun.
Yeah, he got hit by 1.
Yeah, he was able to perfectly roll the first 2. Gets hit by the 3rd, which means that Genuine does get an opportunity of just full disengaging away from Mike before he can get on top of that Syra who doesn't have ult. Arano already has his ultimate back as well. You have to be very careful when you're taking fights in Solastro, not just for multi-way fights, but also for signboards dropping on your head, especially if we have a Liam coming into play with that V2. We can have a look at Mishu trying to get enough damage to be able to pull up the ultimate. We don't have a combo break. Oh no, it might be over for the Enoch. Yeah, and Arana is able to walk with the elimination too. Zal's not going to be happy about that one.
Huh? I feel like, I guess, but I don't know. I feel like he could have potentially you know, he forced out the combo breaker there. He then has his own combo break, his own ult, which then gives him another combo break.
Yeah, but
and
the
he's in the
Justina
zone.
still had ult.
That's true, but they are in the zone as well. You know, maybe force something out there. Maybe I don't know. At
How
least
do you want to go
test
Ram of
it.
Yang?
I would have gotten a little ooglier there. I think that would have been definitely a worthwhile opportunity. But it's purple armor versus blue. Perhaps he just wasn't feeling it. A bit spooked. Would rather try and contest the Realm of Yang, or potentially go for a Spirit Well, or go for the cave. But
yeah.
Anyway,
I think it's risky as well, like getting caught in Celestia when Realm of Yang is, because it's literally the center of the map. Right?
Yeah.
It's so hard to kite out of Celestia if the Realm of Yang players are already out and about looking for those eliminations. Arano did go into a Realm of Yang, goes for that pistol, just chipping away at range, punishing the Lani, who's so up in that sky for so long. Nunchuck's looking to even out some of that damage. F2 already being forced. Arano does manage to try and come out of it with the knockback, giving himself a little bit more space to be able to kite over to those pillars and potentially put himself onto the top of one to get one of these armor powders on through. Before looking for the drop down into the charge RMB from those flying knives. Combo break has already been invested from the Lani, as is the ultimate, and we get that trick for potentially putting the pressure, forcing Arano to space out entirely into the pistol swap damage. LMB connection, full sent from TDD5. The first hit of damage connects. Arano's able to block out the second though with the F2, but now he doesn't have the combo breaker, and TDD5 is able to find the stagger into full meter dump. Coming on out with those nunchucks. There goes the Justina ultimate. Arano's able to find one freeze, doesn't have another dash, has to play around the pillar looking for the crouch spam to be able to get one of these heals off. Goes for an armor powder, will be able to find the connection, and now looks to keep up the pressure, playing in the pocket of TDD5. It is now TDD5 getting an opportunity to heal, and he's been able to buy himself the time for the F2 to cycle back on through. Can TDD5 frame away from the F2 knockback? Yes, he can! Comes on through with the nunchuck catch as the Justina rounds the pillar, and TDD5 with the read finds the win.
he's insane! Oh my! Also, TDD5, he almost had a heart attack. He got up to 155 heartbeats per minute there. I have to say, Arano, you've got good cardiovascular health, my friend. You did not spike. He's stuck around 100 and something heartbeats per minute for the entire Yang. I respect it. But what in the sussy bucker is there going on here? We've got Mike in the bush. Zhuan Yuan there. Verse TDD5. Verse is in danger. There's fire. Floor is lava.
Oh, Palm Lightning. At least Verse is on Cheryl.
Okay,
if any character gets hit, if any character gets hit in a multi-way fight, you want to be on Cheryl because it gives you so many blocks. Thanks on up. Mike's already out of there. I think Mike went for a cave, which is like the strat that Mike goes for. If he doesn't go into Realm of Yang, he will go for a cave to try and get his game back on track. But then too many players showed on up. So he just crouches in the purple bush, goes full invisible, waits for a fight to actually kick on off, with ultimates being traded, and uses it as a win to just full disengage. Because now everyone's going to be locked onto the players who use their ultimates. Mike committed nothing.
TDD5, even though he does have this this Vermilion Birds Mike, he doesn't want to go down here. He doesn't want to give over a kill unnecessarily. He doesn't want to, lose the opportunity to actually take advantage of the buff as well. It's more ideal for him to actually try and get something out of it. So he's on the run for the moment. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to make it out or if they've caught up with him yet, but he's still got the buff for the moment. Now Mike, no buff, no Yang depletion. Currently kiting away from Cloud, hasn't got the full purple armor, hasn't had an opportunity to heal up yet, but he's in the treehouse.
He doesn't have grapples though.
That's true. He can go up and down with the scale rushes and the tree climbing, but it is definitely not the best spot to be in.
It got turned on first.
Zhuan Yuan on the board, ladies and gentlemen. He's got 3. He's awake. Oh, he's very awake.
Parry! The F1 into drop down parry. What a play coming on through from him. Legendary Hongsol though is rather unfortunate in terms of weapon choice, because he has to use those RMBs. There's a multi-way fight going through as well. Genuine, does he stand still and just try and get reset with a million bird smite when it's still going to be in play? He's still alive. This is dangerous for him. Okay, there we go. Frostivus was able to find the elimination. Read that Genuine was just going to look for a reset as quickly as he possibly could. TDD5 also doing the same thing. So all of those players, they read the names of the hero who won the Realm of Yang fights, knew that Vermilion Bird Smite would be running out at that point, and that these players wanted to die. Wanted to lose those fights so that they got the full health reset and opportunity to reposition, and looked for those last hits to be able to claim those eliminations. As you can have a look and see, Wukong unfortunately is going to get taken out by TD5, who respawned, who used the Soul Form to be able to track where all of the fights were happening and show on up at the worst possible moment for a player to have to deal with, to be able to find that last hit of damage to claim the elimination. Work smarter, not harder.
Yeah, absolutely. Now Arano in the zone is going to be able to reset and get the full heal, but unfortunately it looks as though Zelding is caught wind of this and is going to be trying to feed him in the zone. Perhaps he is fully... Oh my goodness, what a parry coming out from Mr. Zelding. Doesn't go for the parry attack, instead is going to be applying the fire damage. Instead, getting that advantage. Arano, unfortunately, no matter how well you cut this out, it is looking pretty chopped, my friend.
Oh, he's going to give a kill to someone.
He's going to get in the zone, but...
Wait, he's actually going to give a kill to someone. Maybe to Zell here? 14 seconds left. He's going right past the Realm of Yang portal, which means that everyone just turns.
Oh, hello there.
And looks for that elimination. Zell is able to walk away with the elimination with the V2, as I believe Frostivus is able to potentially get a Realm of Yang for free here. As we get Mike going head-to-head against Lexan. Palm Lightning already going to be revealed. Mike full sending the LMB, both hits, not even trying to turn it. Gets the parry too onto Lexan here, who does try and return fire with that Akos F2 into the horizontal, into uppercut confirmation. Mike does not have his combo breaker up, does still have the ultimate. The Akos is going to use his, which means that he no longer has the pop of that V1 to use as a soft combo breaker. And Mike full sends the Kylan ultimate and takes Lexan out.
That was... It was looking alright for a second there. You know, we were fighting back, but as soon as we ult there, I think it was a little bit of a panic situation as well. That parry to start off the fight was beautifully done by Mike. Hey. It was a valiant effort, regardless. And now moving over to Frostivus and T225, a very delayed Realm of Yang fight, I might add. So whoever comes out of this one victorious is going to have that buff for a little bit longer than Mike does, or at least longer into the game. What in the moves, the schmoves? T225, he's got ice skates on his feet. Oh my goodness, Frost holding that spear as long as humanly possible is going to be able to avoid getting staggered by the ball. T225 using that combo breaker and then dodging away from that next spear. Frostivus. Oh! No! We can't use it!
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Frostivus doesn't even get a heal off. He fakes it to go for the skill rush! He knows Milani doesn't have the combo breaker! Oh my goodness! Frostivus with the fake out on their heal! Closes the distance and full punishes T225. What a play!
That was juicy. Love to see those kind of things happen. Those clutch moments. Now heading over to a rematch, it seems, between Mike and Lexan. But it looks as though Lexan's got a few more opponents than just Mike this time. He's been shot at by all these players in the vicinity. And now, this is not ideal. Do they hit the shot? Have you skipped aim training? You apparently have. You're not hitting those. Wait a second, Lexan didn't heal, didn't find an armor swap. He's trying to disengage, he's trying to get out of there. And T225, he locks it down, and Frostivus, I believe, yoinks away the soul.
Yeah, Mike wasn't able to get it, though Mike did not commit his ultimate in that fight. Oh, what a parry! Yeah. And Pulsar was already in hand, no need to weapon swap either. To be able to get that maximum amount of damage. Lani ultimate immediately gonna be infested for 2-5 because legendary Pulsar damage, yeah, you lose all of your armor immediately. Yeah, great sword armor, sorry.
Yeah, when it does get played, I want it showcased.
T225 having to run away from the rarely seen greatsword as Mike has not had the opportunity.
I just had to say it, didn't I?
We know it's going to be changed to a pole sword in a matter of moments as the uppercut comes on through. Unfortunately, T35 just having to burn all of his stamina in avoiding the follow-up damage. Just give it like 30 seconds or so, and you know what? I can show you a magic trick, Dunk. I can make this greatsword disappear and reappear into another weapon entirely.
For everybody other than me, it's a pole sword in disguise. For me, every pole sword is a great sword in disguise. But here, we're done. We're done with Mike. Mike took him down. TP5 is down for the count. Now heading over to Frostivus, Juan Yuan, and Mines. Unfortunately, Frostivus did seem to be position 1, doing a lot of the work there, but not able to secure the kill for himself. And wait a minute.
Oh, hold on a minute. Mike?
What were we saying?
Wait, whoa,
Mike?
whoa. We can still buy a crafting hammer.
No. Yeah, buddy.
He's keeping it greatsword?
Yeah, buddy. Wait, does he have a Jade for it? Does he have the new Greatsword Jade?
Oh,
I don't think
maybe. Title?
I don't think he does have it. I feel like I would have noticed it.
Yeah, I mean, it's legendary.
Okay, Juan Yuan, we're showing off at this point, buddy. What's going on? And then Zelding's just, going for a stroll. Leisurely stroll. The zone.
Zel's just playing super far away from as many people as possible.
Yeah, he's playing Zai. He needs to.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's just gonna swap to ranged weapons, and then the Zai's just gonna get pressured by everybody.
Yeah.
That is the problem. Frostivus is gonna be keeping Palm Lightning in the pocket. And it is going to be attached to purple flying knife, so the damage that it does is going to be adequate to be able to keep the players' pressure off of him, even when they do end up getting hit by it. As we can have a look at a replay to see how this run of Yang went through. Verse already burning that combo breaker. Mike trying to close up the distance. Uppercut from the halberds into 1-2. Of the RMB into the full charged RMB that Mike's able to find the parry from because he's perfectly distanced at the edge of it and just steps in, managing to come on through with the meter dump as well from those nunchucks. Knows that Verse did not have the combo breaker up and available. Hell ultimate now coming on through. Verse throwing out the first auto block, not able to find the connection as Mike's able to dodge it. Swaps over to the pole sword. Into a Tortoise block that he'd been able to tank up before. There's that last stagger coming on out, and Verse does go for the connection, utilizing the gold frame focus to try and avoid getting full staggered by this Highland ultimate into the uppercut.
What just happened there? That looked very strange for a second. I think it was a pillar perspective or something occurred, but... Oh, he does have it! That's why!
Oh, we've got title surge?
He has the Greatsword Jade. I like it. Let's get it. My goat. OUG Mike pulling it out on the big stage. It's in his inventory. He's not actually using it yet. But I want it. Let's see it. Let's see it.
We'll see if he goes gold frame focus with the RMB. If he decides to use it. One that's definitely going to be seeing use is Blazing Cyclone, that charged RMB. Frostivus just
Purple
immediately
Jade,
getting
by the
hit
way.
by it. Yeah. I mean, any purple Jade that applies Fire Tick is just insane.
Yeah, and
Wait,
Greatsword Jade is gold, by the way.
Did Zell hit a Toxic Shroom to get the attack boost?
Wait, is he doing the desperation shenanigans? Don't tell me. Wait a second.
Are we just letting Mike control this? Oh my goodness.
Wait, Mike is going to get his cap delayed, though.
No.
So Juan Yuan...
No, the Syra!
Yeah, Juan Yuan's going to turn up and just be like, get out of here, buddy. Yeah, you can't have this. It's mine. Duh.
That's the problem with Syra, right? We were talking about it. She can get greedy if the contest isn't there on the Syra's position, and then there's a contest happening on the other one. She can pick up that buff and immediately locate over to stop a player from being able to pick it up the way that Mike was looking for. And Zell now is going to have to pick up the flag instead, but unfortunately for him, he's got to have that flag on the altar for 10 whole seconds uncontested. And that Zai has now literally got a target painted on his back.
Oh, no! I thought it was going for a ride there, but no. Unfortunately, the Sky Punch making it, you know, even though it can be really useful for those kind of things, it actually just screws up with the timing a little bit too much. Not able to go for the juggle. But Zeldinct does find that quick armor swap. Oh, okay, it doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
Within a blink of an eye, and now Zeldinct is experiencing why Zai does not get played very often in this kind of environment. But if he's able to make it over to that Spirit Well and actually survive, maybe?
Not the Moonbane. No!
Oh, no! Oh, wait, Frost gets it as well. Oh my goodness. Does he get the Soul Bloom?
I think Frost got the blow. That'll maybe.
No, I don't think he did. Wait, is it just delayed? No, he didn't get it.
No, he didn't, yeah.
He got the flag.
He goes for the flag instead. He's still got Valda V2 as well. And he's on the other side of the Moonbane. Does Shen Yuan try and contest this though? Or is he just gonna let the Valda take it? Looks like he's just gonna, ooh, maybe?
I think he knows that it was just like, there's not really much point in heading over here, you know, he's already got it. He's already been stood there for like most of the time.
Yeah, but he can still apply pressure onto Frost here.
Yeah.
So chooses. Sire is very, very good at being able to burn through that Valda V2. Mike has to be careful that he doesn't burn through too many Moonbane AoE hits. With that greatsword, there's 3 players left too. This is really good for Mike. He's got Phantom Step as well that we can see. He's just going to be able to play third party here and wait for these 2 other players to try and take aggression against themselves. He doesn't have that ticking time bomb of Yang Depletion because he was the one that was able to get Zell's Soul Bloom as well, which means that we could very well see this being the longest lasting solo game of the day, as there is currently no reason for any of these players to start a fight.
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. It's not worth it at all. We've got all 3 of these players with, you know, a solid number of kills. Zhuan Yuan being the least, and it being 4. So he's, you know, he's still thinking, you know, 4 kills is pretty good. If I get first here, that's going to be a massive, massive game for me, point-wise, and I'm going to be able to, you know, set myself up for success moving forwards. Same goes for both Mike and Frostivus here. Frostivus being the kill leader with 6, Mike with 5. So he's starting to close in here, trading blows somewhat. Frostivus going for that jump parry, being very conscious of the potential max range focus release from the flying knives. Zhuan Yuan with the threatening flying knives. Frostivus
Mike
standing there menacingly.
Oh, we used the Tome. Home invested. Frost doesn't have combo break. I think it might be over for the Valda. Never mind. He is pressured to using the V2 until now. That Palm Lightning is brutal. There goes the V2. Hasn't thrown a spit. He squirreled away Soul Jades at the bottom of the chasm. He might actually use the V2 to be able to get potentially an armor swap here.
He's just
or pick up some Jades. Or no, he's just going to go out into the zone so that he doesn't give an elimination away to those players. He didn't have his ultimate. He knew that it would be over, and it's now a 1 versus 1. Kylan versus Syra. Mike down his combo break is going to have to use the ultimate and just use the dashes to take himself into that zone and out of the corruption tick damage. Gets the baseball back, connecting onto Shen Yuan, who still hasn't popped the Syra V1. So is at full advantage right now. And here comes the beam. Mike kites out the end of the Kylan ultimate, puts himself behind cover, and Shen Yuan actually cancels the ultimate early so he can get the armor swap onto the legendary armor left on the ground, get a full health reset, and try and go for a full reset into this fight as we get the rematch coming on through. Mike does have combo break up again, turns on through, but gets parried. Doesn't use the combo break, holds on to it as we get the full charge R&B threaten coming on through from those nunchucks into a potential full meter dump.
The Tome coming out to play. We've got the Tome from that Yang Spirit Well. Mike getting lost for a second there. Oh. 1, 2, 1, 1. Going for it. The Phantom Step doing work right here. The terrain is a little bit scuffed. Can't be going for those LMBs. The Rampage does come out to play. Zhuan Yuan showing it off. A little bit of purple focus to protect himself. Mike playing with the terrain very nicely here, sitting on top of that wall, denying Zhuan Yuan the pressure while keeping it up himself. The Phantom Step is so goated, forcing out that combo breaker once again. Mike with that grapple cancel twice into the dunk. Oh, do it to him with the... We got the greatsword out, the stone form ready, and Xuan Yuan cancelling his heal. It's a heavy sword fight at the end. Bro, please, man.
Oh, Mike with the tempo change.
I love it. That right there. That's how I like to play the game. That right there. That's how it's done. Mike the GOAT with the hair clips, showing us how it's done. I'm sorry.
Oh, the conditioning of the timing for the expectation it would be heavy sword versus heavy, and then swapping over to the nunchucks and just catching him with the charge R&B mid-air. Clean stuff coming on from Mike. Remember as well, he had the disadvantage. He used his combo breaker early, used his ultimate early. He had to full disengage and get a full health reset, as opposed to Syra, who was purely able to pick up the loot left behind, given that she was able to walk away with control of the well. Got the full legendary armor right off of the ground. But Mike is able to win it on item. I mean, Phantom Step, there's a reason that we talk about it being upgraded to legendary and why it was deservedly so. Mike with the perfect spacing, nunchucks, Phantom Step, greatsword as well. We got to see a little bit of pulse sword action too coming on through.
Yeah, from Xuan Yuan. I mean, I will say he was able to get away with the greatsword neutral more so due to the Phantom Step. Now, yes. I mean, we've talked about it quite a bit already today. The fact that it gives you that neutral pressure, it allows you to weave in and out. As stealth isn't just a visual thing in NARAKA. Melee aim assist is an integral mechanic within the game. And Phantom Step, even though it's something that adds stealth to iframe, so dodges, where you would theoretically already be avoiding damage and all that, it does mean that the attacks that are sent in your direction don't go in your direction unless it's aimed manually or if you have the dodge in, you know, general trajectory. So it makes a big difference, and then it creates a lot of potential pressure with something like Greatsword and Nunchucks and all the different weapons. But getting away with playing Greatsword there was somewhat due to the Phantom Step, undeniably. I'm not so intoxicated with copium. You know, I've got my own Greatsword right here, but you know, I'm not that crazy. It was done because he didn't even use the Jade, which kind of triggered me a little bit. You know, we see it for the first time on the Jacob stage. Doesn't actually press it.
Well, I mean, maybe it was for the threat. Like, if you're using Greatsword, like, maybe it was for the anticipation. But I think the terrain as well didn't really help, because the tidal surge, it's not like you go for just one hit, right? It has to be horizontal, so LMB into RMB. And then because there was so many different levels of the terrain that they were playing, it's very unlikely that you're going to be able to find that LMB into RMB follow through. Yeah,
I mean, you're absolutely right. The terrain was very scuffed, and just throwing out an LMB, you know, if it doesn't actually hit, or if you whiff it deliberately, perhaps, and then go into the RMB, you're gonna, if he's right in front of you, you're probably gonna have to, you know, send it the other direction and then turn it back around to get the gold focus. And then even if you do that, it can be avoided. There is a timing to potentially catch you at the end of the gold focus frame or the end of the whole animation. So it's not, you know, risk-free, and it is only that. You know, that's also why I said, you know, Blazing Cyclone's a purple Jade, and yet this Greatsword Jade's gold. I mean, it does have gold focus.
You know what else actually is probably deserving of being elevated to legendary status? Blistering Edge for Pole Sword.
Yeah, make Overcomer purple.
Yeah.
To be honest, I kind of agree.
Is just too easy to parry.
Yeah, the jump parry potential, and the fact that, you know, unless you have Overlord, the likelihood of you actually getting to use it is pretty...
Also, like, Blistering Edge, just corner camping with Blistering Edge and hitting them at max distance to apply that fire tick, like... It could have been a very different story in the 1v1 if Xuan Yuan had Blistering Edge attached to that pole sword, as opposed to those two players just looking to chunk each other down with skill rushes from those heavy hitting weapons. But Mike is able to pick up his first MVP of the day, coming on through with those eliminations on the Kylan. 10.2 game score off of the eliminations, as well as being that last player standing, meaning that he's able to secure the kill score multiplier. Frostivus coming in with second, Shen Yuan having a much better performance in game number 3 in comparison to first and second, coming and picking up that third place position, and TDD5 continuing the momentum that he had previously with 4 eliminations, able to keep himself consistently hitting those points at the top end of those standings. Speaking about standings, let's have a look and see when we head into the half of the day where everyone is on those leaderboards.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to say, but Cloud is sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard, at the very least after the first 3 games. But on the other side, at the top of the mountain, this was something I said before. Mike even said that in the video, but now it means even more things, because Mike is now atop the mountain at 20.2 points. T225 not far behind with 19.3. Verse, unfortunately, with game number 3 not being the highest scoring, does drop down to third with 16.5. Arano shortly behind, 16.3. 13 for Frostivus. Big game from him, 7.5. And then I believe that was Mines there in 6th with 7.5. But here we are once again with the highlights off the back of game number 3. MVP'd by OUG's Mike, brought to you by China Unicom. Take it away, Moxie.
That was that 2-for-1 charged LMB Flying Knife special coming on through from Frostivus before we move in. And have a look and see how Arana was able to play this perfectly. No ultimate, but still able to come on through with the horizontal hit of the Hongsud into uppercut confirmation. Shen Yuan here with that Sire ultimate, putting up the pressure on WBG's Verse, which was how he went out of this lobby a little bit prematurely in comparison to games 1 and 2, or at least how we lost Vermilion Birds, Mike. As Mike with those nunchucks, before we got to see him running around with that greatsword, continuing to apply that pressure. Verse on that Shayol in the multi-way fight, having to deal with so many players after his head getting fully shut out of any disengagement opportunity by the Yodo F2 earlier as well.
And then we see Mike here chasing down the weakened T225 after having been caught in a bad spot, and then swapping on over, skipping ahead to Mike, just showcasing a very nice patient neutral with the nunchucks, utilizing that R&B on the nunchuck, the quick hits, the dodges in and out with that phantom step, and then swapping over to the greatsword for the dunk. And then now swapping back over to the nunchucks when he sees the potential threat here. Oh, there you have it. I mean, that is tempo switch, using the weapons for their, pros, the value, looking to drop down and find that opportunity and take advantage of that moment. Wouldn't have been possible with the greatsword just then. Nunchucks it would have been, but greatsword can offer certain things. I'm not just full of copium, ladies and gentlemen. Seen it here on the big stage. And there you are, taking a look at the MVP stats for OUG's Mike with 26,000 damage.
He had Sap as well. Whoa, a lot of legendary soul shades in the hand coming on through for Mike. As there we go, we get to see that new greatsword Soul Jade, as well as 9,157 points of damage coming on through from the nunchucks. And Dunk, it's there, it's on the board. 3,984 points of damage done by greatsword, probably the highest amount of damage we've seen from a greatsword in a J-Cup or MVPL game. But those scale
at least in solos.
In solos, yes, agreed.
Well, hopefully we got to see more. But regardless, for now, we're going to be throwing over to a quick interview before the second half of the day. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a little bit.
Welcome to J-Cup and welcome to the group stage, everyone. And this is the first interview of the group stage. We have Frostivus here, so please hello to the audience first.
Hello guys, I'm Frostivus from Team BBE.
Welcome. And we didn't know you can play Valda so well before. Did you train more Valda?
Yes, I practiced more Valda recently, especially to prepare for this competition, because I know Valda is one of the strong hero, but she's rarely picked, so that's why I choose her.
Well, but because of maybe most of the people may think for the strongest hero, maybe Iner, Lenny, or Syra? Why do you think Valda is?
I think Valda has a very big potential, especially in Yang, and that's why she can win a lot. And I think Inor or Lenny and those other heroes, they recently got weakened, but Valda was never touched. So I think Valda is secretly better than them.
Also, for the second game, you are the first one to choose in the BP, right? And you chose Syra. And I think you used Syra plan to win that game, but any accident during the game?
I made a mistake when I was fighting Mike in the second Yang, and I just lost. And after that, it's just very hard to recover from that.
Also, for this patch, we have a new hero here, a new weapon. How do you think about that?
I think the new hero is actually one of my favorite heroes.
Oh, every new hero is your favorite.
No, okay, so the hero is mainly using flying knives, and flying knives is my favorite weapon. And so I think this new hero suits me very well.
Okay, so what about the whip sword?
The whip sword, I don't really... I think the whip sword is a very good weapon, but it's not my favorite.
So you didn't practice a lot for this weapon?
I was also practicing it, but not as much.
Oh,
I still prefer flying knives.
What about for today? Because today is the first day of the whole group stage. How do you feel about the matches?
So far, I think I'm doing okay, and I'm just going to try my best and get as much point as possible and qualify for finals.
Okay, good luck to you. So let's move on to the answer for Treasure, please. Okay, so this time our question is, which region does BBE Frost Divas represent? A, B, E, U, C, S, E, A, D, A, S. Wow, that's easy. So, count down the time, please.
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot everyone, and what's the answer?
C.
C. Yes, I think the answer is C. Well, we just talked about the game. Let's talk something out of the game. So for this time's group stage, all the players from other regions come to China. Are you happy with that?
Of course, I'm happy. I can talk to a lot of them and play with them also. And so it's not as lonely as before.
I think you're the only players in NBPL who knows a lot for all the players from other regions. So for this year, after they practice for a whole year, who you think is the best so far?
From the other regions?
Yes.
I think Bajin has very big potential, and I was practicing with him a lot. And so I'm curious to see how he will do in the second day.
Like how many points do you think he can get for the one day?
I hope he can get at least 15 points.
Wow.
15 points, and I think he will be fine.
Did you train together or maybe have some martial art together before the game?
We were playing like yesterday and the day before.
Yesterday?
Yeah, usually I still win.
You still win?
Yeah, I was still winning, but Bajin is not that very far, and I think he has the potential.
I heard that because for all the players from other regions, their competition doesn't have the martial art before the matches. So for this time, we add a martial art in Jacob, and everyone gonna do this. So when you face the players from other regions, how do you think about them?
Obviously, they would lack the experience, but it's not like they don't study or practice it also. So if they can make it, I think they will do pretty well.
Okay, so in this interview, if I'm gonna let you say something to all the players from other regions, and what are you gonna say?
Good luck, and I'm waiting for you.
Okay, good luck to you too. Okay, that's all for the interview. So we're gonna take a break, and we'll be back later. Bye, guys.
How many more cuts must I carve away before I'm through this endless snow? The wind is strong on the lake. And up there, oh, that's bad news for sure. Too bright the moon, too tall the tower. I should not be here drinking alone. But this wine, it feeds my sorrow.
You should have never come here. The moment you set foot here, everything changed.
You're right. I shouldn't have. But if I hadn't come, how could I ever have peace?
You have disturbed the moon. This road is burned away carefully.
I wished to stop your tears, yet ended up staining your face with my own. Now you're here beneath the blossoms. You can finally smile with the whispering wind.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT 2025 J-Cup. We are in beautiful Shanghai, China. I'm your host and caster Seb, and I'm joined with the legendary god of esports himself, Raven PLZ. How you doing, Raven?
Thank you, Seb. I'm so excited to be here. Shout out to Frostivus, calling out Bajin. We're all really proud of him doing well, and we're looking forward to see how he does on this global stage. But the global players kind of slugging it out today. A little bit below on the leaderboard, but ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot of NARAKA to be played. Still a lot more hope for them. Mine's representing the global stage very well. Frostivus, can he really be global at this point? Still coming out, swinging, doing super well as well.
Hey, he is still the tri-region champ in my eyes, but ladies and gentlemen, something that you guys could get your hands on, join the Discord with the QR code right about there. If you scan that QR code, join the NARAKA official Discord and send and participate in some of the challenges for J-Cup. You guys can get your hands on some nice in-game loot, and who doesn't love free stuff? I say it once, I say it again. Every single time there's an opportunity to get loot boxes, you imagine you get a red skin out of one of these free boxes. That is so much value. Very optimal, if you ask me.
Very optimal indeed, Seb. The 2025 J-Cup. Join those comment sections. That's one of my favorite parts of this whole thing. The baseball cap, one of the most coveted pieces. Not my thing in particular, Seb, but for everyone else in the NARAKA fashion out there, definitely one of those items that you need to have if you want to look really cool.
Oh, 100%. I don't even have it in-game, but, you know, we do have it IRL, so I'm set for that one. I did see somebody walking around with the J-Cup logo. I have the NBPL one, but there's a J-Cup hat circulating around here, and I think I need to get my hands off. But, ladies and gentlemen, as you have heard before, if you're watching games 1 through 3, if you're just tuning in, this is pretty new, we have a competition between us and all of the other casters. It is going to be the Ultimate Caster Challenge. During the J-Cup of 2025, casters are going to be competing, answering questions daily to earn flowers, getting the most flowers is going to crown you Ultimate Caster. And I mean, who doesn't want to get that title? I know we are all vigorously competing for this, wanting to get ourselves with the title of Ultimate Caster.
Seb, the second I saw that, I knew you were locked in. You were hoping to do this. Which of the two SEA region players will earn higher points on solo day one? Is it A, BBE's Frostivus, or B, STG's Cloud?
Come on.
I'm going to take a wild guess here, and we do have a little bit more of an advantage here, but I would have always gone with my man, BBE's Frostivus. STG Cloud, having a slow day, but hopefully picks up and brings it back.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of who's on the other side, Frostivus, that's the homie, right? We can't be doing him dirty like that. But I definitely have to go for my pick as well, locking it in with A, BBE's Frostivus. I mean, look at the first 3 games, and you can already tell. I think we get a little bit of an advantage, but we're not gonna talk about that too much because we want to win this.
True. I mean, speaking of other advantages, the daily drops. Remember, guys, 15 minutes for the first drop, 30 minutes, 1 hour. But more importantly, the grand finals is where the real juice starts dropping. If you want to get some exclusive items, stay tuned for the grand finals. If you can't make this group stage, but I got to say, Seb, this group stage is one to be the most hype.
Oh yeah, and look at that J-Cup Mighty Quake avatar logo. And ladies and gentlemen, as Moxie did say before, it is animated. So if you watch the solo grand finals for 120 minutes, you're going to be able to get your hands on that beautiful avatar. And I know that I personally am going to be rocking it in game. My phone is in the other room right now, claiming all the drops as we speak, watching on that Twitch channel. So make sure you guys have your NARAKA account linked to your Twitch as well, so that you can claim those drops. And now it looks like we're about to get ready to lock in for game number 4. Raven, you have been watching, we've been both watching downstairs with some of the EU and NA guys. What is one of the most notable things that you've been seeing hero pick wise from games 1 through 3?
Just like a lot of other years, even though the new character seems to be very powerful, the global stage feels like Lee is definitely way stronger than the CN seems to be given credit. We've seen him being pushed later into the phase picks, but a lot of us feel that he should be somewhere in the first 3 picks behind Syra. Now, just like in the 2023 J-Cup, when Hottie came out, the CN players slowly got to see what the foreign players thought of it, and even Frostivus thinks that the new character is way, way higher than it's being valued right now. But this is a little bit of a competitive advantage, something that the global players can definitely use moving forward. But still, it's been very, very tough out there. As we saw at EWC, the CN side has just been so much more clean than the global scene has ever seen before. But like Frostivus said, we got EU's BLADEPOINT finally getting over here, finally showing his talent. He's a young lad, ready, hungry, wants to go to NBPL, and I gotta say, it's looking doable after watching today. Mines has been showing that off spawn, as long as you get in there, you get a little bit luck on your side, you stay aggressive, anyone can win this thing.
Yeah, I mean, I personally have gotten first-hand experience inside their training matches, playing zero bands at the hotel with some of these guys, and to me, personally, as your average casual NARAKA player, they are unkillable. It is very difficult. I think I got maybe a couple off on Lexin, a couple off on Zay, and a couple off on BLADEPOINT as well. But they are looking incredibly tight with their gameplay. They're not making anything too big of a mistake when it comes to their fighting style. So I think that they have a really good shot of pushing through here. Lexin now, in the pick order, going to be picking second. It's going to give him a very good priority coming into game number 4. We're going to take a look and see what heroes these players are going to be locking in just a second. And I just wanted to take a moment to mention this because I've been talking about it all day. The new graphics on the stage, everything with the J-Cup is looking so beautiful. That dark, deep purple really bringing out the red of the J-Cup J. As we're getting ready to lock things in, TG25 with the Syra first pick. And like you said, Xunhuan Lee not being picked in that first 4 very often, and you think it, oh, Lexin with the Kylan pick.
Yeah,
I'm liking this.
No surprise here, Lexin's very, very comfortable on the Kylan, choosing it second. He did mentioned to me before going on stage, the only really guaranteed first pick, as we've seen today, is that Syra first pick. CN feels like Syra, Lonnie should be the double first picks. Both of these characters are very, very good in the multi-way, very, very good in Yang, and Lonnie kind of loses a little bit in the end game, but Syra definitely one of the most dominant characters going into the end game. Very surprising here though, Mike going with Liam. I've heard from multiple players that Liam has fallen out of the meta considering how well everyone is to dodge his actual ultimate. Those balls not getting as much value as they did before, with everyone's pillar game getting so much better, and Yodo coming into the meta being very, very impressive, and Spirit Roll being so important. Liam not very good at holding his ground. Very, very interesting that Mike may seem, yeah, he's been cooking. The top three, everyone's saying that Mike's time might be done. Even Mike has been flirting with the idea of possible retirement, but it doesn't look like he's losing any pace.
Yeah, I mean, I just gotta say, Misu is looking incredibly locked in here. The Yodo pick, I feel like this is going to be one of his chances to really shine through in this game. He doesn't have one of those 4 meta characters, but I think that we've seen a lot of success on Yodo Hime from the likes of Mike, from the likes of the other players who have started to run it. And there we go, Verse in the 8th pick, going for the Xunhuan Li. I'm excited to see how these CN players are going to be utilizing this hero, because we haven't really gotten to see too much of the CN side going for that pick. So I'm really interested to see how that's going to turn out there. Frostivus in the 9th pick selection. Not a lot of great options left for him. He did use the Valda already last game, so I don't think we're going to see the double pick coming out from him there. Zeldink is going to be in that 10th place position. Shael coming out 9th. It's crazy to see how far Shael has fallen in the meta throughout this season, starting as a very high pick in some of the earlier MBPL bi-weeklies, and now has fallen very, very low into that last section of picks.
Yeah, Shael is one of those characters that's very, very good off spawn, very, very good in Yang, but really struggles in the multi-way if she's ever decided to be lobbied. She can do decent on the Spirit Wall. Her real power is solidifying that endgame now. We've seen today, endgames don't really get as deep as they used to before. 3 or 4 players are left, so is Frosty going to get some value on it? We'll have to see. Zelsic has been slugging it out all day. We saw the Zai pick, one of the most interesting picks, I would say, of today. Shenyuan, though, on the Temi. My man, the raid boss has entered the lobby. This is what he is known for, being one of the best fighters in the league, but also being one of the most infamous, because he looks for those TODs. He's looking at touch of death of you. He's looking to give you before you get outside or get into the realm of Yang, before you claim that Spirit Well. He is super, super aggressive and opportunistic on that Temi. I can't wait to see who he is going to grief this next match.
Yeah, back when there was still the 2 of every hero, he was a demon when it came to those oh, I see another Temi ulting, gonna get some whiffs, and I am going to ruin somebody's game. So it's going to be really fun to see what he's going to be able to make happen here, especially in those Realm of Yang fights. If he's able to time that ultimate perfectly, catch somebody in the wall, get the wisp off, and then create that TOD potential, it is just absolutely cooked for his opponents. There are lots of times where he has ended up faltering and not making it work, so he does still have to have that perfect execution when he is going to be going for those strats, but I think that he has the skill and the know-how to pull this off. The only thing I might be worried about, his games, the first 3 games that he's played, haven't been the best that we've seen from him. Now he's on his comfort pick. Is he going to try a little bit too much, get a little bit too in his own head from the first 3 games, or is he not going to let that affect his mental, and will he be able to push through and create some momentum that he so desperately needs? Taking a look though, we are going to be seeing what skills and abilities these players are going to be utilizing. It looks like it's going to be F1 V2 for Mike on the Liam. We've seen a little bit of V1 coming back for some of the Liam players, but it looks like V2 is still going to hold its place strong in the meta. F1 V2 for Xunhuan Li. That's going to be very standard throughout the entire tournament. F1 V1 for Shenyuan. He's not even going to be able to pull off the TOD.
Very interesting. I thought it was a misclick earlier today when Miss You went with the V1, but it looks like Shenyuan is going with it as well. My best guess of why they're probably doing this is the multi-wave fighting, having those extra couple seconds critical for being able to get away, getting into that reset. Temmie, even though his F is very, very, very good, his ultimate can be very oppressive, kind of a soft counter to Echoes. In multi-wave fights, especially in endgame, he is kind of paper thin. The wall, when multiple players are going for you, everyone can just sit around it, kind of catch you coming in and out, and you don't really have as much survivability, and you can't really guarantee that mutual destruction that all of the meta characters have right now. When you see a Syra, if you mess with her in these endgames, she can just slow down, ult you, and grief your game as well, that both of you will get drowned at the end of it, trading out a kill. Same thing with Lonnie, same thing with a new character. All the strongest characters right now can ensure that if you're going to take a risky fight and end their game, they will end your game as well.
Yeah, as we are ready to kick things off, ladies and gentlemen, it's the NARAKA BLADEPOINT World Championship J Cup of 2025. We're kicking things off with game number 4. 3 games left today. Here we go. Kicking things off right away, we're going to see WBG's verse on the top side of the ship. We are also going to be seeing, I think that's Sin Mines and Arano down on the bottom side. Could be going for that activation of the lava. Arano's going to have that protection. Mines and Verse both lurking in nearby areas, trying to pick up as much as possible before engaging into a fight, but it looks like Arano might get ready to get aggressive right away. Mines is going to get caught out. Arano going for the gold trove right away, min-maxing that loot potential that he could be getting. Doesn't find too much value off of that. Big 1.0 coming into the back end from Arano. Verse taking heavy amounts of damage here. Tries to go for the armor swap, but the focus into the crouch LMB. Arano gonna pick up his first elimination on a Verse, and Frostibus comes in on the third party, trying to see if he can scoop up another kill.
Arano just looking unstoppable today, man. Everyone says that Arano's fighting is not there, but what definitely is there is his multi-way ability to come in, find these timings, destroy people, making it look very, very easy and clean. Now Frostibus doesn't want to overcommit right here, sees multiple players in there. Arano, seeing the third player lurking in the background, is going to slow down, get some loot, but we're going to move over to one of NA's last hopes here. MissYou versus Wufong. MissYou did get the best of Wufong a little bit earlier. Can he have that same match again? Gonna find the second part of the focus attack. The purple gonna be going through. F's gonna be traded out for both of these players. Wufong slowing things down, looking for this fail red, looking for an opening right now, but MissYou's not gonna give it to him. A little bit of posturing from them, and MissYou with a massive parry coming from the top ropes. Now Wufong on the back foot as Zen's Lexen's coming in for the third party.
Lexen trying to see if he can make anything happen. Big roar gonna come out from Wufong, ends up getting dodged by MissYou. Tries to throw that focus attack from the whip sword, isn't gonna be able to connect, and now Lexen and MissYou both desperately chasing here for this elimination. Wufong gonna be able to get a pot in here, might be able to go for 2, as Lexen not gonna go for the full aggression, goes up the tree, tries to go for the focus scale rush, isn't gonna connect, gets the terror off into the focus stack. F ability invested to avoid any sort of extra damage. Now we're gonna see the ult coming out. They can turn this onto Lexen here, but it looks like Wufong's going to be the first one to get aggressed on. MissYou so close to being able to get this elimination here. Blue armor swap for Wufong, oh my goodness. MissYou gonna try and keep the chase up here, but Wufong looks like he's gonna be able to get out of this pretty easily. Ultimate is going to go down. MissYou going to give up the chase. Lexen as well looks to see if he can maybe get a musket shot off onto the Yodo. MissYou not going to be going for any sort of aggression onto Lexen here. And both of them still trying to chase this Akos down.
Yeah, a little bit of hesitation from MissYou and Lexen, wary of each other, not wanting to get all in here. All three of these characters, Yang characters, they don't want to hard commit here and miss the next jam, but Wufong taking advantage here, is creating a lot of space here. He almost got taken down here. Lexen kind of trailing MissYou, seeing if MissYou's willing to commit, but he is not. Now moving back to Arano. In the thick of things, Frost is going to pick up the kill onto Cloud, but ultimates are going to be popping left and right. Frost is stuck in the corner right now, but he's putting a ton of pressure onto Mines, forcing out the Enor or in the corner right now. Frost is going to slow down, find a nice stagger onto Mines, but now Frostibus not able to get out here as everyone is keeping him trapped in there. Finds a little bit of an opening as 225 and Arano look for this kill onto this Xiaoyou. Nowhere left to go. Lightning on him. Frostivus, tough, great for him, and Mind's gonna find a kill. Possibly closing the gap on Frostivus.
Yeah, I mean, Frostivus looking very strong right now. It's unfortunate you have to go out to that, but I mean, the Enor ult is something else entirely. We are going to see the kill go to Arano, but I believe T225 stealing the bloom there. Arano just going to use the goalie stance to get himself out of this really dangerous location to be fighting in. Going to be able to kite this out completely. Both of these players just going for a reset. T225 going to be able to get some extra loot here. Xunhuan F coming through. Verse tries to delay it. Does end up hitting Shenyuan on the spikes that are on the map. We're going to see the ultimate now getting released here. So we do see that last hit coming through. Vulnerability active. He's going to be able to get the 1-2 off. F ability available. Tries to go for the jump C. Jump C is going to connect into the damage. Volpine Essence procced. Gets another throw here. Not going for that cancel to be able to get the combo. There he does go for the cancel. Is able to get the uppercut, but he does not connect. Oh my goodness, the spikes absolutely creeping Shenyuan there. And WBG Verse picks up his first kill of the game, and the Xunhuan Li picking up a very beautiful kill. Look at how well he was able to utilize that ultimate ability.
Man, Verse
the salty?
Verse is playing lights out today, Seb. Just when he's on you, you cannot get away, and he's gonna get a second run at the recovering Shenyuan. Top break for him, but Shenyuan is going to be surrounded by a ton of armor. That's going to be invested. Verse, though, very wary of this Temi ult. Doesn't want to get ulted in this position, aware that Shenyuan most likely is on Temi at this point, being in one of those later phases. We are going to move over to Miss You, Zelchich, Wufang in a nice 3 battle. Zelchich down very, very low. Miss You's going to get him against the corner. Zelchich, no combo break left. Everyone's very, very low right here. Wufang could have a beast. 2 easy kills right here. But Miss You is going to steal it away. Getting on the board right now. Now Wufang in a tough position in a corner with a Yodo, somewhere you don't want to be as his ult's going to be running out. Does Miss continue to aggress, or does he move on to fight another day? But Zelchich going to be, unfortunately, rezzing here with 2 blue armor players looking to get a reset here. Miss You, though, concerned with his Akos, as Wufang is going to make his way out of there, slow things down.
Also, let's take a look at the kill feed here. Lexan's on 2 eliminations. We've got Misu on 1. We've got Mines on 1. Global is doing absolutely phenomenal this game. To start things off, Arano as well on 2 eliminations from our CN side. Frostivus also on 1 elimination. Then we've got Wufang and Verse with 1 as well. Verse going to be heading into this Realm of Yang, getting one of the free spots. We are going to see here, oh, Cloud going to get, oh my goodness, this is super unfortunate. Mike just going to use this to gain himself a Yang pass. Jumping through here, he might even try and go for that Spirit Well claim before he hops in to that Realm of Yang. It looks like Cloud might contest him though. Mike has to make a decision pretty quickly. Is going to be able to find the priority from those flying knives. Switches over to the purple spear. Looks like he is just going to be able to hold this. We're going to see our first fight, though. It's Shenyuan versus Verse. This is Xunhuan already ulted up here. First B recast going to come through. Going to be able to throw through. The vulnerability is going to come down. Tries to see if he can make anything happen with that, but it looks like we're just going to see that Temi ultimate getting popped out. Tries to make something happen. Knocks him out of the stance. Isn't going to be able to do too much with that ultimate here. Jump seek of potential, but it doesn't go for it. Scale Rush going to come through, tries to see if he can knock him off the pillar, isn't going to connect with that, gets the 1-2, tries to go for that jump LMB, F ability invested now, goes for the hit, does connect off of the F ability. Shenyuan 1 HP in a dream right now, trying to see if they can connect with one last Scale Rush into a jump LMB. Going to see the whisk getting thrown by Shenyuan. 1 clink, and it's all over for him here as we go for the Scale Rush, and there's the clink, ladies and gentlemen. WBG Verse winning from the end.
Man, Verse is just imposing his will onto Shenyuan. I'm very, very curious to see how Xunhuan Li is going to be playing out today. A lot of these Chinese players have been gatekeeping a lot of their playstyle with this character. Most of the Immortal World filled with Cyrus, not really a tournament leading into this Jacob. The new character, always the wild card for every single Jacob, and Verse has been leading the meta throughout this year, throughout the NBPL Pro League, even at EWC doing very well, even though Spider was able to yoink it. Verse has been the most consistent player. I'm wondering what he has prepared today, but first we're going to see Arano versus Mike. Arano deadly at the range, but Mike gonna clog it up with a nice distance close with the spear. Nice micro-spacing coming out from Mike, letting Arano know that shooting stuff is not gonna be working on the GOAT right here. Arano though, nice bob and weaving. Nani ult is gonna be coming out. Now tough break for Mike, multiple players coming in. Akko's at the top, and Mike's gonna switch over to the fan, get out of there with the aerodynamics of these clips, Seb. I don't know if they can catch these guys. Mike is looking pretty slippery right now. I spoke a little bit too soon. A little bit of a caster curse as Mike is going to get taken down by Wufang. 3 players jumping onto his body as Frost loots up on him.
And Mike is going to go down, and that's 12th out of 12 with no eliminations on the board for one of the greats. Unfortunate to see it happening there, but we need to get a replay and see who he lost that Realm of Yang to. Frostivus as well on that Yang depletion, going to be trying to see if he can cleanse that depletion here, seeing if he can grab that Bloom. Arano, no ultimate. He knows that. We saw him burn the Lonnie ult, so we might see him try and go for that pick. Wufang as well, but he does have that Akos ultimate available. We are going to see on the other side, WBG's Verse taking a lot of damage. Zelding really putting in some effort and getting that damage up on the Verse, but now we see TT25 coming in on the third party, trying to get some damage of his own onto Zelding, sees the blue armor, and is very hungry for some points here. So we are going to see taking a lot of damage, trying to kite this situation out. There are a lot of places that Zelding can go, but not enough for him to be able to fully kite this out. F ability invested. Verse just going to use it to kite out the situation. Doesn't want to get hit by one of those Balda Spears. We do see that ultimate invested now. Misu going for the chase, is going to get caught in that Balda Spear as Zelding makes a break for it to try and go for an escape.
Interesting choice there from Burst. Doesn't care to jump in there. Only a minute left on his Vermilion's buff as everyone else looking to cleanse here. A minute and 45 for Zhenyuan. He needs to find a Soul Bloom right here. Miss you in a tough position right now. Ult's going to be popped, but 225 staying hot on his heels as Zhenyuan's lurking in the background. Looking to strike right here, but Miss you doing a good job getting a nice heal from that ultimate slash through the wall. But Zhenyuan going to be diving in, and Zelch is going to be joining the party. 5 players here in the north, all showing up. But now we're going to move to another group battle as Frostivus is going to be running away from the Xenor ult of Arano. Well, Mines actually staying on top of him. 2 shields out, only 1 shield left. Throws one of the chokes out to slow down Mines, but it's going to be tough as Xenor able to close the distance one more time. Mines put in the pain on the Frostivus, knocking him out into the open. 58 seconds on Frost, nowhere left to go. Unfortunately, it's been suffocated and taken down by Mines, but Lexin is going to come in and find a kill as both of those players ended up griefing each other. Nice play from Lexin to work harder, or work smarter, not harder, said.
Lexin with the bow shot from downtown, able to get that last bit of damage onto the ulted Enor and take that elimination for his own. Frostivus finishing his game 4 with 1 elimination on the board. We're going to see Zhenyuan and Zelding going at it on the roof here as they're both trying to get themselves an elimination. I believe Zelding doesn't need to cleanse, so this is very much for Zhenyuan on his own. He's using that Temi V1, and I've absolutely loved this ultimate in trios. Never thought we were actually going to get to see this in the MVPL. Thought it was more of something funny. Zhenyuan needs this. He tries to go for the 2-1-1. He doesn't end up connecting with it. 4 seconds left to claim that Bloom. Cloud is going to get the elimination. He doesn't get the Soul Bloom, and Cloud with the double. Oh my goodness. Misu now trying to see if he can come for that third party. Yang depletion players have all since cleansed or been eliminated. We are going to see now, taking a look at our updated scoreboard, that's going to be Mines with 3, Wufang with 3, Lexin with 3, Arano and Verse with 2, Cloud with 2 as well, Misu and TT25 with 1, as our next Realm of Yang is getting ready to come underway. We're going to take a look at T225 hopping in.
The global players are heating up right now. Warm-up rounds are over as we are going to get a classic right here. 225 versus Wufang. 225 has been spectacular today. Can he keep it up versus Wufang? We're going to get a Golden Knives, a Ditto matchup going down as 225 coming down from the top row, looking for the focus attack. Doesn't commit right here. Very strange from 225 as Wufang's going to be able to get that first focus attack through, but 225 gets the scale rush. He's going to eat the F2, trading out the reps right here. Wufang does manage to get the scale rush, following up with a nice extended combo. Now 225 in a very, very tough position. He needs a ton of value off this Cyril to make up for that deficit. Wufang doing a great job of rolling all of these stuns, bobbing weaving. We're out of here. Wu Fang still has his ultimate up. Has to be careful right here to pop ult at the right time. Could possibly get staggered here. No, he's not. That was 225's last hope right here. Can he seal the deal? No, he cannot. Wu Fang seals the deal with a clean jumping LMB.
And ninja elimination there, being able to dodge every single bit of that ultimate coming out of the Syra. We are going to flip over now. It's the Shuhuan versus Arano. This is going to be Verse trying to make something happen here. We're going to see that F ability invested. Is going to be able to get the catch off, but the ball is going to knock it out. He has one last V-cast. Is going to be able to get it off before the timer runs out. Will he be able to make that hit? It doesn't look like it's going to connect. Scale Rush is going to come through before the heal comes out for Arano. This is going to be super dangerous for him, though. Focus Scale Rush going to come in, cancels it, tries to go for the lower Scale Rush. So we're going to see Arano needs to get a pot in desperately if he wants to survive this match. F ability invested, connect is going to come through, uses the dash, doesn't connect with it, uppercut comes through, and Burst able to snag the elimination right away from Arano, and winning himself that second Roman Yang, getting himself a nice pair of gold dual halberds. He's got a second pair of gold dual halberds, getting that gold armor. He's got a nice golden jade coming with it, and the buff that we love to see coming out there. Gonna be able to min-max that out, grabbing it at the very last second to make that buff last as long as possible. And now we take a look at our replay. It's gonna be Mike versus Mines.
Global versus the Go. Mines has been doing very, very well today. What can you show us right here? Eno's going to be popping out versus Mike on the new character, Juan Lee, put against the corner. Where's the dodge? It's Mike. Can he get out of here? No, he's getting... Wait, no, he's on Liam, actually. Staggered right up, pressed against the tower, makes his way to the top. Nice counter from Mike, but it's so hard to get away from Enor inside the realm of Yang. Nice coverage from Mines. And Mike's doing everything he can to get some value here, but the full health Enor now gonna make his way to him. Mike does get a stagger, uppercut combo. Mines going for a ride right here, but Mike ends up dropping it, goes for sneaky mid dodge, but Mines gets his hands out and puts his paws on him, takes him out. What an upset.
Oh, that was the first Rumba Yang that we saw. I'm like, why doesn't he have buff? Our very first Rumba Yang, because Mike did end up getting eliminated very early into this game with no eliminations on the board. And yeah, Global's really showing that they've put in the work to be able to compete with these CM players this year. It's really refreshing to see that, but we are going to be taking a look at another one of our Global players facing off against one of the CN greats. WZ's Arano going to be chasing down STG's Cloud. Cloud on the Tessa, something that we don't typically see getting picked. It's usually the MTF selection, but alas, MTF not competing today, as we are going to be seeing Arano going for the aggression here. Tessa, not one of the most favored picks nowadays, so it's definitely a more difficult pick when you're jumping on that. See the ultimate just getting dodged right away. Cloud gonna try and see if he can kite this out. It's looking very rough for him. Is gonna be able to get a nice little bit of prio off, but he does not extend on the combo. He sees how many people are around. We are gonna see the stun coming through. He is gonna be able to get a Tessa charm off onto one of these players, but there's so many people trying to chase him down right now. He's got the entire lobby looking his way. That's going to be all of these CN players chasing and tracking down, because you know that's one of the things that they are the best at doing, is chasing down their prey and claiming the elimination.
Yeah, Cloud finally getting some momentum right here, but has his work cut out for him. An uphill battle as all these players are looking in for him right now. The bell's going to be hit. He's trying to make his way into the zone to buy some time for himself, but Arano smells him, hiding around the corner. Cloud's able to get one heal up, but Arano's going to commit to this ultimate 2 minutes, 20 seconds on his Yang depletion. Looking for Cloud right now. Cloud running for his life, bobbing, weaving, scale rushing through these houses. He gets a little bit of space right here, but not enough space to get a heal. His combo break is gone right now. Not many options left. But wait a second. Burst with a double charge betrayal. Wait a minute. Arano now on fire. Multiple targets now available for Burst, as Cloud is saying, wait a second, Arano, you want to come out after me? You're going to be going down too. But Burst is able to find a kill, and Cloud does manage to get the kill onto Arano. Sneaky, sneaky ace card up his sleeve, getting that burn damage, leads him deep
Oh
into
no.
the zone, and Verse is gonna fall as well. Cloud gets the last laugh.
Oh my goodness. SDG Cloud finishing his game with 3 eliminations. Definitely the best game we've seen from him so far. Is going to be able to climb himself up even higher onto that leaderboard, passing Misu and taking him out of that last place position. Misu's still alive though, has the opportunity to put some more points up onto the board, but that's provided T225 doesn't take him out right here. We are going to see the parries coming in. Misu going to have to pop that F ability. We are going to see the Cyber Ultimate coming through. He's getting terror attacked by the A-Coast F, and now both ultimates coming through. This is not the best situation for Misu being on that Yodohime. 9 seconds left. All he needs to do is survive for another 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Does he get the elimination? Misu's going to get the kill credit here, and that's going to go Misu's way. Now he's going to be able to back out of this. 2 eliminations on the board for him, getting himself into a bush, and oh my goodness, that was close. Wufong, all he needed to do was follow up there, and he gets the elimination on Misu as well. But it looks like he is going to let him go. 4 players left in the lobby. Mine's going to be going for that basic Spirit Well, while we see Lexin and Wufong fighting it out for that Yang Spirit Well. And it looks like Lexin might be able to claim this. He does have that Kylan all ready to pop as soon as someone tries to come and contest here. Lexin backing off. What are we... Lexin is going to end up just going away for this. We do see Mines claiming that... Oh, he claimed the Yang Spirit Well. I see. I was looking at the wrong charging bar.
Yes. Good presence of mind from Lexin, knowing that an Enor is in the lobby, that they can only claim this if they're uncontested. Seeing that the time is running out, he does try to get out of there, tries to put some distance between them, goes for the flag right now, but Wufong immediately is going to be putting on the pressure onto Lexin. Gold, Halbords, Akos, super dangerous, and Lexin stuck on the cliffside right here, sliding on these buttery rocks, jumping LMBs, putting him in a tough position. He's forced to pop the Kylan ultimate. Who is he going to be able to take down as 2 gold armors, a Yodo, an Akos, and Mines on the Enor, tracking him down in a terrible position, no health. Ultimate running out. Lexin down to his last leg. He finds a parry right here, but Wufong is gonna become flying in, giving him the claws, picking up the kill, moving up to 5 kills right now, as now Wufong changes his attention to Misu.
And Misu on that Yang depletion needs to find a way to cleanse here. Only player with it, as Mines is able to claim both of those Spirit Well, is going to have himself 2 gold armor swaps. Misu, you're going to try and see if he can make anything happen, but Wufong with the 1-1-2. Big Bane hit going to come through. Misu able to dodge it. Wufong getting hit by a second Bane. 3rd and a 4th! Wufong! Oh my goodness! The Bane and the VP. So unfortunate to see. And now it is going to be between Misu, getting hit by a Bane, and Mines. Oh my goodness, Misu, you're playing with fire right now in a very tough spot. Oh my goodness, Misu, get out of there. Get out of there. He is going to be needing to get himself to a safe location, but given the terrain, it's going to be... Oh my goodness, it's cooked. Oh my goodness, what? Wow, Misu avoiding the Banes by a sliver of a centimeter there, as he is just going to be able to find himself a loot to get back up and lock back into this 1v1.
You can see Misu hyper concentrating there, surfing these Moonbanes. And NA, Moonbanes don't matter, as we are going to see for the first time today 2 global players in this endgame. Misu and Mines, a chance to shift this lobby, getting that first place, possibly being able to overtake Wufong's 5 kills and Versus 4 kills right here. Mines definitely with the advantage here on the Enor. Misu's going to have his work cut out for him to try to create some space when the ultimates are going to be getting sprayed out. The Tome is going to be on the side of Mines. Looking for the F value, not able to get it. Misu getting a nice opener here. Pushing back though, get off me. Mine's going to be able to trade heals right here. Misu not able to get a heals actually. Spoke a little bit too soon. Slap's going to be coming out, but Mines does not care. We're throwing it out there. We're getting the damage in as Misu desperately tries to pop a heal. A little bit greedy from Misu. Greed is going to be punished here as Mines pushes him into zone, forcing out the ultimate. Mines with a huge advantage right here. Misu desperately trying to get away from the zone to try to get some type of reset, but Mines keeping him in zone, using the terrain perfectly to his advantage, but forced to pop his ultimate. And now with this high cliff, there's a chance that Misu is able to get a reset here.
And looks like he wasn't able to find the reset. And the Impale is going to come through as Sin Minds, our first global MVP of day number 1, is going to claim game 4 as his own. What a beautiful play.
Shout out to Minds. I spotted him in the elevator on the way here. Wished him good luck. One of the few players that I ran into immediately saying hi to me, so I wished him the best. Dude, my man came out cooking today. Everyone thought that after practicing with Minds for zero banning, he wasn't as strong as he's been showing today. He's surprising everyone on the global scene, showing that just because you zero ban, that's not everything. It's what you do on a tournament stage, and right now, Minds is showing everyone what he's made out of, getting a ton of value off his Enor game. Now, that Moonbane situation, absolutely ridiculous, as everyone was in there surfing it. Wufong absolutely just gets snapped out of the lobby, deleted, vaporized. A little bit of an overextension from him, but today has been an absolute bloodbath, and finally, past that halfway point, the bottom half of the lobby has been heating up and catching up all the butterflies out of the stomach, and now we're seeing a lot more aggressive, beautiful NARAKA.
Yeah, it is really high-level gameplay that we're seeing from here. And it's not just the CN teams that are putting on a show. These global teams came to play, and they came to win. We have seen them come up from 2021 J-Cup all the way to now. The improvement in the global scene has been astronomical, and I absolutely love to see the journey and the hard work that they've put in to get themselves to this point. It is absolutely amazing to see. I am loving the progress that we've made with lots of these players. I'm loving as a community, as the global community, they are looking absolutely insane. Ladies and gentlemen, really quickly, you know what time it is. It's time for the Answer for Treasures. Answer a question in the Twitch chat. So if you're on YouTube, hop on over to Twitch and make sure you drop that in the chat. Who was the MVP of this match? It's a pretty easy one, ladies and gentlemen. Was it A, WBG's verse? Was it B, TE's Wufong? Was it C, Sin Minds? Or was it D, ARS Misu? And we were just talking about it, guys. Make sure you drop your answers into that Twitch chat, and you could be whispered to win some lucky gifts. And it is worth it, guys. Trust me. All you got to do is put a letter in the chat. Here we go. Taking a look at the scoreboard, it's going to be Minds with 4 eliminations and those 3 ranking points and the multiplier to give him a final game score of 7.8, taking first place. Wufong going to be taking second with a 6.5. Verse going to be taking third with the 5. Lexin actually getting that 4th place spot with the 4.5. Misu with the 4 in 5th. Cloud with the 3.5 and 6, Arana with the 2.5, T225 with the 2.5 as well, Frostivus with the 1. Unfortunate to see that happening there, but we're going to take a look at these overall standings now. Misu climbed up to 10th place over Zeldington Cloud. Even though Cloud had a really good game number 4, the 0-1-1 scoreboard for games 1, 2, and 3 is just not going to cut it to keep him in the conversation of a little bit higher up on the leaderboard. Frostivus with his first low-scoring game of the day in game 4. Going to still be in that top 6 though, looking really strong right now at about 14 points. Minds going to pass him very slightly here. Imagine we all get this caster question wrong. Honestly, wow.
Well, the caster question was actually Clouds,
oh, it was
not
Clouds.
Minds.
It was Clouds.
So,
I keep thinking it was Minds.
I mean, Minds and Frostivus keeping up pace, and we are only on game 4. We're moving into the championship round 5. Now, we are talking about the points, ladies and gentlemen. The top 12 will be moving on. This is day 1 with Verse 225 and Mike all the way to the top, passing the pace. Speaking of the pace, like last year, it was around 24 points in order to qualify. This year, it's looking like it's going to be a little bit higher, maybe even closer to 30, as we're going to be looking at the highlights of today. Arana was just deadly with his timing attacks off spawn, and we see Minds finding his way in this multi-wave fight with the Enor, looking for the kill on the Frostivus, desperately trying to get away, getting electrocuted and taken down as Arana shows up to the party, finding out the kill and showing up with Clouds inside zone. Arana realizes this is a little bit sussy, and he barely doesn't make it back to the zone. You see the pain in his face as we go back to this endgame. Lexin desperately trying to survive, but ends up getting focused because of Wufong's echoes not letting him breathe, not letting him reset, as the Moonbane does the same thing back to Wufong. separated apart by the 4 Moonbanes all going around him, nowhere to go, as we got a nice 1v1 of the global players representing right here. Mines, great timing, finding the stagger out of the Yodo F, keeping MissU stuck in zone right here. This terrain not very good for MissU as the zone is just chunking his health, forcing predictable stuff out. He gets a little bit of hope right here, but going up, there's nowhere left to run as Enor is able to close the distance, find the skewer, and he makes a kebab of MissU, getting that MVP of the day.
Our highlights, as always, are brought to you by China Unicom and Sid Mines with such a picture-perfect finish. The impale for the final kill right at the end just to seal the deal. So beautiful. It's almost poetic to see that happening there. Unfortunate that it's on the boy MissU. But we are going to see the Enor MVP, and this is our second time Enor has won the game. We saw TG25 coming away with the win on the Enor earlier, and now Sin Mines making that same obscure meta work. MVP coming out here, 4 eliminations, 9,155 damage, looking very nice. His first MVP, and look at that, majority of the damage coming from that skill and ultimate. Assault Smolder, Advanced Heal, Sin Cleaver, Sap, Ripple Step, and Rupture Gale Orb. This guy had a very stacked loadout.
Man, the damage is very, very telling for Mines that it was really his target selections throughout the match and getting value off his ultimate. He wasn't very active, getting involved in a lot of scuffles and like putting a ton of damage out. Something very interesting looking at the Jades though, Seb. Most of the MVPs today all had Ripple Step, that glitch in the Matrix, that little bit of invisible, giving that extra boost in those 1v1s, making it very, very difficult. But surprising, like Enor is not first pick. Saiba's first pick, Lonnie's first pick, but we've been seeing a ton of Enor, just showing how important that endgame Spirit Well is and just how aggressive the lobby is. No one's giving up that Spirit Well for free, and one of these Juggernaut characters, either Yodo or Enor, once they get it, it becomes incredibly hard for the lobby to survive.
Yeah, and it's looking like lots more of these characters that are getting picked lower and lower on the board are becoming a problem for the meta heroes. We're seeing counterplay coming out, especially with I want to take a look at Sin Mines fighting against Frostivus. He eliminated him twice in that game. In the end, it did end up griefing Mines. He does get eliminated shortly after because of the fight. Everyone sees the ulted Enor with half HP. They go for the fight and they try and get the elimination away from Mines. Mines both times successfully killed Frostivus with that Enor tracking, countering that Shio pick, and he does end up going out both times after the fact to another player off of the third party. So we do see it has a lot of value, but there are a lot of downsides. Mines was just able to find the right upsides to make it work into his favor.
Yeah, and I just got to point out again, the global players heating up the bottom of the leaderboard. I mean, the dream is alive. I mean, it's not just Hopium, Seb. We see Mines leading the charge. I know everyone was practicing with him earlier on, and if you were to put money down, no one really expected Mines to do a lot today. Now, a little bit of disrespect to Mines. He is a global qualifier for the J-Cup Finals previously, so Mines showing all the doubters what he's made out of. But we still got 2 more games, Seb. Still a lot more can happen for this day, and it's very awesome to see a lot of these players heating up, being able to show their talents on this world stage.
Yeah, I think you need to give Mines some of your hater blockers. Those will definitely look good on him as he's walking back up onto that stage for game number 5. You think he could do it again? Maybe. We'll see it back-to-back. It would be nice to see another global MVP for this day. We have 2 games left coming to you guys, game 5 and game number 6. And it's looking pretty tight. We've got a pretty decent setup in the leaderboard, but it hasn't been the same people winning all day. We have seen majority CN MVPs, but we've just got our first global. It's really nice to see that happening. Lots of our global players are finally starting to get into the rhythm, losing the nerves of playing on the stage, and they're finally starting to get that motion going. And I really think that something big could be coming out from this.
Yeah, I mean, we usually have the narrative of Mike just absolutely dominating the lobby, but today, Verse, showing everyone what he's made it out of. If you haven't been keeping up the league, there's a new guy in town. It's Verse, it's Shen Yuan. The new guard has been showing up very, very big. We don't have the other OG Spider in here. Mike's trying to defend the throne, as well as, like, for me, the dark horse throughout the entire, like, NBPL has been Arano. He's always been lurking right there on greatness, and finally he's piecing together that little bit, that last part of his game where he's such a dangerous fighter. Now we see him have so much success in his third party, but we've also seen him inside Yang playing this suffocating play style with that range. There's like nothing you can do when you play against him. Zay said at EWC, Arano was the hardest player he fought against, just hitting him with scale rushes he's never seen before, and just every bit of spacing absolutely punishing him. So seeing Arano, seeing the new guard really showing Mike a run for his money. I gotta say though, I've always been a fan of Mike. Even though he's flirting with the idea of retirement, I still gotta put my money on the GOAT, Mike. Every single time we think he's out of here, he shows up, he wins it big when it matters the most.
I mean, retirement or not, he is still definitely one of the biggest names in NARAKA BLADEPOINT esports. When it comes down to it, he is going to be the GOAT for generations. Whether or not he's playing in J-Cup or in the NBPL, he is going to still have that name, that recognition. Everyone will remember him for years to come. So regardless of whether he's retiring or not, it's still Mike. He's still the GOAT. And I mean, the one thing though, GOAT's gonna have bad games. We just saw there no points for game number 4, a big old donut, which is super unfortunate to see for him there. As you know, when you want to be putting up points very consistently and you want to be staying at the top of the leaderboard, 0-point games are rough. You can have one, but if you have more than one, it's going to be very rough. So Mike needing to keep the pace of his first 3 games for these last 2 and can't have it be like another game 4.
Yeah, like I was saying before, the qualifying point in previous J-Cups was around 24 points. This one, will it be the same amount? It looks like the pacing is a little bit higher than we've seen in previous years. And when you're talking about 24 points, all of these players have 12 rounds to make it happen, to make their dream come alive. That's 2 or 3 points per game will get you a ticket to this J-Cups finals. But for a lot of these players, getting that consistency, it's very easy to get held to a donut. Everywhere you look, there's an absolute demon in the lobby. All of these CN players hunting these global players. But for the first time, I'd say in most of the J-Cups I've seen, the global side is swinging back. They're not going out with a fight. They're cornered animals. And when you corner these animals, they're gonna be biting back. And we see the global players pulling up and rising to the top, getting the MVP. Minds leading the charge right now. Is anyone else gonna heat up and show? Or is the likes of the old gods, the old demons, 225 one of them? Can he break his curse this year? That Mr. Second Place, I know my man doesn't think the second place is enough, but it says something when you are the second best in the world repeatedly, year after year after year. Only one person is really better than you. So, I mean, I gotta say, 225, he's finally changed his playstyle. Known as that, like, focus attack, mashed potato, just getting out there, slugging it out. Looking a lot more trickier today, with still that old edge we know and love him for.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, he's got that old sauce. He's bringing in some new flow coming out as well. One thing I was wondering about, I don't think we've seen too much camera footage of Arano, but is he taped up right now?
Oh, that's true.
Does he have the gamer tape on? He's going to be first pick here. I think he needs to tape up and lock in for this game. First pick going to Arano, second pick going to Mike. This is going to be a very dangerous lobby as we're starting our hero picks for game number 5. Third pick for Lexan, I believe. If he...
Let's see.
What are we saying prediction-wise? Because, oh, it's Misu, sorry. Do we think Misu's going Xunhuan here? I want to see the Misu Xunhuan game.
We can't tell whether or not he has a gamer tape right now, but we do see the gamer clips.
The gamer clips.
The gamer clips of Mike making his aerodynamic debut.
Oh, there we go.
Mike going with the Lonnie. I can't believe these clips. They have me just absolutely flabbergasted that my man, just the aura of those clips that he's given off. Missy's going to be going with the Kylan though. So CN. This is what a lot of players were saying, that the first 2 picks definitely should go Syra, maybe new character. CN believes it's Lonnie, but we've seen a lot more of a mix-up. Global players putting the choices of characters kind of in a full spin. There is something to say that certain characters are definitely way more favorable depending on the map. Kylan very much benefits endgames where there's a lot of cliffside. Predoria, even though it just passed Hollow, does have a lot of cliffside endgames where you can shove people into the zone if you're able to win that first and second Yang and get to the Spirit Well dilemmas in endgame. And Wufang's going to be going with the double Akos picks. This is something we were discussing while all the players and EU and NA players were sitting around. Just why is Akos being picked so late, as well as the new character, Xuan Li. Both of these characters just absolute demons, but it really goes to show that the meta this year just didn't really include these characters as much, and everyone has been kind of gravitating to more of their comfort picks when they're put into these very stressed situations. I mean, 12 characters, it's really hard to get every character to tip-top shape where it's able to fight with the best in the world. So no fault to all the players going with their comfort picks, but it's going to leave it open to the likes of those who have more characters prepared, and Verse is going to double pick the new character.
Yeah, I'm loving to see that coming out here. Verse going to be on the Xunhuan Li. Maybe he can get himself a win here. Frostivus on the Yodohime. Played against Frostivus' Yodohime. It's very dangerous, very difficult to fight against. So I'm excited to see how many points he's going to put up with that. Zeldinct on the Justina. I don't think we've seen too much Justina coming out here. It hasn't been showing up on the cam very much. But we're going to get another Justina pick coming out there. Shen Yuan, double pick on the Temi. His first Temi game didn't work out too well. We might see the reload wisps coming through here. But I do believe that they're picking the V1 because the ult duration lasts just so much longer compared to that reload wisp. You do get that jump ability where you're able to hold yourself in that wisp cloud and drop down, get a focus attack onto these players. Cloud gonna be going for the Valda pick. T2 5 now on the 11th spot. Lexin in 12th. We're gonna see how this is gonna go. T225, not too many options left to pick. The Enor, oh, the double pick on the Enor. They left it all the way to the end for him. This was his MVP hero. Now he's got the shot to do it again. Zay, by the way, just looking absolutely amazing in the suit over there. Lexin, oh my goodness, have you seen, like, this man is just, yeah, okay. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Lexin going for that shot. I'm stunned. I'm stunned by the beauty of Zay.
A little bit of gush coming out from Seb, looking at the pretty boys coming from EU.
Got me blushing.
Zay and Lexin just... Can Lexin pull through? He had a decent round last round. He has a little bit of momentum under his sails. A little bit more of that tempo fix. Coming out a little gun shy, but now he's showing what guns he's made out of as we go to the Game 5. Wufang with those gaming cloth right there. Sweaty palms, you know. Under these lights, under the biggest lights, Seb, this J-Cup, just NBPL Finals, EWC, definitely prestigious. What players want to win, but everyone remembers, if you've been here from the beginning, the first J-Cup, winning this is the top of the mountain, even though arguably, with more CN players in the lobby, it's way harder. The global stage does throw that mix in, and the prize pool is absolutely insane. I mean, Mike won last year almost $250,000 just shipping it, showing all the doubters that he wasn't able to do it. Who is going to show their doubters this time around that they are the best in the world? Now, you were saying before that Shen Yuan was going with that V1, so did Monsieur Oliver. He is swapping over to the V2. We're going to see TOD griefing Shen Yuan. This is what he's infamous for in CN. Everyone hates fighting against him when he does this. Just if you're just minding your own business at a shop, moving through the map, sitting at Spirit Well or sitting at a Realm of Yang, Shen Yuan can just roll up and all in find that TOD. He's so dialed in with placing the wall so you cannot get out, and finishes you with an infinite loop of the F in range. Now looking at the heartbeat of everyone, a lot of these players, the average heart rate, Mines knows, he's at 120 right now. He knows he's about to have a good day. He could seal the deal with 2 really good last games, making his second day so much easier, taking a ton of pressure off. But we are going over to Hollowroth with majority of the lobby being on that right side. Verse and 225 going to have an ISO fight to the north, and Mike and Wufang in the south will have an ISO fight, but Misyu Frostivus going to be locking horns right here. I'm curious to see how these old rivals will play out. Before Frostivus did join the NBPL, he did compete in NA. Misyu has a ton of experience against him. Can he show him that he's kept up over the years, or has Frostivus' time in NBPL transcend him way above the global stage? Game 5 is going to be coming up, Seb. Any predictions? Go. Any predictions, Seb?
You know what? I am the king of hot takes.
All right. Hot
Very
takes.
wild predictions. Clouds is going to win. Clouds is going to win game number 5 MVP with 4 eliminations. Here we go, kicking things off. ASC's Shen Yuan going for a fight against Frostivus. Frostivus without a weapon, going to find himself a gray spear, gets the charge off, is going to be able to do a lot of damage. Weapon swap spear longsword. Oh, that's a whip sword here. We are going to see the ultimate coming out already from Shen Yuan to try and make something happen.
Frostivus hates fighting against Shen Yuan, gives him a ton of credit, and even though Shen Yuan threatening that Frostivus with the presence of mind, finding that nice parry to close it out. We are going to move over to the other Firefly location as 225 is going to be hunting down Verse. Verse trying to make his way up. Now he fakes his way up, makes his way down, goes to their house. Scale rushes above him. 225 not able to connect, not able to lock down his target. He opts to back off here, trying to get a reset. But I don't know if Verse is going to let him do that. 91% on his ultimate. Unfortunately for him, though, 1 grapple to his name. There is an armor reset right here. 225 does sneak by, grabs it right here. Verse, though, wants to get a little bit value before he pops this ultimate. 225 doing a good job of finding the reset, as Verse is going to follow him into the building, deny the scale rush, puts him against the corner, gets the blue armor, denying any armor swap right here as 225 picks up the old armor, eating, jumping, LMB's getting chunked and chipped by the chase down of Verse. Keeping up the pressure, 225 threaten the scale rush. Immediately, Verse is going to pop the ultimate. Can he close the distance and get 225 with 1 grapple left?
And it's looking pretty tough here for Verse. Did use his ultimate and then cast that V right away to try and see if he can get that recast off before the ult timer runs out, but he's not able to utilize any extra bit of that ult. Cloud coming in here is going to get third party by Lexin, taking a lot of damage. Zeldink in the back end as well with a nice musket shot to deal a bit more damage onto Cloud. Lexin chasing in the back end. And here we go. Come on, Cloud. Make my prediction come true. He sees the armor swap. Going to be able to go for that here. Arano jumping into the mix here. Ooh, big Jade coming through with one of the newer Jades coming out from those flying knives. Cloud is going to end up using that F ability to avoid any of that parry punish damage, sending out the dust from that flower on the side of the cliff, going to blind him for a second. I don't think he actually got hit with the blindness, so we are going to see him kiting this situation out extremely well. But he's got Zeldink, Arano, and Lexin all coming from either sides. Lexin, with the scale rush potential, almost catches up to him. It looks like Zeldink in the lead right now. All of these players are racing to try and claim this elimination on a Cloud as he continues to kite this situation out extremely well. Gonna find himself another armor swap. He does get it, but the freeze is gonna come in. The 1 charge from the flying knife going to come through. Big parry coming in on the backside. Now Lexin with the jump LMBs. Ultimate invested from Cloud now. Going to try and kite this out. He still has that dagger in hand. Is gonna be able to kite away. Everybody knows he's got that ult up. They're just gonna follow closely behind, and it looks like actually Arano and Zeldink gonna start going at it as Misyu and Shen Yuan fight it out on the other side.
Yeah, locking horns right here. Misyu, Shen Yuan trying to kite this out right here. Misyu though, oh my goodness, sliding uppercut. What a devious sliding uppercut, but Shen Yuan with the sneaky trap, looking for it. looking for the F right here. Misyu, nice line of sight, hiding from any possibilities of the F as Shenyuan makes his way to the top. Doesn't want to fully engage right here. Only white armor to his name. Anyone could come here and start third-party situation. Misyu does not care. We're just getting in there right here, trying to get Oogly, trying to get this kill. But Shenyuan finally gets the HP advantage, getting a little bit chip of this seesaw on the rock. Shenyuan looks for the LD, not able to get a Misyu, they're going to deny it, looking for the scale rush. And now on a flat terrain, Misyu posturing as both of them not willing to commit right here. Misyu makes his way around a corner, eats a bunch of damage. A lot of extra credit going Shenyuan's way as Misyu doesn't want to pop his combo break for that chip damage. Slap though, coming out. A little bit of mental damage coming out from Misyu as Shenyuan does find another armor swap, bringing this into a third stage as another player is going to join into this party.
Yeah, Shenyuan with the repeating crossbow, and we did see in the kill feed as this fight was going on, Mike is fully eliminated from the lobby yet again. Misyu going to be able to get the connect off on the focus, use that F ability to avoid the wisp. The 1-2 over is going to connect as Shenyuan trying to kite out this situation. Now has had the target of the lobby turned onto him as Lexin comes through with the jump LMB, pops the Shy ultimate aggressively here. Shenyuan going to be able to kite out this situation pretty well, trying to see if he can back off here. Is going to be able to just use those scale rushes and get himself to safety. Lexin still following. The armor swap going to come through. Lexin with that ultimate available, going to get caught by the wisp. Nobody capitalizing off of that wisp to send in some extra damage. Shenyuan going to get himself a free back out, and Lexin with no ultimate has to go for the reset here. Misyu waiting in the wings as well as Cloud. Everybody coming close to this location as we are going to see a Yang portal dropping by as well. But wow, Mike double donuts, game 4 and 5. This is not looking too good for him. He still has 20 points, so he's not looking too terrible in the grand scheme of things, but it's still unfortunate to see him doing that. We usually expect him to do a lot more. This is the elimination. Oh my goodness, no way. Oh.
It's just when big risk doesn't go your way. Fighting off spawn, Wufang on the Akos, stripping Mike of all of his armor right here. I guess this is Blue Nunchucks doing a ton of damage as combo breaks can be used from Mike. Oh no, 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 no. Going for a ride. Mike almost tearing out those pretty hair cliffs out. Just disappointed with that parry. He goes for the double charge. He doesn't really want to engage there. He wants to back off, but unfortunately, Wufang's able to close the distance and use the magnet of that jump parry to get Mike in a very, very tough position as Frostivus is going to pick up the challenger buff, timing it hopefully perfectly. Will this Remo Yang going to be able to snowball this lobby potentially if he's able to win this next Remo Yang? But look at the overall leaderboards. Wufang with 2 off spawn, Shenyuan with 1, Verse with 2. You never want to see Verse with 2. He's one of those players that just absolutely snowballs out of control, and he gets a rematch again versus Shenyuan. Shenyuan, one of the oldest characters in the game, against the newest character in the game. What can you show us, Shenyuan? Does the new character just dominate the old cast, or can you show us some that the old characters still have something to fight with?
Yeah, we are going to see the wisp getting thrown out. Ultimate recast coming out from the Zhuhuan Li isn't going to connect on any of those shots. Shenyuan just doing a really good job of kiting that out here as we are going to see him try and go for the scale rush up, throwing that last wisp. He does have that ultimate available off of the recast. We are going to see the jump C coming through into the catch. F ability invested now. Do believe he's got another one here. F ability going to come through, misses the charge for the priority, but is going to be able to get the 1.0 off. Goes for another one, but the block is going to come through into Prio for Shenyuan. Going to be able to send him into the wisp, getting Prio yet again. Explosive armor going to be coming out, saving Verse from another crazy combo from Shenyuan. Verse going to be hitting that scale rush, trying to see if he can make anything happen. Shenyuan going to scale rush away, goes for the switch into the crossbow just to try and keep that aerialness. Big parry going to come out here, goes for the 1.0 from those nunchucks because he knows that F ability is available. Switches right back to the whip sword. does miss the F ability to confirm any extra bit of damage. Can't go for the range shot because the Wisp is up. Shenyuan knows this, so he's not going to go for the throat here. The dual blades are going to come in, and the one hit from those dual blades is going to bring Verse to victory.
Oh my god, Verse just has his number, man. He just calls him out. He's just like, you're not that guy. You're not throwing the focus attack around the corner. He just comes in with the double dodge, R&B from max range, the dual blades, one of the fastest weapons in games, and he just takes him down. Genuine just having a brutal first day. Normally he's known for his Realm of Yang fights and just getting the best of people, especially on his comfort pick there, Temi. But I don't know, Seb, like the new character, he's something special compared to what we've seen in the past. And we're going to go over to a replay. Mines versus 225 right here. Mines going to get a nice uppercut combo, forcing out the Enor, but can he get away from 225's Enor? One of the deadliest Enors in China. He was one of the first to adopt them, showing Carvin the rest of the way of what it takes to get value off this character. Mines doing a good job of using his ult to deal with some of this stagger, using the double charge of the R&B to create some space, but it's not going to matter. The ball is going to come out. R&B's going to come out. Wait a second, I spoke too soon. A big clutch up as 225 is going to get tossed in the air, and the global SYN's Mines going to keep the terror. This Jacob, but first he's going to have to make his way through the favorite of the year first on the new character.
Mines with an absolutely generational run right here, playing absolutely amazing through that fight. Is going to be able to snag up WBG's Verse, sends him into the sky, isn't going to be able to get that heal off right away. He canceled the heal both times that he threw into the air. Is going to get that recatch. Oh my goodness. Oh, goes for the full sword double charge here. Sends it over to Wufang though. We are going to see the terror coming out from Wufang. Isn't going to be able to connect off of anything. Mitsu with the headshot from downtown. Isn't going to be able to pull through with a Soul Bloom to cleanse that Yang depletion. But what a beautiful headshot to end Mines' run in that game. I do believe he has the soul to come back as he had that Vermilion's Birdmite. Now Mitsu looking for the cleanse. Going to try and find WBG's Verse with that Kylan ultimate. Kylan Guard now activated. Is going to just use it to go aerial. Let's see if he can go for a bit of a reset here.
Yeah, Mitsu tries to lock down Verse right there, but veteran play from Verse gets out of dodge. Using all of his F, creates some space. Everyone's going to take that reset as Verse is still going to have a ton of pressure on them. He has to be careful though. These Yang depletion up 225. The desperation is going to be coming out as Wufang is going to get a big focus attack off onto Verse, taking him down. Then Wufang's going to find a kill onto Miss US Wave. Wufang in an all-you-can-eat Soul Bloom buffet is going to get looped up though, giving up his life. Happy with the result right there as 225 able to cleanse and set up for the second Realm of Yang on his Enor, but he's gonna have to fight for it as the global hope right now. Mine's gonna be challenging for him. 225 though, gonna swerve off of here as he sees the third player in the background. We're gonna move over to Orano, getting pressured by two players, Genuine and a couple players on the rock. Lexin gonna be showing up to this party as Orano on the Syra in a tough position.
Lexin trying to get active as well, seeing if he can get some pistol shots out from the back end. Jump LMB is going to come through from Shenyuan. Cannon shots coming out as well from Zelding, who's going to claim the kill. Shenyuan is going to be able to come for it. Big Dragon's Rush into the Neja's Might combo from Lexin. Is going to be able to get the 1-2 off onto Zelding as well. Looks like he is just going to back off, sending those pistol shots through. Shenyuan going to lose one of his wisps out of here. As it looks like Zelding going to be able to get the uppercut into the jump LMB. Isn't going to go for that focus attack from the 2-1-1. We are going to see, gets another uppercut. 8 seconds left here. Lexin going to try and see if he can get that last little bit of damage in. 4, 3, 2, 1, and who gets the elimination? It is going to go to Lexin. Oh my goodness, that last little hit from the Shiol F, knocking him back, doing a sliver of HP. No cannon shots hitting him there, and Lexin is on the board for game number 5. Love to see it. WBG's Verse going to be hopping in that Realm of Yang. Nobody else. Everybody's just playing on the outside.
Hey man, Seb, a kill's a kill. We got one on the board. Lexin, work smarter, not harder. We are going to go over to Narama Yang, Thanos himself, versus Wufong right here. Verse is going to be using the pillar here to line of sight. Ends up going for a reset as Wufong drops down, gets on the blind side. Verse going to be spacing this out, waiting for the scale rush, but Wufong doesn't bite right here, goes over, doesn't give the look that he wants, but Verse using that F to force out the combo break and ultimate of Wufong. Double tap is going to come out. Nice job of Wufong forcing out the ult from Verse, but he's going to jump, going to eat this F, this big damage. This follow-up, the Tiger's gonna come up, healing him a little bit, but that Q1 least combo just doing so much damage to this Echoes as Wufong buying some time right here, using the F, not able to find the hit that he wants. Tapnot's gonna be coming through. Nice job to avoid the stagger, but Verse just so tricky on these pillars. Both of them in a kind of a last hit situation. Last read situation, Wufong popping the scale rush, going left and right, but Verse calls him a chicken, pops a heel, F's gonna come out. Gold F is not gonna matter from the Echoes as Verse seals the deal and takes down Wufong.
Look at that heart rate monitor jumping sky high as Wufong gets hit with one of the craziest Shunwan combos that you've seen. That is the full potential of the Shunwan. You get an uppercut, you catch somebody in the sky, you press your recast in there. Oh my goodness, unfortunate to see, but Frostmiss is going to go down in his Realm of Yang fight to YZG's T225. That gold katana putting in absolute work, and a gold Enor ultimate, definitely a very scary thing to have to try and deal with there. T225 now with that gold armor as well, going to give him a huge healing buff as he's going to be jumping out there. But wow, what a play coming out from WBG's Verse on the Shunwan League, showcasing the new character to its fullest potential.
Yeah, 225. It's kind of like when he was playing Takeda when it was off meta. Really showed the league that Enor had potential. At first, everyone thought Enor was just going to be a trios character, but 225 was really the first NBPL player that gave it a chance and really showed that in endgame, he is absolutely a raid boss, and you can't really push him off the Spirit Well either unless you play it perfectly. It doesn't matter though, whoever pokes that bear, that Enor on the Spirit Well is going to get shredded apart for getting him off it. So do you really want to creep your game and push him off? It ends up going that Enor is able to double cap Spirit Wells in endgame. With the gold weapon, gold armor, 225 is going to be a force to reckon with in this endgame, as Verse is on the opposite end with the gold flying knives and the Xuan Li. Frost was doing a good job though of denying this initial pressure from Verse. These buttery rocks not really providing the opener that Verse is looking for, as Lexin is going to pop in, try to get the Yodo focus fired. Doesn't want to get hard focus fired by Verse, but it looks like Frostivus has his work cut out of him. Able to deal, nope, not deal with the ends to get comboed up. 1.5 release coming in and out, but Frostivus with the parry going to show he's not going out with a fight. Ult's going to be traded out. Frostivus bobbing, weaving, dodging this V coming out from Verse, but it's not going to matter as a zone is going to suffocate Frost with the pressure from Verse. I mean, today, Seb, just Verse is just playing so lights out, just smothering his opponents into submission.
I mean, wow, Frostivus having a great day, having a great game, and then just coming into the unstoppable force that is WBG's Verse on Shunwan Li. Absolute insanity coming out there. Look, you're able to just spam that jump C over and over again. Every single one of Yodo's attacks that you perfect dodge, you get a throw to stun your opponent that doesn't stone form the Yodo ultimate. You're just hard countering that hero, and when you have a bounty on Yodo Hime as a Shunwan and you have buff, there's absolutely no reason why you shouldn't be going for that elimination. Verse pulled it off in textbook fashion, putting him up to 5 eliminations, as we're going to flip over to one of our last Yang depletion players. It's going to be TE's Wufong going for the chase down on the Shy Yul. I think this is one of his best matchups into this lobby. Maybe fighting against Mines could give him a little bit more value, but I do think the Akos into the into the Shile is definitely a fight that Wufong is happy to take when it comes to, I mean, not the most optimal situation, obviously, 1 minute 40 seconds left on that Yang depletion, but he is going to be trying to go for that elimination here. Lexen doing a very good job of kiting him out right now. He just needs to wait out the clock. Lexen can get himself another Yang depletion timer kill if he times this right, and if the other players in the lobby don't start to notice, as Lexen with the fan, pulling the fan out for that extra movement. Look at him zipping around the map here. Oh my goodness. Wufong is one of the best F players when it comes to Akos. I've seen this. He's able to hit these crazy F2s through the wall, tearing these players, and it's the biggest third-party grief. Especially when it's in Wufong's hands, he's dangerous with it.
Yeah, this is one of the slow parts of the game where no one wants to get focus fired by the Yang depletion player, as Wufong on the Akos is going to pop it first, but first on Chuan Li is going to be able to create some space right here, but the cannon shot's going to be coming out. The second Wufong makes it known that he is the Yang depletion player, desperate for a Soul Bloom as 40 seconds ticking down. He doesn't want to give a kill. He realizes the most optimal option right now is to deny a point. We've seen so many J-Cup qualifiers go down to the last point. You don't want to give a freebie out if you do not have to, as the rest of the lobby is going to have to duke it out. We got multiple gold armors. You know how many global players? We do have mines still in here, already on pace for having a solid day at 17.3. Perry's going to come out from Zelsic, though, onto Burst. F comes out, multiple players in with the flank, and Zelsic is going to keep on the pressure, forcing Verse to pop his ultimate, and then dropping down. Now, Verse not able to get the Spirit Well. Remember, if the Spirit Well gets delayed, the opposite Spirit Well, if it's uncontested, will be capped, and that player will make it through. But it looks like Mines on the board on the Liam, able to claim it for free. Everything has just been going Mines' way today.
Yeah, he's looking incredibly strong, and Pole Sword Liam, something that we all know and dislike very much, is it is definitely one of the more annoying strats to play. Oh my goodness, the ultimate timer ends, saving Lexen from a very much amount of damage. A lot of damage could have been coming out there with that golden pole sword in hand, catching him in the Liam ball. Lucky the ultimate ran out. Mines is going to be trying to guard that spear. Well, Big Parry going to come through here. Huge punish damage going to be coming out. He's able to get himself. Oh no, Lexen going to get stunned out by the red. Oh, beautiful dodge coming through here, as we are going to see him cleansing that Yang depletion and getting all of his shield back. Oh, big 1.0 coming out here. Focus follow-up from TG25 with the gold pole sword. Now Lexen taking a lot of damage, using that blue fan to get himself as far away from this situation as possible. Vayne is about to start spawning up soon. F ability invested to prevent some extra damage that TG25 was sending his way. He needs to get a heal in right quick, otherwise he's going to be in a lot of trouble. Big scale rush going to come through. Ultimate popped. And now TG25 might let up the pressure just a little bit, but we are going to see the cannon shots coming in now. Lexen able to find himself an armor swap. This is going to bode well for him in the short term, but it might mess him up in the long run. So we are going to see this ultimate starting to go down. All of these players sensing the blood in the water. TG25 hunting this kill for as long as possible. We are going to see the F coming through with the TP. Tries to throw one of the shields. Isn't going to be able to connect onto it. Ultimate has gone down. He needs to find himself an armor swap, but it looks like he's made it away for now. Zeldink, though, up on the top side, losing a lot of HP. Oh no, the Vayne hit him.
Oh my goodness, Lexen with a sliver of health right here. Not much zone to work with, a lot of verticality, but 225 has found it one more time. An armor swap at the last second, gonna keep him alive, keep his life going, but the Rupture Gale burning away at Lexen, desperately trying to make it away. The F not gonna create any space for him, as 225 with the blue buff, nowhere left to run. 225 just hunts Lexen down, ending his chances to get that second point on the board. But first, no armor to his name, a little bit of an overextension, but he has to with 20 seconds left on his Yang depletion. Against the ropes right here, 225 is just so deadly when he has Rupture Gale in his endgame. He's able to referee the tempo completely, but first trying to make his way through and just ends up running into 225 with the cannon. as Minds is able to find a kill onto Zelta's last 2 players left alive. 225 looking like the favorite to take this as he's going to pop the inner ult. Minds dodging, weaving, throws the ball. Is going to be able to get the armor reset here. Just needs a little bit of verticality, a little bit of space, but the Enor pressure is just too much as he gets smacked away into the corner. An opportunity for a scale rush, but 225 wisely comes in from the top ropes, denying all these scale rush now. Minds popped in the corner, finds a home of safety as 225 does come out of his ultimate. He's going to immediately get staggered right here, pops his F, looks for an opener right here. Not able to get it as Minds combo breaks going to be coming out. We're playing for keeps now, ladies and gentlemen. Last 2 players left alive. Minds in a clutch situation. Can he bring us back as 225? This is going to be popping these rupture gills, putting on the pressure. Minds, his legs get clipped here as he's down to a sliver of health. 225 is able to secure it, getting 5 kills, having a monster pop-off game.
Oh my goodness. And Minds really putting on for the global scene in day number 1. T225 gonna claim his 2nd MVP of the day, but still looking absolutely amazing is gonna be Sin Minds taking that 2nd place home. Wow. Minds doing a really good job there, and T225 just, I mean, phenomenal gameplay in the end there. Flying Knives versus Flying Knives, always fun to watch. Doing the signature pose, looking like an absolute legend right there. T225 finally things are starting to work out for him. You know, he's always been that 2nd place player, and now he's ready to claim 1st. Coming through with another MVP in game number 5. He had his MVP on both of his Enor games, and I mean, it's not surprising. We know he's the GOAT of Enor.
Yeah, it's looking like his signature. His Enor just looks absolutely unstoppable, and now the old just smash folks attack in range, just taking every gamble in the world. 225 it's just not there. It's a lot more calculated, it's a lot more dialed in, and he is just printing money on this Enor pick. Now, Seb, is the rest of the lobby going to adjust to this idea that Enor is a little bit more high value than they put it before? Earlier this year in the MVPL, Enor was like a 10th pick, an 11th pick. It wasn't as dominant as we're seeing, but 225's double picking and showing. Is it the comfort pick, is it? Or is it the character?
Well, I mean, it was, 225 was the 11th pick there. He was 2nd to last, and he gets the Enor game for his double pick and is able to come through with another MVP. And which player has the most points right now, ladies and gentlemen? That's going to be our answer for treasure. Is it A, WBG's Verse, B, YZG's T225, C, Sin Minds, or D, ARS Mizu? I feel like these were the same answers from the last question, now just applied into the, I mean, they work perfectly for this question. So if you guys have been paying attention to the leaderboard and how it's been updating, you guys will be able to know who does have the most points and who is very close to claiming that and who's a little bit lower on the leaderboard. But wow, T225 and Minds having a great duel at the very final moments of that game, and Minds really showing up for the global scene, which I absolutely love to see.
Yeah, I cannot say the hater rate I heard about Minds, and he's just proving all the doubters wrong time and time after again. We thought it was a fluke. Maybe it was just momentum really benefiting him, but we're seeing him again in all these end games, and he's doing a decent job. He's able to find these kills even with these dueling demons. Now looking at the overall leading board, 225 edges out, steals that MVP round with 9 points, 5 kills. Verse also had 5 kills. Same thing with Wufang, but you see how important that 1.2 multiplier and those placement points come into play. 9 points gonna be sending 225 into the stratosphere. I mean, all the CN players are feeling pretty cozy right now, with the exception of Shenyuan. He's going to have to start heating up. I mean, 2 kills, very, very solid. That's what you're kind of aiming for at minimum. Same thing with Minds and Frost. They got the 2 kills. I'm really curious how the overall standings going to be going. Cloud, unfortunately, still having a slow day. He had a little bit of momentum in Game 4, but he slowed back down in Game 5. Same thing with Zelsic. He was a little bit hot early on, but he's been cooling off in the later half of the day. Miss You had a lot of success in Game 4, had something going from Game 5, but unfortunately gets stopped. And at the top, mainly the CN side, but the last hope, SYN's Mind's doing very, very well, punching in his ticket for today. He showed up for work, going over to 19.3, and like I was saying before, 30 points is probably going to be the threshold for qualifying for Jacob, and we see at the tippy top, 225 is going to be taking the lead away from Beijing's WBG's Verse with that massive 9-point game, pushing him to 30.3, basically qualifying already off one day.
Yeah, I mean, the double donut for Mike is unfortunate to see, but it is already looking like he is still going to qualify despite 2 0-point games. And now we're going to take a look at some of our highlights brought to you by China Unicom. We saw this earlier. Beautiful parry right off the rip of the game from Frostvist to be able to take Shen Yuan out super early. And look at this. Uppercut into the grapple bump, into another uppercut right off of the front of that Shunhuan F ability. And then he brings out the ultimate, jump C into the damage, avoids with the ult recast, avoiding the Liam Ball, taking out mines early on. And look at this, beautiful use of the fist blades to kite out that ultimate. And then he ends up coming back from this. Even though T225 wins the game, we see this, and honestly, mine wins just off of how cool this kill is alone.
That was incredibly clutch. It just 225 just got his hand caught in the cookie jar, just like he was reaching for that last sliver of health. It did not matter, but 225 comes back swinging, getting that gold katana, setting it up for some success right now as Wufang takes so much chip damage. And it doesn't matter, his Vermilion's buff, he ends up just forfeiting his life to get that respawn here, but we are going to look at more 225 highlights with the gold flying knives, looking for the cross back to back, keeping up the pressure, but Mine's zoning him out right here, doesn't want to give him that pressure. Mine's doing his very best in this last 1v1, but the health deficit just too much to overcome. 225 plays it solid, consistent, and makes no mistake to ship that round away. 225, YZG putting himself on the map and showing us just a different form. Is this gonna be his year?
Hey, Mr. Sugarcane Man himself, the Enor MVP coming out from T225. He is 100% super satisfied with his performance coming out in these first 5 games. Definitely securing him a spot in that finals already. 5 eliminations, 20,000 damage, which is a huge difference than we've seen from some of our other MVPs, as we are also seeing so much of this damage coming through from that skill and ultimate on the Enor. We see Katana actually being his next most damaged weapon, which what have we seen that? That has been such a long time since we've seen Katana doing the majority of the damage in an MBPL game from the weapons.
I mean, when it's gold on Enor, you're just going to get way more value. I mean, Katana is an old, tried and true. It's going to do a ton of damage, and you see that 20k damage on Enor. What can you do against this? I really think that the lobby, day 1 is just, it's the hardest day. This is the hardest lobby. A and B is super, super stacked. A ton of veterans in. But ladies and gentlemen, we got one more round. And after this short break, that's it for today. But don't go anywhere, folks. It's really heating up.
We'll be
时间奔涌，万物皆流，黄浦江水潮起潮落。有人引入尘烟，空留青池几行；有人屹立不倒，镇江河日月。世人称他们为绝代双骄。
Describe Mike and Spider's potential as players. I think it's pretty much unlimited. Both of them are incredibly good.
I feel like in those years, Mike and Spider is always the 2 strongest people. Not one challenger survives Spider and Mike's reign.
折戟沉沙后，是空留余恨。
回顾前几年的节杯，双骄一直是我跨不去的坎。225的魔咒也一语成谶。
还是百炼成钢，重铸锋芒。
如果说那些失败是命的定数，那接下来 该书写新的故事了。
นี่เป็นครั้งที่ 5 แล้วที่ได้มาแข่งเจครับผมจะพยายามให้มากที่สุด
I'm not here just for fun. I'm here to show the world what I got.
过去几年，我错过了很多，今年会是我证明自己的一年。
3载千秋，千帆过境，在节杯的舞台上，依然没有人能取代双骄。
距离我上次赢下节杯冠军，已经过去了3年。3年里，我学会了很多，怎么输，怎么赢。这次我会赢回所有。
我知道很多人都在期待我的失败，但是我会向他们证明，为什么我是勇气最高的山。
但大江终会东去，双骄也难抵挡新潮。
我会彻底结束双骄的统治。去年我说过，赢下我们才能创造新的时代。你能做到吗？
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Shanghai, China, and the 2025 J-Cup Solos Group Stage. I am Raven PLZ. I'm joined by one of the GOATs of NARAKA casting, Seb. And man, this year has been absolutely exciting. We always get that wild card, the new character, always throw things in the mix. And I was very curious. We saw a meta kind of evolve, but what were the CN pros gatekeeping going into this? And it looks like 225, I feel like he even juked the rest of the CN scene, showing just how powerful Enor is.
Yeah, I mean, it is not something you see every day in Enor getting MVPs in not 1, but 3 games total. We saw Mines taking 1, T225 taking 2 MVPs, and it is all because of that dominant force of the Enor 1 in these 1v1 fights. When you're coming up against an ulted Enor, there is not much you can do, especially if you have multiple people chasing after you as well, dodging the Enor, avoiding the range damage from these other players. We got one thing I needed to talk about as well, other than the Enor, that bow shot, headshot that Misu made in that sequence when he was trying to cleanse the Yang depletion, just beautiful that we saw coming out from there. But ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get into game number 6. I can't believe it. Time flies when you're having fun. We are already almost finished our first day of J-Cup. Honestly, I don't want it to end. I could sit here forever and talk about NARAKA with you guys. Hope you guys at home are enjoying the games as we're about to jump into the hero selection for game number 6. Raven, you think we're going to be seeing a lot more Enor coming through from more of these CN players, or do you think TG25 is going to be the only one to play it?
I was saying before, one of the things that happens at every J-Cup is the meta evolves on the fly, day by day. Everyone's kind of like, you're kind of the test dummies of J-Cup on day 1, where everyone gets to go back, dissect what happened, to see what works. The tried and true was really switched up going into this event. A lot of nerfs coming in, a little bit of a meta shift, and the new character showing up, plus a new weapon. Whip Sword has been utilized. Longsword was used for a very long time, but Longsword always had the weakness of having a bad focus attack. Whip Sword does not have that weakness. Engraving really pushed, though, the longsword meta way further, where a ton of players like playing longsword. It's one of the most reliable weapons when it comes to 1v1 dueling and even stealing kills and chasing people down. It's kind of a jack of all trades. So whip sword affecting the meta greatly. Knives got tuned down a lot. Still probably one of the strongest weapons in the game, but the lack of that melee aim assist makes it also one of the most difficult weapons to play at this high level. The stakes are the highest possible at Jacob, where it's so much prestige on the line, all of the bragging rights. It's one thing to win NDPL, to win EWC, but this is what every single NARAKA competitive player dreams of winning.
Yeah, I mean, it's the creme de la creme. It's a world championship. It's J-Cup. You got to show up, and if you're able to take a title on the world stage like this and win it, I mean, it's eternal glory for as long as you live. You become immortalized in the NARAKA scene forever. You get your own little page in the game. You get yourself some nice goodies. You get a lot of money on top of that too, and finally, you also get some skins. You get yourself your own NARAKA skin that comes out for a hero of your choice. So, I mean, it's a pretty sweet deal. Pretty much eternal glory is the short of it there. Misu, first to pick, though, going to be getting that Syra. It's going to be Lonnie for Wufeng. Mines is going to be on the Kylan, and Verse going to be taking the Akos. That's our 1, 2, 3, 4. It's been pretty standard across the board here. Frostfist with the 5th pick. He's got a lot of options here. Double pick on the Yodo. Raven's looking extremely happy about that one there. Zelding with the 6th pick available for him. Looks to be, what will he be going for here?
Well, the first 5 picks, what you saw in my face is finally we're seeing the meta picks being chosen. A lot of people throwing in their comfort picks in the top 4, but it really throws the lobby into chaos, because now the CN pros get to double pick a little bit stronger of characters, and you don't want the CN pros to have a stronger character multiple times. They're going to capitalize off of this and make you pay. But wait a second.
Duncan, where are you at?
Where Duncan at? We got Shen Yuan on the Tarka. Oh my goodness. He is one of the few players I've ever seen MVP with Tarka, and he's doing it on the world stage right now. Now, he did go with the Temi pick before, and it fell short, but now he's kind of feeling it. He's in the flow state, or a little bit of a gambling state, going with the Tarka. You don't really see any of the other pros, even if they're forced to pick it in the 12th round, go with the Tarka, and he's going with it on the 7th pick. That is pretty oogly, Seb.
Honestly, yeah, it is the oogliest of oogliest. Shout out Dunkin' Donuts one more time for the Tarka pick. We got to put him out there. We love you, Dunk. T225 going to be taking that 9th place spot, picking the Shunhuan lead. But isn't that crazy? Tarka getting picked over Shunhuan. Like, we're seeing some pretty crazy stuff coming through here. Shunhuan getting picked 9th. T225 going to have a huge advantage coming onto that character. I think he's got a good opportunity. Zay looking absolutely amazing again right next to Lexin. And Lexin on the Enor. Lexin, you got to cook this right here. He's going to cook, and we're going to see the Lexin MVP Game 6, ladies and gentlemen. That is my prediction for the game.
I like the hot take. The Cloud hot take was pretty spicy, but I like this next one. Mr. Gambling Man here, going with Lexin on the Enor. I mean, but is it a gamble when we've seen what 225 was able to accomplish with it? I feel like it's probably one of the bigger meta picks. I still can't believe Shen Yuan, he's either tilted out of his mind picking Tarka into this meta. There's just so many characters that don't let you play the game in this meta. My hot take is Shen Yuan takes it with the Fireball Tarka.
Honestly, I would love to see that happen, and I'd say Lexin's is less of a hot take. It's more of a let's do this, let's lock it in and let's run it, because I have a feeling I've been playing with him, training alongside of him. My computer at the hotel's right next to his. He wants this bad. He's going to be able to do such a good job on the Enor, and I think he's going to be able to take that strategy just of what he's seen in the past 3 games, and he's going to be able to run through and come away with a good victory. It's going to be either Lexin or Shen Yuan. Imagine the Tarka Enor 1v1 face-off at the final in the 1v1 of this game at the very last 2 players, as it looks like we are going to be seeing a Verse from WBG vertical keyboard there, an extra locked in. Shenyuan pushed right up to the desk with the laid back attitude. That's my gamer position right there. Is everybody has got their own unique way of coming through with some victories, and he looks ready for that Tarka game in here.
I'm still blown away. Tarka, definitely not one of those meta picks. The biggest surprise to me today was the clips from Mike, but the Tarka pick actually takes the cake as something more ridiculous on this world stage. I really want to see it work and possibly throw the meta more in the loop. I feel like Enor is kind of the edge of how spicy we can get. We see Mike with the F1 V2, not the V1 on the Temi, so going with more of the standard, trying to find the loop, and Shenyuan with the Fireball Tarka coming out, swinging burst on his Akos. It's just absolutely deadly on the Akos. Frostfist, unfortunately, is going to be forced onto the double Yodo pick, but Yodo's been doing very well. As long as Shenyuan does go down, she is one of the juggernauts of the Spirit World. 225 is going to be on a new character. Shuwan Li doing a ton of work in being piloted by Verse. Now the heart rate at this time, no one's like bumping super high. Besides, we see Wufang a little. He got his heart racing and probably wants to do a little bit better. Verse wants to dig deep as well, go further, and Minds knows he's on the cusp of greatness. Wait a second, my man is moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour in his mind, thinking, calculating for this off spawn. And what is this? Everyone's in the bottom right except 225.
225 is going to have himself Shipwreck all to himself. Granted that nobody, I feel like that's going to be a heavy respawn area. We're going to see most of these players migrating there after their first life has been used up. So I think we're going to see T225 is going to get that top gold zone, head down to the Shipwreck Expanse afterwards, and then make it his own down on the bottom side. Mike, Frostovis, Misu, Zeldinkt, Mines, Arano, Lexin, everybody, Cloud, Shenyuan, Verse, and Wufang. They're all very close together in that cluster. So we're going to see a huge off-spawn fight coming through here as everybody getting ready to lock in for game number 6, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host and caster Seb. I'm joined alongside Raven PLC. We are kicking things off, getting ready to go. Oh my goodness, what a day it has been, and now we get to see them close it out strong with one more game of NARAKA BLADEPOINT.
Yeah, game 6 is known for the whole day has gone by. It's time to risk it all. It looks like everyone wants to go with the hot drop strategy and find a timing here on this Firefly Nighttime Morris. Everyone's going to be coming in. Third party, fourth party ultimates, and Mike comes down, throwing a focus attack, but Zelchich with the parry. No. Mike not going to be sneaking a fast one on me, as Zelchich is going to try to close the distance on the Mike, but that combo break already down to 5 seconds. Temi, just one of those characters able to find a ton of reset. Combo break's going to be coming out, but Zelchich doesn't care. He does get the fan uppercut, sneaky, but Mike with that reset, putting the wisp on the corner, cutting back right here, gonna bust out the staff, gets the parry, but like I said, boy, everyone's in the bottom right. You see the party, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, the 7th party all surrounding Mike as he's trying to retreat, make his way out of here, but a full festival of NARAKA is popping up in the bottom right hand of the map.
You have read my mind. I was going to say it's not a party anymore, it's a whole music festival at this point, as Verse now on the top side of the map with Shenyuan and Wufang. Going to be taking some action coming through here. Big Tarka energy coming out. What is that Tarka skin? Is that the red skin? It looks amazing, as we are going to be seeing the 2-1-1 coming out from Wufang, gets the, oh my goodness, the recatch coming out here into another focus attack. Shenyuan going to be able to clear a little bit of distance, tries to send the fireball off, isn't going to connect, finds himself the gray armor swap though, so he's going to be able to back off just a little bit more, tries to clear a little bit more distance before going for a pot, which is definitely the right way to handle this here. He is going to go into that no ult zone, but the no ult zone does dissipate as soon as he jumps over this way. Staff, one of the weapons that is going to allow him to just keep that distance in a very good way, unless Wufang catches up, which he is going to be able to do. Huge fireball going to come in. That burn damage is going to start ticking away at Wufang. Wufang might take this moment to go for a bit of a reset, but the bow shot going to come in. Isn't going to deal enough to kill, but it will allow both of these players to head off for a a reset. Mines now in the exact same situation. Going to be trying to get his way out of here. The grapple attack going to connect from Mike here, seeing if he can make something happen with that F ability. He pops it just to see if he can get the catch. The 1.0 release is going to come out from Mines. Finds the armor swap. Mike going for a heal in the back end while Misu and Arano both give chase. The parry going to come through from Misu in the back end, trying to see if he can catch anything. He gets the parry. Misu with the elimination as well. Mike on 1 HP right now. They don't notice it, and Mike is going to get away.
Oh, Arano locking horns with Misu as Mike's going to get away from murder. Now Misu in a tough position. No armor to his name. Arano surrounding him as Mike with the full reset comes back in, but multiple players jumping into the party as Misu turns and sees the crowd jumping in. Arano now the hunter, possibly coming to be the hunted as Mike turns and starts frying Arano. Frostopus is going to find the kill onto Misu. SCG's Cloud is going to be jumping in as Semyon from Mike is going to buy some time to find the reset. Now Arano and Mike, no ult to their name. Frostopus coming in with the flank, looking to pick up this off-spawn kill onto Mike as he scale rushes away from here, and Arano gets the full reset. Now Mike has to survive the 1v3. Frost, though, finds the double charge off as Mike's combo break's gonna be coming out, making his way around the corner, but Frostopus waiting there, finds that light attack, gets the kill. Now off-spawn, Frostopus up to 2 kills on the Yodo. The double pick coming out from my man is paying off big as Arano makes his way into the building.
Arano gonna be trying to kite this out. He is on gray armor, knows that everybody knows that he doesn't have ultimate right now because we just saw him burn it, trying to chase that Mike elimination down. And it looks like Cloud hungry for some action as well. Parries galore coming out. Shio ultimate invested. Frostopus in the best possible position here. He hasn't burned that ult. He's got purple flying knives. He wants this kill on Arano. A 3-piece right off the rip, able to catch the grapple into the stun, and now we're gonna see the Shio ultimate dealing a lot of damage here. Will Frostopus be able to claim that? The spear ball coming in on the back end from Cloud. Pistol shot's going to come through. Cloud is not going to connect. Ultimate has gone down. Frostopus just going to go for the heal. F ability invested from Arano to try and create this space. Will he be able to find an armor swap in one of these troves? He only manages to open the gold one. Doesn't find himself that armor swap. Frostopus is going to be waiting in the wings. Cloud going to go for the cannon shot. Arano going to be able to get himself a pot off here. Tries to see if he can find another armor swap. The gray armor is there. Will he be able to claim it? Tries to go for it. Frostopus with the double charge is going to lose those flying knives. Oh no, does he claim those back here? Or did Arano manage to steal the knives out of Frostopus' hand from the parry here? No, we are going to see the flying knives back on Frostopus' side. Tries to go for a bit of an attack, but Arano doing a really good job of keeping Frostopus at bay. We still have that Yodo ultimate available, and there it is. F ability invested from Arano to try and kite out the situation. Frostopus with a beautiful kill, and now he grabs the bloom. Cloud with no ultimate as well. This is going to be scary for him.
Oh my goodness, Frostopus is absolutely having an all-you-can-eat buffet off spawn, finding another kill onto SCG's Cloud. Just no freaking ultimate to his name. That Yodo ult so impressive as we're moving over to Mine, getting pressuring Wufang right here. He wants to smoke right here, letting Wufang know he wants to go into Yang right here on his Kylan. But Wufang, he's been here before a million times, using the A barrels to find the kite off, making his way out, letting Mines though, get your booty out of here. As Mines looks over to the cave, he is going to find one Firefly. Is he going to be able to find two? Using the waterfall to cut the noise. Makes his way out of there, but Mines, man, he's playing like a veteran from NBPL, not really scared to put on the pressure, and looking at the overall leaderboards, it's just surprising to see Shen Yuan not keeping pace with the rest of the CN players, and Mines kind of pushing him out. Very, very surprising stuff coming out from today, Seb.
Yeah, and it is really impressive to see. We're going to see that new Jade and the flying knives coming out here as well. I love the release animation for that. It's looking absolutely amazing. Mines is going to get spotted out here as these players are going to start to enter the realm of Yang. It's going to be WBG's first one in. Arano going to be opting for the cave since he did lose his life, not wanting to opt for that. Oh my goodness, the Jades that he has got on him. I believe that is Sap. At least one of those is the Sap Jade. And then we are going to be seeing the other Jades coming out as well once he gets those picks through. T225 facing off against Mike. Lexin facing off against Verse. It's going to be Shenyuan on the Tarka. Going to be coming through there as well, facing up against BBE's Frostabus. Oh my goodness, Swift Cut coming through here from T225. As we are going to see jumping out. That is tries to go for the focus attack from the Hung Sword. Isn't going to connect. Beautiful dodge both times to Mike. As we are going to see aerial dash, sorry, not Swift Cut. As the V recast going to come through here, but it gets canceled due to the Temi ultimate. We are going to see the Whisk coming through here. Mike, with huge potential, gets the uppercut, misses the grapple. F ability invested, doesn't connect off of the combo. Ultimate is already down. We are going to see the cancel come through here. Swift Cut coming out here, and T225 able to try and go for that last ultimate recast.
Oh my goodness. Mike goes for the uppercut parry, not able to get it. And wait a second, a little bit of a misplay here. The parry coming out from Mike. He doesn't fold under the pressure, and he turns it around on 225. Oh no, 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 225. The first one to lose with the new character inside the realm of Yang. And we were talking about the dominance of Shenyuan on the Temi, but Mike showing that his Temi's not too shabby as well. Not the best in the world, but when you're second best run on Temi, that's enough right here. Makes quick work of Xuan Li. And on the leaderboard, it looks like Lexin is going to be winning the other realm of Yang. I hear the yelling in the hallway. The hype is real. Global stage pulling off a crazy upset right there. Shenyuan though, wait, Shenyuan won his as well on the Tarka. I'm hyped, Seb. Tarka Fireball, it's back.
Tarka is going to claim the victory against Frostabus, unfortunately for Frostabus, but fortunate for that Tarka players coming out here as Mines going to be getting caught out by Mike. Kylan Guard is going to save his life, but the 2-1-1 going to be dealing a lot of damage coming out here. 1.0 going to come through. Arano managing to steal the kill. Arano does manage to get the bloom as well. Mike not desperately needing it since he does have the Vermilion Birdmite. Arano now trying to see if he can keep up some extra eliminations onto the board. Big Spear going to come through, does end up missing. Mike going for that overhold there. Oh my goodness, we do see a Gold Jade coming out there. I do believe that that's Stick of Yang's and on the nunchucks, as I heard that special charge coming through. Rano going to try and kite this out now that he's out of the ultimate ability. Mike still trying to give that chase up. He has the Vermilion Birdmite. He can all in this if he wants to. Frostabus going to pick up an elimination on a T225, putting him up to 5 eliminations and going to be able to cleanse that Yang depletion off of that here as well. Oh my goodness, big 2-1-1 into another scale rush. F ability 1-2, and oh my goodness, Mike has still got it, ladies and gentlemen. Getting himself another elimination on the board for him, putting himself up to 2 kills this game and cleansing, getting himself that extra bit of damage coming through. Wufeng gonna pick up the elimination onto ARS Misu. Unfortunate to see Misu getting eliminated so early from the game, but he does manage to finish his day off with 10 points on the board. Not too shabby for a day one.
That was illegal what Mike did to Arano. Just non-stop pressure. He just violated him with that Hong Sword scale rush. Just Arano did his best to get out of here, but we're going to look over to Cloud. Verse going to find the nice F2 stagger through the building, denying the heal. Stone Crusher phone release coming out from Cloud. And now dodging, weaving, 1 shield, Parag, 2 more to go. Verse gonna eat that RMB with trading it out with the Tiger. Not very good for Cloud, as again committing as Verse finds the kill onto him, making quick work on this Cloud. Just not getting anything going for him today, but moving over to Celestia, Zelsic, move on. Lonnie all is out as Zelsic, nice job, gonna be finding the fight right here. 95% on his ultimate. Celestia, very, very dicey to fight the Liam. If he gets you in the ball, he can find any of those signs to get that full stagger. And oh my goodness, the hype man is here. Shenyuan on the Tarka Fiber. We're going to a replay right here. Frostabus versus Shenyuan. Oh no, he did it to Frost. A Tarka versus the Yodo of Frostabus. What did you do to my man? Shenyuan Nice stagger coming out from Frost, not able to get much off of it though. And from max range, Shen Yuan with the fireball, the extension, the jumping LMB closes the distance into the Tarka F. Oh my goodness, jumping L, what the? He just set Frostus on fire and vaporized my boy.
Duncan, this is why you need to play Fireball. Come on, learn from the best. Here we go. And here we go. We're going to be seeing Lexin now facing off against Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan going to be able to get the connect off into the uppercut, but Lexin goes for the ult pop here before anything happens. Now we are going to see the Yang pass is open. It's going to be Frostivus versus Mike in our first Realm of Yang. And then our second one, we're not going to see Shen Yuan or Lexin jumping in there. It's going to be Verse facing off against someone else. We're going to have to wait and see who that's going to be. But jumping through, Frostivus versus Mike. Big 1.0 connection going to be coming through. Uppercut going to connect. F ability forced out from Mike. 1-2 is going to connect. Gets the Wisp connect, but misses the 1.0. Mike going to go behind to heal. Tries to go for the reset here, and they are both going to each get a pot off. Frostivus now back up to full HP. Tries to go for the catch. Now Frostivus investing that ultimate, trying to see if he can get the catch. He's going to be able to send Mike away. F ability now invested, tries to get the cut through the wall. Isn't going to connect. Frostivus forced to try and bring it through. He does prevent the heal. Oh my goodness, Frostivus, you're an absolute legend. Going to be able to get the connect. 1-2, 1-2, jump LMB. Frostivus with 6 eliminations in game number 6. What is going on, Raven?
Oh my goodness, that max range ult value. We're going over to Verse and Wufong. Verse spacing it out. We've seen Verse just be this unstoppable force today. Just read after read after read, punching in his library card, taking everyone to school. But when Wufong gets something going for him, F is going to be coming out. Nice ultimate from Wufong to gold frame through, but Verse cross parry, putting Wufong in a tough position. Big damage coming out from the nunchucks. Ball's going to be coming out. Doesn't get the juggle. It's not going to matter. Verse still has his ultimate, and Wufong is going to fall. Man, I just... Lonnie it has like a jack of all trades, but Akos, when played super well, it didn't feel like Wufong had any counterplay in that position. Genuine now. Temiol's going to come out from Mike as Mike comes over. Rude boy stealing the kill onto Zelzdich as Genuine now in a tough position. 70%, no ult to his name. Mike suffocates him in the corner, gets the parry, and finds the kill as well onto him, chasing down Frostivus up to 5 kills. Frost at 6, Mike at 5.
Mike needed that elimination to cleanse the Soul Bloom. He saw a low target and went all in for it. Used that ult to create no stamina for both of those players, getting a huge sap damage parry to be able to keep him alive in this fight. But alas, the entire lobby is still chasing him up. He managed to get 2 blooms in that sequence, so he does have 67% charge on that ultimate. Frostivus heavily giving charge to this to try and take out Mike here. It is his biggest competition. If he's able to snag these eliminations up right now, it is going to put him just a cut above the rest. Frostivus already on 6 eliminations in the game. The jump LMB is coming up from Wufong. Big parry going to come through. The terror coming out. Wufong with the elimination. Frostivus snagging the bloom, being able to use that F ability to prevent any extra damage coming through. And now it is 3 players left. Mike eliminated from the game, preventing him from getting that MVP. And it's Frost's game to lose right now.
Yeah. Wow. Nice kill onto Mike Lobby. This sets up Frostivus. It's still possible for him to lose if Verse is able to pick up 2, or Wufong's able to pick up 2, just because of that multiplier and first place points that you get. Everyone posting up, switching up for the best possible Jays in this situation. Verse has the Mortal Defiance on the Akos. Even before the Akos buff, Verse, Mike, Spider, just some of the best in the league. Same thing with Arana. These guys make their like 3rd or 4th pick, Akos, look like one of the best picks in the game. And after the buff, I still think that Akos is undervalued how he's being picked right now in Jacob. And Wufong gets caught with his pants down right here. Verse gets so much damage down, stripping all of that gold armor. Now Wufong desperately trying to go back to his old armor, but Verse is like, oh,
whatever, I caught you slipping right here. Ult's gonna be coming out, but wait a second. Wufong does get a ball through, forcing out the combo break from Verse. Where is the third player? Frost has an opportunity right now, but he doesn't look like he wants to risk anything right here. Bell might be hit from Wufong. No. Verse has Sislani on the edge right here as Wufong is going to be moving away into the distance, into the cave, as Verse is going to be hot on his heels, trying to put up the pressure, gets the one charge, pops the F, trades out the combo break from Wufong, and now on the flat ground, Frostivus finally shows up to the party, noticing the purple armor is very, very low, and now Verse and Frostivus are going to be fighting for this last kill onto Wufong.
Oh my goodness, did he just turn the aerial dash around to clink off the attacks from Verse? If he did that, very big brain plays coming out here. Aerial dash coming out. Wufong incredibly low at the moment here. Big Parry going to come out, finds himself a gray armor swap as well. We are going to see the Terror coming out on to the side of Frostivus. Getting hit from that on the A coast. The counter grapple going to come out from Wufong, but Verse going to keep up the chase. There's no ultimates available for two of these players. Frostivus has an incredibly huge advantage into this fight. Meter Dump going to be coming out onto the side of Wufong. He is going to get caught up. F ability invested. Aerial Dash going to be coming out again from Frostivus. Everybody chasing Wufong to the ends of the earth. They want to get this elimination. They want him out before he can get his ult back up. Otherwise, the kiting is going to be a problem. Meter Dump going to come out. Deals a little bit of damage to Frostivus. Not enough to make any headway into this fight to turn the fight around. He does find himself a blue armor swap, though. Is it going to be enough to sustain him? He starts to try and get aggressive onto Frostivus' side. Stick of Yang's End going to come out as well there. Does show the Jade. 1-2 going to connect. Trigger going to come out into the release. We aren't going to see any sort of terror getting sent off onto him this time. Double charge from the Flying Knives coming up from Frostivus. Frostivus trying to see if he can snag up his 7th elimination of the game. Wufong back onto the gray armor. Scale Rush going to come out. Big Parry going to come through. And there we have it. That's Verse with the elimination. Frostivus grabbing the bloom. Both of these players with ult now. The Overhold going to come through. Is going to connect the 1.5 release into the grapple bump. Off of that uppercut is going to connect. Beautiful dodge from Frostivus to be able to get himself a pot before this comes down. We now see the Yodo ultimate getting released as well. Both of these players trying to make some headway. Max range isn't going to connect, but the uppercut grapple bump is, oh my goodness, connects from the tree in the distance into the recast. No damage, no healing going to come out of that. We do get the uppercut. 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. No, the ultimate goes down. He gets the catch. The aerial dash going to come out. Jump LMP, and he gets it. The Mortal Defiance is going to be able to save him, though, for a second. Verse now trying to find his way back into this fight. Does find the armor swap. Goes for the Cyan Fang. 1-2-3. So we are going to see the twin shot coming out from the cannon. So we are going to see the aerial dash F ability to prevent the F damage coming out. Frostivus going for the reset and Verse both going for the reset as this fight continues, Raven.
Frostivus gets the best of this reset, though. He has the gold armor, as Verse only has his blue armor to reset. Still, no ultimates to their names. Both of them have their F up at this point. Oh, and Verse, Presence Divine, finds the parry on the uppercut, and now taking Frostivus for a ride, gets the follow-up F into the stagger, takes him down the hill. Wait a second, Frostivus can't play the game. He has to make his way. The zone does too much damage, but he does get ult up before Verse can, and now Verse desperately looking for an armor swap. He does get it, moving his way into the zone. Frost needs to find his kill right here. 89% on Verse's ultimate, and Frost has him against the corner. The double hold comes out, but the zone is going to go into Frostivus' way, and he finds that big MVP.
Oh my goodness. Bamboo Esports Frostivus with the huge win in a game number 6 of day 1. 7 eliminations and a first place finish. I think that's going to be the most amount of points that we've seen by a single player in a single game today so far. Wow.
Oh,
what a
my
finish.
Goodness. I mean, Frostivus got that dog in him. He just brings it back when it matters. He knows that Yodo is one of those strong picks. He talked about it a lot with me, that Mike just showed the possibility of Yodo's, and it was one of his secrets going into previous tournaments that he just felt like CN undervalued how powerful Yodo was in the meta with her new ultimate ability, and you see it there. Even with the buffs of Akos, even piloted by the current favorite right now, Verse, I'm not going to lie. I thought Verse turned it back around, but my man Frostivus, he brought that back. He showed him what he was made out of, and he comes out with a massive, massive game, possibly just qualifying straight up just off that game.
Yeah, I mean, the parry off of the aerial dash alone was enough to make that a super scary fight. Then he gets the catch into the F3 catch, into another catch, but then we see the ultimate cast coming back for Frostivus, and he's able to pull off one of the most beautiful comebacks I think I've ever seen, and it was so close. He was at 99% ultimate when he did end up dying to the zone. Frostivus just holding that recast to keep him in the zone, waiting for that ultimate to come back and hit him from the Akos, because if he gets that Akos ultimate back, I think it's pretty cooked for Frostivus.
Yeah, you know Versus sitting there mashing his ult, just like, please, please, let me get it up, please, please. And Frostivus just holds him in zone, and that endgame zone just cooks you alive, and well played from both of them. I saw some crazy traps coming out from Verse. He makes his way out. Initially in that mid-fight, he's like, nah, you know what? You popped the ultimate. I didn't get any value off my Tigers. I'm out of here. Frostivus grapples up to the roof, and he's like, psych, comes in, gets the pounce onto him, and just takes Frost for a ride into the zone, almost TODing him, and just then from that, Frostivus was able to dig deep, find his way back, gets his ultimate, and is able to secure it by holding Verse into zone.
Yeah, that F ability cooldown. The glyphs that he's running could very well be the reason why he was able to get that cooldown back so fast off of that F ability, and being able to have that F saved him from almost certain death, bringing him back into the zone, allowing him to pop that ultimate for one last shot at greatness, and he managed to achieve it on the Yodohime in game number 6. Absolutely amazing, very poetic cinematic finish.
Yeah, I mean, Frostivus definitely hunting for this elusive J-Cup win. Did very, very well in spring, fall. Not really the performance that he really wanted. And now J-Cup, it's like I said, Sep, like all the other tournaments are great, but this is the one that everyone dreams to win. This is the one when you load up NARAKA competitive, you hope to go to and show up on the big stage. Today, so exciting. I cannot believe, like, the global stage really showed up this year. Normally what we see is just a full slaughter of the CN pros going after everyone, but everyone did really, really well of holding their ground given the current circumstances. Now looking at this round's leaderboard, Frostivus all the way at the top with the most amount of points in a single game at 11.4 and 7 kills. OUG's Mike, the GOAT, still holding the ground at the top 5 as well at 6.5. Versus the challenger, the favorite, I believe, of the tournament at 6. His traps absolutely devastating. Wufang finally getting a lot more momentum here, just not able to seal the deal in the end game.
Yeah, unfortunate to see that happen, but I mean, he was able to put up another elimination onto the board, giving himself a good little pad to the stats, because he has been having an amazing day. As we're going to see Cloud down at the bottom with 6, Zeldington 11th with 9.5, Misa with 10, Lexin with 11, 14.5 for Shenyuan, and 19.3 for Mines. That's going to be our bottom 6 for day number 1, and then we've got Arano at 21.3 and 6, Wufang with 23.5 in 5th, Mike with 26.7 in 4, Frostivus with 27.9 in 3rd, jumping all the way up to 3rd with that game. Beautiful game 6, 33.3 for T225, and then 34 points for Verse on the top side. Look at how consistent the game score of T225 and Verse. 9-6, 1.5 is the only inconsistency. 5, 6.5, 6. Then we have T225, 6.5, 7.8, 5, 2 with his one inconsistent 9 and 3, making up for the lack of points in game 4 by having a monster game in game number 5 with the 9-point finish for YZG's T225 in game 5. Absolutely insane here to see these standings. And this isn't even all the players. We still have 6 other players who are going to be competing in our games in group number C over the next couple of days.
Now, our last highlights brought to you by China Unicom. For today on this Firefly Morris, Frostivus just devastating the lobby. There's off spawn, just being gifted kill after kill after kill, doing super well in such an isolated location in the bottom right side of the map. Those Fireflies there, able to create the opportunities that Frostman took advantage of. And even when Genuine put him in this blender on the Tarka, making quick work with him with flying knives, fireball, Tarka, it doesn't matter. Frostivus comes back in the end. Mike on the Temi, doing better on Temi than even Genuine did today. Unfortunately for Genuine, the fireball Tarka put in the blender from Mike. That parry in the panic situation just not there. Burst with this trap. This combo was absolutely insane. The F2, the trap that led to this. Frostivus just taking 1 billion damage. Combo break finally comes out, and unfortunately reverse though. We got the reverse Uno card. We got our ultimate left alive versus just like, I can get by. Wait, no I can't. No I can't. Wait, not like this, not like this. Stuck in the zone right here. Frostivus able to clutch it up in the 1 HP situation. Satisfaction on my man. Just a slight smirk, just a little smirk.
What it's every single time we pan to Frost, Sam just straight face, calm, cool, collected, ready to go. It is so badass for being constantly locked in, Frostivus. Absolutely phenomenal job on the Yodohime. Going to be taking that MVP for game number 6. Taking a look at our stats, 7 kills, 20,000 damage, 10k coming from the ultimate. Big surprise. Flying Knife is going to be taking 3.6, Fistblades with 3.4, Ripple Step has been the name of the game. Ripple and Phantom have been on almost every single one of our MVPs. The Sap Soul Jade as well putting in a lot of work. Cyan Fang, Tuna, Sunwing, Slow Shot, and the aerial dash that we saw him spamming near the end there almost led to his demise, but he was able to bring it back there. Big MVP for Frostivus, absolute legend.
And we got to point out again, looking at the Jades, most of the MVPs today, they all had Ripple Step, Phantom Step. That Jade just gives you such an advantage in the fighting, especially with just how devastating the advantage state is in NARAKA right now. When someone gets you in a combo, you're going to go for a ride. You're going to take 1 billion damage. And with that Phantom Step, it just makes it a little bit more consistent to avoid a lot of those very, very big openers, especially when it comes to abilities. And Yodohime, just like Enor, you see how much value these characters get off their ultimate. And if you let them get there to the point where they have gold armor, gold weapon, you set yourself up to fight these raid bosses in endgame. And Frostivus pilots it perfectly. I mean, I tip my hat to Verse. He definitely had Frost on the ropes. Both of them clutched it up versus each other. It really did come down to the wire, but Frost was able to win this one, this round.
Yeah, and it was a beautiful win from Frost indeed. I definitely would love to see more of that coming out from Frostivus, as he is putting on, as well as mines, for our global region. 2 global MVPs in day number 1. You guys love to see it, especially on the English broadcast. We are talking mainly to the global side. 2 global wins, and a lot of our global players had a very, very good play coming out here. It was like, it wasn't just Mines and Frostivus. We saw a lot of great plays coming out from Misu, from Lexan, from Cloud even had some really good games as well. You know, there are a little bit more things that they've definitely, some of them need to work on, but overall, I think it was an amazing first day. Obviously, jitters are going to be affecting a lot of these players who aren't used to playing on this stage. All of the CN players, they play on this stage every single week. So just getting used to the stage alone is something that they've got to work on, and something else that they have to get used to is getting interviewed. And we're going to throw to an interview right now. Ladies and gentlemen, take care, and we'll see you in a sec.
Hi guys, welcome to the post-game interview, and Leah, this time we have Lexan, so please say hello to our audience first.
Hello guys, Lexan here.
Welcome. So today is the first showdown of you for the whole group stage competition. How do you feel?
Honestly, quite satisfied. I expected Verse, and then in the end I managed to kill Verse in the Yang, so that wasn't on my NARAKA bingo. Feeling actually pretty good.
Do you satisfied with the points you get today?
Better than expected. Still could be slightly higher, but it's okay.
Any plan for the next day?
Slightly more. I think I'm very close to the cutoff point for qualifying, so I just need to bring it up a little bit, and then I could be in the finals maybe.
Also, for this time competition, it's the first time for all the players come from other regions to do the martial art in the competition. How's that feel?
Oh, I'm horrible at 1v1, so I really don't like that we have to do this, but it is what it is. I actually lost it, but still took a round from T225. Hopefully next day I can actually win my round.
If you can choose your opponent in the martial art, who are you gonna choose?
Everyone is scary, not gonna lie. So anyone is fine as long as I improve from it. And basically I made my whole strategy around losing it and then having to pick second. So I'm okay with it, whatever I get.
Oh, we will have like different feelings because in the martial art you may know who's your opponent, but in the official game you won't know because everyone's the same. Yeah. So do you have like different feelings when you like face the opponent you know or you don't know?
Ooh, I didn't particularly prepare for what I'm gonna do if I face a certain person. I'm more focused on the character, what they play. So overall, I don't really mind if facing anyone as long as the matchup is good, the character matchup. But I prefer foreigners a little bit more because obviously they're usually worse than the Chinese players.
Yes. Oh, nice.
So, yeah.
Okay, let's move on to our simple treasure, please. So this time our question is, which hero did Lexin use in this game, like game 6? A Yuno, B Siren, C Yudo, B D Arcos. So please count down the time for us.
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot everyone, and what's the answer?
I played Einor last game.
Yes, the answer is A. Well, let's talk about the interview about you and Zay, because that video is quite popular in Chinese TikTok. Did you watch the interview video?
Yeah, I watched it. I liked it, but obviously I don't like to see myself on camera, so I felt a little bit awkward.
Why? You're really handsome in the camera. Well, you know, it's quite interesting between you and Zay because this time he is the coach. And how do you think about his coaching?
Very good, very good. He's providing me all the information I want, and also, you know, he likes to ease on the mood a little bit, so if I'm stressed out, it's very easy to calm down with him.
Ah, I have a question, because you and Zay, you are both excellent players of NARAKA. So what if you have like different opinion in the game? Who's gonna listen?
Well, obviously we will talk with each other. We usually like reach a conclusion, and also Zay is not very like aggressive with his opinion, voicing his opinion. I don't know. I think we talk it out. It's usually good communication and we solve everything.
What if you don't have enough time to talk? Who are you gonna listen more?
Ooh, kind of rough. I think myself. I trust my own judgment a little bit. But also I have a lot of other friends to talk to. So if I'm really curious about something, I always have someone to talk to. And then at you know, worst case scenario, I can just listen to my own judgment, which is not necessarily the best.
Whoa, okay. So for the next day, we're gonna have different group like players. So like what's your expectation?
For the following day, I know that Spider is gonna be in the lobby, which is really, really scary. But besides that, I think the lobby is overall a little bit easier. And I also got used to how to play the lobby more, so I'm feeling confident.
That's good. Okay, so after you fight with like kind of a scary player, you said like Mike and Verse in the real game, will you still feel like nervous as before?
No, not at all. I feel like as long as the matchup is good, like character versus character, it's okay. Like it's not a big problem to fight them. Nature-wise, obviously they are better, but it's still nothing unbeatable. I do think that if I really lock in, I can actually beat them. Happened last game too. I'm not versus Verse, so.
I think this is the first day. It's just like a practice for all the players come from other regions. So I think you can do better in the next day. Just good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Lexin. Come to our interview. That's all for the interview. Let's go back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Leah, and thank you, Lexin, for giving us some very nice, wholesome answers coming out here. You know, he seems to be very happy with his performance. I am definitely really excited to see what more Lexin will be able to give us in the future in these next days. Yeah, I mean, killing Verse, that's definitely got to be a highlight for him. As for us, you know, I saw that in the kill feed. I immediately pointed and stood up on my feet. I was like, oh my goodness, the man himself. He managed to make it happen. Taking a look once more at our overall standings for the first 6 games of the group stage of J-Cup 2025. This is going to be Cloud in 12th, Zeldington 11, Misu in 10, Lexin in 9, Shenyuan in 8th, and 7th is going to be Mines. This is, you know, it's a pretty decent lineup. Shenyuan is dropping pretty low, not having the greatest day. He had that one pop-off game in game number 3 where he managed to put up 6 points. Rano going to be in 6th place, 5th place going to go to Wufong, 4th place going to to go to Mike. Third place going to be taking is Frostivus, T225 in second, and Verse in the number 1 position at 34 points. It is only a 0.7 difference between first and second, and Frostivus is only a few points behind. I believe he is 4.1 points behind that first place spot. So he's in a very good position for these next games that are be coming through, because we still have a whole lot more group stage to play in these upcoming days.
Yeah, the top 6, all the NVPL players looking very, very solid. They have to be happy with their performance after looking at it. But tomorrow, Seb, is going to be the first day of trios, starting out with a double mirror matchup. Global players going to be stepping up the stage. Trios, notoriously very, very hard for the global stage. The solo players have caught... they're not as far behind this year as in previous year. Definitely the most prepared. But in trios, I'm very excited to see how the global players are going to be showing up. I mean, the Vietnamese have been training in NBPL the whole season, and we finally get to see Hex after so many years, their full squad to be showing up. I'm definitely be rooting for them. No bias, but that global team, I've been excited to see them on this world stage. It's going to be really, really tough. Man, I cannot believe, well, I can believe that Frostivus took this over SCG Cloud. I mean, you can't go against my man Frostivus. He took NBPL by storm. He's been consistently rising through the ranks, and this J-Cup is definitely something that he's going to be going for. He's definitely up there in the top 5 contenders to take this all.
Oh, 100%. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. The race for the Ultimate Caster is on. We all have 1 point, so we're all still tied, basically where we started at the start of the day. It's going to take a minute for one of us to pull ahead. You know it's going to be me, guys. Rooting for me for the Ultimate Caster. We're rooting for everybody. You know, it's a friendly competition with a whole lot of competitiveness, because even as casters, we are all very competitive people. So, you know, we're labbing behind the scenes. First one was pretty much a lock, all picking Frostivus. I mean, you know, but what are we gonna do? Not pick Frostivus for this? You know, it's the boy. But as we do see that coming out, all of us are gonna be getting 1 flower for day number 1. And keep in mind, guys, this isn't just for group stage. This is gonna go all the way to the very end of the grand finals, and then we will finally crown a champion for Ultimate Caster. But ladies and gentlemen, that is actually going to be it for us today. I have been your host and caster, Seb. I've been joined alongside Raven PLZ for these last 3 games. I hope you guys enjoyed. Thank you guys. Take care and see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
将至。